a really good shot at going to Worlds. We just have to keep performing on the level we are.
We're on our way up, I think, so that's good.
Definitely need to pick up a lot of wins if we want to stay out of relegations.
The focus is really on to keep going and to keep rolling.
There are a few weeks left, so every game is gonna matter a lot.
We have to be much more consistent as a team. We just have to practice harder.
If we improve, we can fight for the Worlds.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Week 8 of the European LCS, coming to you live from Cologne, Germany. I'm Nyph, Sjokz here with Lee Deman Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry. And guys, we have a lot to talk about, so let's delve right into it, starting with FNATIC, 5-0 right now, and again, a fantastic win versus SUPA Hot Crew yesterday. It seems like they've hit their peak at the exact right moment.
Absolutely. The 4.10 and 4.11 patch seems to be working wonders for FNATIC. You know, even speaking to the teams and the players, sOAZ said himself when you interviewed him yesterday, we feel we're at our peak right now. And even the players, the teams, basically saying in scrims, they are pretty much the best team in Europe right now, and it seems to be showing 5 wins in a row.
Yeah, very impressive. On the other hand, also at the top of the table, we're slightly faltering SK and Alliance. Trevor, is that a rough patch or a rough streak for those teams?
I think it's both. I think for Alliance in particular, since 4.10, the patch hasn't necessarily been favorable to them. They've lost 3 games in a row since the end of Super Week. But I also just think as a team, they're not necessarily making the smartest of decisions. They're struggling against any of the opponents they're playing against. For me, the biggest story, though, is SK Gaming. For 3 weeks back-to-back, they picked up win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. And we're not seeing the ability to dig deep. We're not seeing the ability to stall games out from mid to late. And if SK don't change things, they're going to topple further down the table.
Yeah, they are struggling. And another team that's struggling is GAMBIT Gaming. And Lee, well, the 2 members that have come in there since yesterday, loulex and Kubon, actually did pretty well. It was the old school players that seem to be struggling just a bit.
Yeah, down that bottom lane, Genja and Edward were having a torrid time yesterday. They're the old guard, but it just didn't work out well for them. Whereas the new guys, as you mentioned, in the top lane, Kubon and loulex combined got themselves the first kill for GAMBIT, and it was a fantastic, well-worked play. But unfortunately, as that bottom lane had lost, they were so far behind they could do nothing.
Just very quickly, I want to throw some food for thoughts in there. We heard that Genja is not really talking in terms of the team communication. We believe that GAMBIT is now speaking English as their main language. So with that in mind, part of the reason that maybe Genja and Edward may have been struggling is that lack of communication, that lack of speaking ability that can come with the rest of the team. We need to see more games from them, but they definitely have to get their heads into the game, because level 1, level 2, you can't just blind face check people and think you can get away with it.
Yeah, we'll see what they do today, of course. And another big trend coming in is Gragas. He was picked 3 games out of 4 and 2 wins on the board yesterday.
Yes, sOAZ definitely played the best. He absolutely dominated in the top lane with that Gragas against the Dr. Mundo, showed how it was meant to be played. It's finally picked up in Europe, where other regions have been playing, but I also think the mid lane is also very interesting. A lot of bans being focused for there, and we're seeing Fizz and Syndra coming into popularity for all of the European mids. So definitely going to have to look at both Gragas and the mid lane picks for today's games.
Yeah, and you could say, I mean, you talk about sOAZ, FNATIC, maybe everything's combining that sOAZ is suddenly having a good time in that top lane. He said he's enjoying it now. This patch is suiting him, suddenly FNATIC are winning.
Absolutely very important. If sOAZ is having fun, FNATIC generally does well. And of course, there were some crazy moments that got you tweeting yesterday, but there was only one hashtag LCS Big Play to rule them all. This one comes from the action-packed battle between MILLENIUM and Alliance and features some great team synergy thanks to the trackball master. Comes from @BrunoMarvs. Holy moly, that Kerp flank at hashtag LCS Big Plays. This was your most talked about play.
Kerp will finally be getting in there, in fact using his teleport, and he's going to try and come around the back of them. Can this work for MILLENIUM? There's the knockup from Kevin, and here comes Kerp from the backside. Nyph going to go low. They want Tabzz zone. They get Tabzz as well. It's Creatine that takes down Nyph, and that will be 4 for 2 in favor of MILLENIUM, and they managed to hold on to that tower.
Such great play from Kerp, and it wasn't the only time he did it. He teleported in behind Alliance multiple times, and I just really like the timing from MILLENIUM. They picked the fights when Alliance couldn't counter with their ultimates.
It was a pleasure to see Creaton on Ezreal as well. Now remember to get on Twitter throughout the day and tell us your favorite plays by using that hashtag LCSBigPlays. And now let's take a quick look at the standings before we get into today's games. Despite their loss yesterday, Alliance remain in first place with 14 wins and 5 losses. The FNATIC are hot on their heels in second with a 5-game winning streak and closing in with 12 wins and 7 losses.
Yeah, and for the first time in 5 weeks, SK are out of the top 2. They've now slid down to third with 11 wins and 8 losses. MILLENIUM picked up that great win over Alliance to creep themselves equal now with the Super Hard crew, who themselves suffered a loss yesterday. They're now 10-9.
Yeah, the middle of the table is so tightly packed in Europe. ROCCAT sitting in 6th place, but they are looking better with each and every victory secured. And at the bottom of the table is the Copenhagen Wolves and GAMBIT. They are battling for last place and potentially not being able to choose their opponents in the Summer Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, now let's take a look at today's lineup. We have 4 matches coming your way, starting off with a bout between Alliance and ROCCAT. After that, it'll be GAMBIT Gaming versus the Super Hot crew.
Yeah, that's going to be followed by the Copenhagen Wolves. They're taking on MILLENIUM. And we'll end that with an El Clasico match between FNATIC and SK Gaming.
And right after that, LCS match wraps up today. We'll send it over to Freak and Zyrene for the European Challenger Series quarterfinals, where the Ninjas in Pajamas with Alex xPeke in the mid lane will face off against the Unicorns of Lurv in a best of 3. Great name.
Fantastic name. Now, guys, for info on the teams, players, the schedule, fantasy, LCS, and more, check out LOLesports.com. And while you're there, you can vote on who you think will win today's matches.
And for details about how to see the LCS live in our studios here in Cologne, click on the tickets link at the top of the page. There are only 3 weeks left in the summer split, so get them while you can.
And now we also want to hear from you guys. Head over to Twitter and tell us, who do you think is the most underrated European LCS pro this split and why?
Well, for me, I got to think towards the top lane, Kevin. He always gets overlooked, and yet this is his 4th season being involved in League of Legends. Always performed, always reliable in that top lane.
Yeah, definitely a great player. I personally think Nick from GAMBIT needs a little bit of love. He's definitely delivering. He's had some great performances. His champions have sort of fallen by the wayside, but he's definitely putting some points on the board. You guys at home, write to us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS, and we'll be reading some of our favorite responses on air later in the show.
Now it's time to send it over to Joe and Deficio to kick off our first LCS match of the day.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. I'm Joe Miller here with the ever-astute Martin Deficio Lunger. And for our first match of the day, it's Alliance versus ROCCAT. Yesterday, Alliance were beaten in 50 minutes by MILLENIUM, which was a result that shocked many, including the 80% of you guys that voted for Froggen's crew.
So Alliance, they were actually ahead in the game. They picked up all dragons except for 1 throughout the entire game. And at 27 minutes, they were ahead in gold, about 4,000. It looked good for them. And then we just saw the big play. They showed it earlier here. Kerp, he teleported behind them, flanked them, and Alliance lost the team fight. And in general, in this game here, Alliance, they looked uncoordinated in the team fights, and we often saw some individual mistakes, which really cost them the game.
I also want to talk about Tabzz here, because he's been really consistent in the summer split, but yesterday we saw him get caught out of position, making a little bit of daring moves, similar to what happened to him in the early spring split.
Very true. I mean, it was a bad game by Tabzz. I mean, he picked up some kills, but team fight-wise, he made some very wrong decisions. He played Lucian, and we often saw him actually dash in the middle of the fight, get picked off by MILLENIUM, just instantly killed, and he did nothing there on. And it's just a big issue. He could have stayed back. Nothing we normally see from Tabzz. I don't think he's going to do it today. I think he's really going to step up the game. And I still think for Alliance as a team, it's healthy for them to lose some games now before the playoffs so they can fix these mistakes, come very strong into the playoffs.
So on the other side then, ROCCAT also picked up a great victory, taking down another top-of-the-table team with that victory yesterday over SK Gaming.
And we had a few new picks actually from ROCCAT. We have sOAZ in the top lane with Gragas, and we had Overpower and Fizz. And they ran this double teleport, and then simply focused on split pushing until they were strong enough to either teamfight or just beat SK Gaming in these one-on-ones in the split push. And Overpower himself, he picked up a few early kills on Fizz, and once he got the Void Staff, he just destroyed Freddy on Yorick in these one-on-ones, and he gave full control to ROCCAT on the map. They took it, and then from there on they started teamfighting as well and just destroyed SK Gaming. And ROCCAT as a team, they actually look happy. They look more confident. So I expect them to keep playing really well, and if they can beat Alliance now, then they're definitely back.
Well, we're going to find out here shortly, but first we're going to check out the starting lineups on the blue side for this game. It's Alliance with Wickd in the top lane, Sjokz in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabzz the AD carry, and Nyph the support.
And on the red side, we have ROCCAT with sOAZ in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower as the mid laner, Selvan AD carry, and of course, Vander is the support.
So let's check in then and see how you guys predicted this match will play out. According to your votes, Alliance has the lead, but it's not a very Alliance-like number this year, 60% over ROCCAT.
Holy cow. There's a lot of people now believing in ROCCAT, and Alliance, I think for the last few weeks, it's been like 80% plus pretty much every single game unless they played FNATIC. And now 60-40 here. Definitely going in for a close game, and Alliance, they've lost quite some games in a row now. They need to step it up.
Yeah, really need to step things up if they want to hold on to that first position. It's funny, we heard in the start of the day in that intro video that they said, we just need to keep doing what we're doing, which is actually not maybe the case since they are losing a few games in a row now, but it's still not exactly a mountain of losses that they've got to their name. Let's move on to picks and bans though, and what are we expecting here today?
Well, we saw Overpower and Fizz yesterday do really well. I think Froggen can handle him one-on-one, so they might focus towards the junglers. Again, Lee Sin is the #1 pick for both Sjokz and Jankos, and we could see it being a high priority.
Well, let's have a look then. We are into bans and picks and see exactly who's going to go with what. Alliance, of course, on the blue side for this encounter, and will have their first choice to ban out here against ROCCAT.
So in this Super Week, Alliance banned Ziggs in every single game. Didn't ban it yesterday, however, and ROCCAT hasn't actually played it in a while, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be a ban they wanna look towards, but 2 junglers already, so they are definitely looking towards the junglers here, and could be a first pick Lee Sin unless ROCCAT bans it away, and I think Jankos knows already.
Yeah, Fizz taken away there finally, away from Overpower. We also saw Oriana, one of Froggen's specialities, farms up a storm with that one, and always is a danger later on. Of course, the red side casting ban as well. Don't really need to touch too much on that one with his 92% ban ratio.
Twisted Fate still open. Been a first pick for Froggen. A few times it's been open, but still Lee Sin should be the #1 pick for them, seeing as they already banned 2 junglers away.
And we see Twisted Fate will in fact be the final ban here then for ROCCAT, which will leave Lee Sin available to be chosen. And will Alliance actually go for that one straight away? They've been hovering over a lot of different champions, but it will be Lee Sin that's picked up there for the man on your screen, Sjokz.
So the #1 jungler at the moment, because again, everything around him gets changed a little bit. You ban away 2 junglers, it's pretty obvious. Should mean a Lulu or Gragas in case ROCCAT wants one of those for the top lane. Did actually already log in the Gragas now. It's a good start for them, and they obviously knew it's going to be first pick Lee Sin, so we can now get 2 strong picks ourselves. Therefore, they ban away TF as well.
And taking Lucian, as you mentioned there, for Selva. Champion which Tabzz played yesterday, but we already talked about, had a few hairy moments, let's call them, in team fights where it went a little bit too aggressive, ended up costing them quite harshly throughout the course of that one. Alliance, though, locking in quickly with a Shyvana pickup here for Wickd.
So Shyvana's actually been a top laner, which in Europe at least, people stopped playing her for a few weeks. She's still very good, all around a strong pick. Normally, she will do fine in her laning phase. She scales well into team fights. She can do multiple things, either build Bladed or King, focus on split pushing, or she can build full tank, go for team fights. I mean, there's so many options. You can flank around, you can engage fights. Overall, just a very, very strong top laner still. But we haven't seen her in a while. People have gone for Renekton, Jax, Kayle, Lulu, of course, now. Both Jax and Kayle been nerfed a little bit, so people look towards other champions. And really, just it's funny thing with ROCCAT here. Normally, they love to play Lulu, but ever since Overpower played it and everyone seemed to get the farm record against him in the mid lane, he kind of stopped playing.
Yeah, stop playing that one. And we did see Nami locked in there as well for Nyph, who himself gone through a bit of a rocky period. I mean, at the start of this split, Nyph was absolutely on fire. That's how it really goes for the entire Alliance team with that 2-2 Super Week that they weren't really expecting. The loss yesterday as well. We'll see what he brings to the table today with Nami as that support. What are ROCCAT going to go for? Braum, Lucian, a lane which we've seen time and time again is a real pain to deal with.
So annoying and very hard for Nami as well to deal with, because if you get close to her, you will be able to land a stun or either force a flash, and then she's very squishy. She will die unless you land a perfect time bubble. And if ROCCAT goes for Vi here, it's a pick we've seen from Jankos once before, and it didn't work for him at all. It was against GAMBIT in the Super Week, and the coordination from ROCCAT in the teamfights were horrible, to be honest, because Jankos would go in, the rest of the team would run away, and he just ended up dying by himself, and ROCCAT ended up actually winning the game in the very end, like 15 minutes into the game, because GAMBIT made a mistake, but still, it was a pick, which didn't actually work for them. We need to see if they can fix the coordination in this one.
Again, having to just touch on that again, moving to what I guess we can say the second tier of junglers really, with the two bands of Elise and Evelyn on Alliance's side and their first pick of Lee Sin. So will be Vi this time around for Jankos, and the Braum as well locked in there, so they'll have that annoyance of a bottom lane to deal with. Nami already locked in there, so Tabzz going to be picking his AD carry for himself here by the looks of things, and we may even see Froggen coming in with Yasuo. Couple of knockups in this team already.
Oh, such a good comp for Yasuo here. I mean, you have Nami, double knockup, you have Shyvana with her ult, you have Lee Sin with his kick. So many options for Froggen here to choose targets, and they can also roam around and play like a pick comp, where you have Lee Sin, finds the target, kicks them, Froggen joins in instantly. You can land again the bubble from Nami, so a lot of pick potential here from Alliance, and then you have Caitlyn, the safe AD carry, to provide some wave clear. So if they want to do this split push where they have Wickd in one lane on Shyvana with Blade the Ruined King, you have Froggen in a different lane, and then you have just Tabzz sitting in the mid lane with Caitlyn farming up to the late game, clear the wave over and over, and then Sjokz can just move around like he wants to and try to set up kills.
We'll see about this one as well. The wind wall could block a lot that Gragas has got to throw in there later on in the game. Got to be quick on the finger, but if someone can do it, probably would be Froggen in that mid lane. So let's see then what ROCCAT are actually going to go for here. And they're actually going to be locking in the Aatrox, which will bring us to Gragas in the mid lane.
Okay, so I heard a little bit about Gragas mid, and you do build him AP, but not full AP. You'll need some tanky stats. I mean, Hourglass is a very good item. Abyssal Scepter is a good item on him. Rod of Ages still. You need some tankiness on this Gragas in the mid lane, also some AP, because again, you have to get in the middle of teamfights. You have to get into the face of people with your E, with your W, to actually deal your full amount of damage. So if you're too squishy, you'll just die instantly. So we might see some tanky AP Gragas in this mid lane, which could mean for ROCCAT going into the late game, they will lack damage, because Aatrox, he falls off when it comes to damage late game. Lucian is a good AD carry late, but it's going to be hard for him to be the only guy to actually kill people. So late game wise, I kind of fear for the damage on ROCCAT's side here, where of course Alliance, you have Yasuo, you have Caitlyn, two champions who scales well into late game, and you have the Shyvana to be the super tank as well.
And maybe Lucian not exactly safe when you've got those mobile champions over on the Alliance team. We'll be finding out here, but who you guys think came out ahead in Champion Select? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag AllWin or hashtag RockWin, and we'll see if these lineups manage to change your mind somewhat. 60-40 was the vote from LOLesports.com in favor of Alliance, but definitely a lot less in terms of percentage of what we've been seeing you guys voting for when it comes to Alliance games in the past.
And from talking with Alliance just before the game here, one of their reasons behind them losing, according to themselves, is they didn't really adjust well enough to 4.10 and now 4.11. And they were looking what other teams were playing and try to copy it instead of finding their own things. And it didn't work for them at all. And they didn't really know which tactic to use. This time here, with this comp, they have a different options. They can be pick comp, they can be split pushing. We need to see which one they decide to use.
Well, we're going to find out because we're headed into game for our first matchup of the day as Alliance take on ROCCAT. And we're going to see how this mid lane Gragas does against Froggen's Yasuo in the mid lane. We've seen Froggen bring in some terrifying Yasuo play to the mid lane in previous weeks. See if he can do it here again. And also a big question mark over Jankos, because he is the big playmaker in this ROCCAT team on a lot of occasions.
Yeah, and it will be hard for him on Vi, especially if he meets Sjokz early on, then Sjokz should be able to take him down. And normally you really want to get level 6 on Vi before you start ganking around. Opens up for a lot of time for Sjokz then to apply pressure early on, or go into the jungle of ROCCAT, try and find Jankos and kill him, and therefore delay his level 6. So a lot of options for Alliance here, and also some decent enough lanes. I mean, Aatrox is a very strong laner. There could be some issues for Wickd up in his top lane, but then Sjokz can come up and help him. And this mid lane matchup, I'm actually not sure who has the advantage. Normally, Gragas top lane at least is very strong against melee champions, because you want to get in and smack them in the head with your W. But Froggen can just dance around, and of course we have to say 4.11, Yasuo was slightly changed in the early game. His E only stacks up to 2 now, and only gives 50% bonus damage. So you can only dash forward one and then the second time, and therefore you already get the 50% bonus damage. You won't get more. You can still dash around all you want, but this doesn't give you anything extra. So it's a bit of a nerf to his early game, but late game wise it should do any difference.
And we are going to see standard lanes here with the 2v2 down in bottom. That's Caitlyn, Nami, versus Lucian Braum. And what are the important things to note in this lane? We said it before that Lucian Braum is always going to be a very hard lane to go up against, if nothing else other than Lucian's passive, which gives him the easier stun option.
Yeah, exactly. The fact you can just land auto attack and a Q from Braum, you get 2 stacks, and then you get the double tap from Lucian, and you already have your stun. Makes it very hard to play against. However, I normally don't like Braum too much against supports who can actually sustain, because his poke is just a Q back and forth here. Tap needs to be careful though, taking some damage early on. But we see the poke from Braum, it's just using the Q. It's pretty much only poke he has. Therefore, sustain from Nyph should be able to keep both him and Tabzz very healthy.
Nyph actually giving out a good bit of harassment there onto Vander and onto Celeber as well. So playing this bottom lane fairly aggressive, something that if we think back to the spring split, ROCCAT did so well. Vander and Celeber was such an instrumental combo in how well they did in that spring split, as we see Froggen already getting the level advantage over Overpower in the early stages.
Just dashing back and forth here, landing the Q as well. Some more damage. Overpower will have to farm on the tower now and get his level 2, which is of course is a bit hard for him to pick up all the CS, and Froggen staying around to try and be annoying, because YellowStar is still on his blue buff, so Froggen knows he has some time where he can stay up here without any wards until the junglers have done both buffs. Normally you say around 3 minutes and 15 seconds is where both buffs have been done by the junglers, and they can now start ganking.
Well, we can see that Sjokz is well on time for that 3:15, already doing his red buff up on the top side of the map. Yeah, Yankar's pretty fast himself, and we'll see at what point he decides to come out of the jungle. He may be called into action, because we're expecting that Sjokz is going to be putting pressure down in the early stages of the game, where Lee Sin really does excel, as we see already Froggen once again going aggressive onto Overpower, and Sjokz going to come into the enemy jungle. Can he actually get in there for the Wraith? He can't, but he's going to have a good go at Jankos here. That's a lot of damage coming in. Jankos falling low, and now Overpower being hit on by Froggen as well. Overpower only got about a quarter of his health remaining, but not going all in.
We talked about this, how early on Sjokz can go into the jungle of ROCCAT, try and find Jankos and get him very low, force a flash, maybe even try and kill him, and therefore delay this whole level 6 from Vi. It's a very aggressive play. You see him again, he's just staying in the jungle, double buff and everything, very healthy. Jankos starting to go, he needs to be careful.
Sjokz coming around once again. Q actually connecting, but Jankos has already vault breaking himself closer off to his own tower, and will be feeling more confident. However, he is going to be forced to recall there, and that's early advantage here for Sjokz, who's pretty much dominating that top side of ROCCAT's jungle now.
And you have to question the fact that ROCCAT didn't actually ban Lee Sin. Vander going in though, just poking back and forth here, but ROCCAT, they banned Twisted Fate instead of Lee Sin, even though they already knew there was 2 jungle bans from the side of Alliance, so they knew what the first pick was going to be from Alliance. Must mean they really respected Twisted Fate from Froggen here, because this matchup, Vi against Lee Sin, is not good for Vi, and we see it already here. Yang is forced to go back.
That's the problem that you have with these superstar mid laners like Froggen, that even though you respect 1, 2, or maybe 3 champions to ban away, as was the case here, he still has champions to bring out that can be terrifying if things get going, and currently he's holding a very healthy CS lead over his opposite number. This top lane been fairly quiet up until now. Wickd and sOAZ just had a bit of a trade, and CS fairly even there as well.
Just farming back and forth, both of them. Often in Europe at least we see Aatrox go Blade of the Ruined King as first item. Shyvana normally would go a Sunfire Cape as first and then go into some offensive item, unless Wickd wants to build full tank and try and focus on team fighting. But he does have the option to build Blade and be split pushing, and then you have Froggen doing the same thing in a different lane like we talked about in Champ Select. Let's see what he decides to build. But his mid lane definitely in favor of Froggen here early on. And doing well in Yasuo.
See that Overpower's started to reach forward a little bit from his own turret, missing the body slam there. Froggen just able to sidestep that one. Froggen definitely got the advantage. If you look at that CS, it is 13 the difference right now, as Froggen is going to be taking his first recall home. We already see that Overpower has double Doran's rings after being harassed out there earlier on. We'll see what Froggen comes back into lane with, a Zeal and Potion as well.
And on this bottom lane, both of them just farming away, slight advantage to Tabzz and Nyph. We talk about how the sustain is very good against Vander here, because he can only poke with the Q or get him close and actually start hitting them with his melee attacks, but it's very, very hard to actually do. So both of them farming away fairly happy. Didn't see too much action. I mean, level 1 and then get back to farm.
Yeah, I think from ROCCAT's side, they have to come so close to get in on towards that Caitlyn and Nami every single time if they want to get that stun down, that they end up taking so much poke damage trying to get through it anyway.
Here they really just want to push the wave out because they only have one ward in the river. So if Sjokz actually comes in, they're so far up the lane. If a bubble lands from Nyph, it's going to be hard to escape it and they might give up first blood. So it's a very risky situation for them to stay this far up the lane. Just want to get it into the tower so they can start either get it all the way in and then back away here. Make sure there's no chance of Nyph coming in behind. Even though they have the ward in river, they're still going to see him so late.
Yeah, Tabzz and Nyph having no worries underneath the tower, and Wickd also picking himself up that Sunfire, oh, not the Sunfire Cape yet, but the Giant Spell at least for this lane phase. More aggressive though from Xazz's side, that is for sure. Sjokz and him and Sjokz. Actually, Wickd going to go very aggressive here onto Xazz's. May just well pop that Bloodwell, and it looks like he possibly will. Gone so very low. Will Wickd flash here for the extra damage? He's not going to, but that's going to force Xazz's out.
And there's no teleport on Xazz's. He's staying for now because he has the passive. He's going to bait this one. Genja is level 6. They want Wickd to go aggressive once again and then just dive right onto him.
Well, Tabzz is going to come here through that tri-bush. Will Wickd spot him out? Wickd surely will be sniffing that something is up with this one. Will he be thinking, okay, Xazz's coming back in, going to rely on that sustain and his Bloodwell to stay alive. Wickd needs to be real careful for this one. There is a Vault Breaker not connecting, but the Assault and Battery does come in, knock up the slow as well as Wickd does flash, but they're going to follow him through, and there is first blood. It's Jankos that gets it for ROCCAT.
A very nice setup here. As soon as Jankos got level 6 from the red buff, he went instantly to the top lane. Xazzz stayed. Wickd actually knew something was wrong here because Xazzz came back in the lane so low, but didn't go for that Froggen in trouble.
Oh, I think he might be going down here. The shield actually giving him that extra bit of protection that may have just saved his life there. An overpower showing that, okay, he's behind by 10 CS in this lane, but he's certainly not scared of what Froggen can do to him, and Froggen's going to have to go back home here shortly, surely.
And this is the dangerous thing about Gragas. If you do get close to him and he can hit you with the W, he does a lot of upfront burst damage, and we just saw it here. He went straight in, used everything on Froggen, shot him back as well. Froggen didn't actually even use his flash. Both mid laners keeping the flash up, but we saw some very aggressive play from Overpower. Looking strong so far on the Gragas, even though he's slightly behind. Still, they have the issue late game. Unless he builds full AP, which is not very good on Gragas anymore, I'm not sure ROCCAT will have enough damage.
Well, one thing that certainly helps him is that he's against a attack damage champion in that mid lane, so Zhonya's will fit him anyway for the lane phase as well, and for how he's going to want to be diving into the middle of the team when it comes to actual team fights. Got double cloth armor here from the start, but look at Sjokz. He's having a sniff around by that Baron pit, and we'll just see Jankos there sticking a ward down. No sweeper lens on him yet. In fact, only the support has one for Alliance. Overpower has already picked up a swap in those trinkets as well, and there we see the Seeker's Arm Guard coming out, so he's going to be going up for that Zhonya's quickly.
We do see Selva down his bottom lane here, building towards Bladed Rune King on Lucian, so ROCCAT should definitely be looking for mid-game power. Once he completes it, gets the Ghost Blade as well, he will be very strong, stronger than Tabzz for some minutes at least, where ROCCAT can then group up and start moving around, set something up. Aatrox, of course, is going to be strong, Gragas as well. So we need to see ROCCAT around the mid-game points, maybe around the 20-minute mark, to really start forcing objectives, force Alliance into bad team fights, and then try and win the game from there.
So there a lot of pressure, the bubble and everything coming down onto Vander, but Braum very tanky as Wickd actually going to dive in once again onto Xazzz with his ultimate. Xazzz losing about half of his health this time around, but with that Cutlass in there as well, he shouldn't be having too many problems of getting himself straight back up to full HP.
So Wickd actually just used the ulti, cleared the wave, and then went back to base, and now going to return it without using the teleport, so Dragon might be an option for Alliance here, but both top laners have to teleport. So unless they force it away from Xazzz, it's going to be hard for him to just start the Dragon. Down his bottom lane here, both junglers nearby. Sjokz is at the golems though, Yang is setting up for gang instead.
I see Vander there just blocking out as well as he possibly can. We are going to be seeing Jankos coming into his lane, but Vander's already taken a lot of damage. Tabzz actually flashing early. Here comes Sjokz, they're going to look to turn the around. Kick onto Selva, ace in the hole will land. It's Sjokz that actually gets the kill. Vander got away, but with hardly any health left. Meanwhile, Froggen here going a bit deep and tanking up a turret. Overpower's already used his ultimate, so he won't have enough damage to finish off the kill, but again, he'll get Froggen low.
So now Alliance moving towards the Dragon because Selva died. He did actually flash as soon as Sjokz came in because he knew he was going to be the target to get kicked back into the rest of Alliance. It just wasn't enough. He ended up dying for it. Xazzz is teleporting down here.
Oh, this could be dangerous. The Froggen half HP, they're going to focus. Sjokz at the back, they're going to kill him as well. Jankos gets that one, but can they get any more? Can they secure this Dragon? He's going low. Will be finished off there by Jankos with the smite, and now they're going to go for Wickd. Actually, they found Tabzz inside of the tri-bush, and surely won't be able to escape. That's a brilliant bubble from Nyph over the back. There's the barrel coming through from Overpower, and Wickd may even be in trouble as well. And xPeke finishes that one off. What a turnaround. A Lion start off the Dragon, ended up losing 3 kills, plus the Dragon itself.
So sOAZ here teleported down before Wickd joined in. He was trapped at first, but he joined in first, and the rest of ROCCAT moved in. Froggen was very late to this fight here. Overpower moved to the mid lane. Notice your minimap. Froggen is running from the mid lane now, so Overpower is already in the fight. Jankos goes in. Sjokz already taking damage from the Dragon. He's an easy kill. Froggen doesn't even actually join for the fight. There's no knockup for him. He needs to back away. So very uncoordinated by Alliance. Some miscommunication as well. I mean, Wickd teleported so late. Froggen moved so late as well. And therefore ROCCAT, even with 4 members, take Dragon, get 2 kills in the end here as well. And also a kill on to, was it Sjokz in the Dragon Pit.
And finisher there onto Wickd, and look at this, ROCCAT not standing still. They're actually going to go for Froggen here. They've got Silver and Overpower. There's the knockup though. Ulti comes out of Froggen. Is he going to get the kill? He will, and flashes away. The kick from Sjokz comes in as well. Overpower's now going to struggle as he'll body slam out. One more Q needs to land here from Sjokz as Overpower goes straight through the minion line. And there is the Q landing. Oh, a flash from Overpower. Last second will keep him alive.
Oh, clutch stuff here. Froggen managed to survive, Overpower managed to survive, but Silver did go down. They managed to pick up the mid tower, however, so worth it by ROCCAT, or for ROCCAT. They will lose the spot tower, so actually trading 1 for 1 now on a kill. Never mind, in favor of Alliance now.
4-2 in kills. ROCCAT still holding a 2,000 gold lead though, with that Dragon and the kill advantage. If you look down the farm here, just to compare that a little bit, top lane going well for ROCCAT. Mid lane still a little bit behind, 80 carry also 10 CS behind, but couple of kills there onto Jankos. We'll see what he can do with them, because he said it before, he's a big playmaker in this ROCCAT team. Already put down a lot of pressure onto those lanes, and really good kill there onto Tabzz as well in the tri-bush to lock him up with his ultimate. After all that had happened, still had his assault and battery.
Exactly, like his first few levels had some issues, but it is to be expected. But then from as soon as he hit level 6, first gank, there was a kill. Dragon as well picked up 2 kills, or 1 extra kill for himself. So been looking very, very good, and ROCCAT been very good at moving around here and quickly grouping up again. They were the first team to arrive at the Dragon, while Alliance were very late for it. And we do see already now, Alliance will be doing the thing we talk about in Champs like they can do with Caitlyn, where you put her in mid lane, and she just farms now for the next 10-15 minutes, becomes very, very strong. Tabzz needs to complete the Infinity Edge, he needs to complete a Static Shift or Phantom Dancer as well, before he can really start doing anything against someone like Silver. And then you have Wickd in a different lane, and you have Froggen as well to try and split push. It's gonna be hard though, because ROCCAT now pushing up to the tower.
Yeah, 3 men coming in from this one. Jankos there, they do actually have Sjokz waiting in the tri-bush there, but I think this tower may be on its way down. Minions being cleared out nicely. That top turret is going to be finished off by xPeke there. Seemingly too much for Wickd to handle, and ROCCAT get that top turret, the second one of their game, and they're going to get rid of this pink ward as well. Will deny the vision for Alliance, make them a little more uncomfortable about how well they can defend this bottom tower.
So a bit of a weird timing actually by Alliance to send Froggen down to this bottom lane, because the bot tower was still alive. It simply meant ROCCAT could just keep their dual lane and of course Jankos and pressure into this tower. And get it very, very low now. Sjokz is here, Nyph is here as well trying to defend it. And Tabzz in this mid lane. It's gonna be hard for him to do anything against Overpower other than just try and wave clear and then go towards the jungle camp.
And Overpower coming in for a sneaky little Wraith finish there at the end. And Jankos is still waiting for any pushback from Alliance on this bottom side of the map, but as that minion wave starts to come through, that turret should be in danger here. I'm not sure that Froggen can hold on to that one. He's got hardly any health remaining on it. Froggen here, you can see just backing straight away, especially as he sees Jankos coming as well. That's turret number 3 for ROCCAT.
Again, a bit weird is the whole thing. Why do you send Froggen bot so early when your tower is still alive? Yes, you lost your mid tower, but he was still doing fairly well against Overpower. Could try and trade back and forth with him, and with help from Sjokz, they could have been able to pick up a kill. Yet they just gave up the bot tower now. Top tower was already very low by sOAZ himself, so lost all the outer turrets very early in the game.
Well, we have to question as well, at this point in the game, with those kind of moves from Alliance which seem to cost them a little bit. Is that really the slow patch adaptation that they've been talking about? For me, that would have cost them just as much 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, there's nothing about patch. Nothing about patch. I mean, the comp they're running is very good here in 4.11 as well. It was good a few weeks ago as well. There's nothing with the comp they're playing, the way they play the map as well. Would be the same deal. I mean, they had issues in the laning phase. If you look towards the top lane, where sOAZ did really well and managed to take tower by himself, Froggen did outfarm overpower, but his tower took a lot of damage, and Jankos jumped in to take it down, or Celebar jumped in to actually take it down. So they did have the same issues in the laning phase, which they could have had otherwise, even though Froggen did well on farm. Didn't have any pressure on overpower in the very end. Bottom lane, they did take the tower, and then they just sent Froggen down, who can't do anything to defend it by himself. So
we got 20 seconds here until Dragon comes up, and ROCCAT have already shown us that they're willing to fight around Dragon, which is something that the ROCCAT team that was struggling earlier on in this split almost refused to do. They were very scared of getting their hands dirty and fighting around the Dragon. I think because they were scared of losing too early on in the game and falling too far behind. But we saw this from them yesterday and over the last week as well, and certainly here today when they feel they've got this advantage over Alliance, and they're going to be looking to start off this Dragon once again, possibly.
Notice the build from Overpower. He's building towards many different items at the moment. Not sure if he wants to complete a Rod of Ages, if he wants a Lich Bane, Iceborne Gauntlet, he wants an Hourglass. I mean, there's a lot of different items he's building towards, but he didn't actually complete any of them. And if he wants Rod of Ages, you want to get it as early as possible so it starts stacking up. But he's been delaying it a lot. He wanted the early armor, and then he wanted some cooldown reduction, then he wanted the Sheen to smack Froggen even harder in the head. And now also towards the Rod of Ages.
Xalas once again going on to Wickd. Blade of the Ruin King goes down. There's the ultimate now of Wickd. He's going to back away. Dragon started in the meantime here by ROCCAT, and they're going to get this one. Nothing that Alliance can do. And that will be another Dragon here for ROCCAT. And they're up to almost a 5,000 gold lead, 18.5 minutes into this game. Everything going so well for the Polish team.
So this one Alliance had to give up, especially again if you look at the AD carries. We talked about how Blade of the Ruin King and Brutalizer into Ghostblade makes Lucian very strong at his mid-game point, where Caitlyn just needs to farm up. I mean, Tabzz been sitting in his mid lane for the last 5 minutes, just trying to farm as much as possible. So he would have been a lot weaker in the fight. Froggen himself, he needs some more items on Yasuo before he can really start killing people in these team fights. He wants to complete the Blade as well to be even stronger in the split push. So Alliance is just going to be happy sitting in their side lanes and putting Tabzz in the mid lane and try and farm up as much as possible. And then it's up to ROCCAT now to force the next objective. They already got the Dragon, they got the outer turrets. Are they going to group up 4 members and start pushing down mid lane? I don't know what exactly they want to do. sOAZ in this top lane is beating Wickd one-on-one, so they can use this to apply some pressure and force multiple members from Alliance to go top and try to defend against sOAZ if he pushes all the way down.
We did see Alliance actually send Sjokz and Froggen down towards his bottom lane, see if they could catch Celebar out, but he's just frozen that wave halfway up his lane, and he's not going to be feeling in any kind of danger right now, trying to get a bit of farm back. He's fallen a decent amount behind Tabzz, who, as you mentioned, has just gone between the mid lane and the Wolf camp pretty much constantly for these last 5, 6, 7 minutes. And now Alliance are all grouping up here. That middle turret may be the next target for them. There's a 4th man as Tabzz coming back from that Wolf camp, and they need to try and get around to defend this one. But again, Gragas with that wave clear can keep them fairly safe, as Wickd is going to bully Xaxus away somewhat. He's going to ultimate out of that one. They are going to completely surround Xaxus. Can't see him getting away from this one. Got his Bloodwell though, which may help him out. There's the kick. Q going to land as well. Bloodwell is going to get popped, and there are 4 men right on top of Xaxus. You don't get away from that, especially with the bubble, and Froggen will pick up the 3rd kill for Alliance.
But notice here, there's no minions from Alliance because the wave is pushed all the way down to their own tower, and ROCCAT now just pushing down this mid lane. They will be able to take it, even if teleport from Wickd, they can just ignore him.
Oh, they're going to be able to finish this one off. Wickd does come in there, but he's the only man defending for Alliance, and that is a nice move from ROCCAT. Alliance couldn't take the top tower. Yes, they got a kill onto Froggen, but they lose their inner middle turret,
at all.
Which may be enough now for ROCCAT to start warding completely on both sides of the Alliance jungle and really strangling them out.
They already started, placed at least 1 deep ward, can now go back, get some more wards. We see sOAZ here for the pink ward and a green ward for his own top lane. He can move into the big raid throw, the wolf camp, place the ward or the blue buff. And then when the next one spawns, this one they won't be able to get, but the next one they can try and contest it. and try and strangle Alliance out of their own jungle, take everything away from them, and also delay Tabzz from farming, because he's been farming the wolves and the raves. If you walk in, get some deep wards, and catch him farming these camps here, it's an easy kill.
Froggen once again will go right back down to the bottom, seemingly going back to that plan which pretty much cost him the outer turret in the bottom lane earlier on. He does have Sjokz there for a little bit of backup just in case anyone goes aggressive onto him, and Sjokz has now come through onto that tribal chariot. Vander actually waiting around. Celeber going to come in. This may be a good bait actually for Alliance.
Sjokz is here.
Going to have a good go, and there's a wind wall coming down. Ulti out of Vander. Overpower's going to come around the side. There's no one else there for Alliance. There's a barrel coming in, and Sjokz is going to go down. It's Overpower that gets that. TP came out as well from Xaxus in the top lane. They're not going to be able to catch on to Froggen, but again, Alliance thinking they've baited ROCCAT into a fight where actually they've just baited themselves to a death.
They can take top tower. Tabzz already pushing it in here. A lot of members from ROCCAT moved to this bottom side to actually kill Sjokz, and now Alliance pushing onto this top tower. ROCCAT is coming. They want to fight.
Well, Jankos is going to go in there alone here from the start, try and hold on to it.
Too.
Half HP still left on that tower, so they're actually going to keep a hold of that one. And look at this, moving in now to really push Alliance back out of the way. Assault and battery is available. Xaxus going to come from the side. They've caught out Nyph, who's going to get stunned here in just a second, and that will be the kill. He was the sacrificial lamb there for Alliance, so the other two men could get back.
So actually thought the top tower was a lot lower, therefore thought Alliance could take it, but very good move by ROCCAT. Came up there, multiple members, stopped them from even hitting the tower, forced them away, picked up a kill. Now Celeber all alone down this bottom lane against Froggen. We'll just pick up some nice farm, and next time he goes back, should be able to complete his ghost play.
Not sure that Froggen really wants to attack him underneath the tower there either. If he gets a perfect combo off, maybe actually running Elixir here as well is Froggen. That extra spike. I'm not sure how much that's going to give him. Up to 208 CS for him. Does have that shiv, of course, from early. Going Blade of the Ruin King second.
And Alliance side here, a lot of physical damage with both Yasuo, with Caitlyn, and the damage from, or the magic damage from Shyvana late game won't be something that's ROCCAT really gonna bother anything about. So they are stacking a lot of armor here early, which of course will be in favor of them when it comes to late game points. But Alliance can do the same thing, get some defensive items and make it very hard for ROCCAT to kill them. So we might get some very long, drawn-out teamfights in the late game, because ROCCAT will stack a lot of armor, and because Alliance, or because ROCCAT with the comp itself, late game simply won't have a lot of damage, so they need a lot of time in the fights as well. So we have to see how it's gonna work in these fights here. Yasuo, of course, is one of the best champions against a lot of armor. We actually see him going towards Tabzz here.
Oh, his Bloodwell just came up there during that fight, and that will surely be popped here in just a second. Froggen chasing him down that mid lane. McGregor's coming in, can he get the barrel off quick enough? There's the ace in the hole, and that was blocked by Overpower. And Xaxus, what looked like sure death with no passive, he comes back up and he's able to just saunter on out in safety.
The Hurricane from Froggen just missed him, and he walked away without his passive being popped. ROCCAT staying around here. Dragon is alive, but a lot of members from Alliance are going for Nyph.
Oh, they're going to go straight towards Nyph. They're coming out. Overpower gets that one. Wicked's in the middle of them, but he might be in danger as well. They've turned towards Sjokz. He will go down to Celeber. Now Tabzz on his own on the top side along with Wickd. Wicked gets stunned up. He's going to flash actually nicely into that raid camp, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Celeber follows through with a flash, the heal for the speed boost, and gets another kill.
Alliance shouldn't be teamfighting at this point here. ROCCAT are so strong in the mid game. I mean, Celeber, Blade of the Ruin King Ghost Blade, he destroys people. Jankos does a lot of damage as well. They're starting Baron now. You have early armor items. Because ROCCAT are so far ahead in gold, there's no way for Alliance to win a straight up team fight. So I have no idea why they even moved towards ROCCAT.
I mean, if we look there, you see two Randuins, Morel and Nomicon, going to pretty much take Nyph out of the equation in there as well. And that Baron, you see, going very, very quickly in favor of ROCCAT. And they are looking like a completely different team these last couple of weeks. Picking up wins left and right, having full control here over Alliance, who are now doing Dragon and maybe need to be careful. There is Jankos coming in, but it was actually Sjokz that got it. I got a bit overexcited for that one. Sjokz quick enough on the smite this time.
Yeah, smite from Jankos was used on Baron. Didn't have it for the Dragon here, and Alliance at least pick up the first Dragon of the game for them, get some gold. They're still just looking to farm up and go late game, because they don't stand a chance against ROCCAT at the moment. Every single member is just stronger in this mid game point. And now with Baron buff, ROCCAT can farm up these waves, push the side lanes, go back to base, shop, and then just start grouping up and move down. They might even be able to just dive straight onto Alliance.
Let's have a look down some items then. While ROCCAT do in fact push out those side lanes. Ghostblade, Blade of the Ruin King on Celiver, who picked up a great couple of kills in that last fight. We talked earlier about Overpower, who was building in about 3, 4, 5, 6 different directions. Went with the Rod of Aegis, then the Morellonomicon. He's now got a Sheen and that Seeker's Arm Guard, so we'll see what comes up next from his side of that. And we can see there the Dragon totals between these two teams. Way behind a ROCCAT in the grand scheme, but this game they've had such great control.
They've done a very good job with their comp, and the very first Dragon, which actually should have gone to Alliance because they got a kill on Stellar in the bottom lane, ROCCAT was simply just faster at moving and joining in, so they created their own number advantage, killed Sjokz, and then Alliance were just completely split up and had to run away. Now they cannot finally take this blue buff because they moved into the jungle of Alliance, placed all the wards they need, take away the buff, take away the camps, and just deny as much gold as possible from Alliance here.
Yeah, the start of the strangulation possibly here of Alliance, and we see here Jankos waiting over the wall. Didn't realize, I don't think, that Froggen was actually there at the side of him. Possibly even better for Froggen was that news, because there were 3 of them were there. Overpower was just off to the side, and we see Xaxus is pushing out this bottom lane as well. There's a bubble coming to Vanda, but they can't really follow up with any damage on that. Overpower now joining the fight. We'll see if Alliance can hold on to this tower. They've sent Wickd down bottom. Both top laners now in the bottom lane have teleport as well if they need it.
So they can join in here, but it's ROCCAT being aggressive, pushing down the wave every single time. Mid lane, however, they need to go back in and push it out, and then go back to this mid lane. Xaxus down this bottom lane. We see him just ignore Wickd. Walks in, hits the tower a few times, backs away. Will be able to sustain on the minions or the jungle camps if he needs to. And he will just be able to get some damage on the tower every time he has a wave.
ROCCAT still waiting it out with 4 men on the top side of the map, and Alliance have no chance other than to just sit here and hope that they can push these waves out as quickly as possible and stop ROCCAT from actually getting in. We see that bit of tanking going to be needed from Jankos. That's a big hit from Tabzz, actually getting a big crit on towards Celiver, which sent him packing a little bit. But Froggen now, if he shows himself somewhere else, that might be the chance to take that inner turret.
Yeah, or just go straight for the dive if they want to. I mean, Nyph is an easy target. Tabzz, of course, can net away, but still, there's so much damage in this mid-game point for ROCCAT. If they log onto a squishy target, they will be able to get a kill very fast.
So we have a slight pause coming out here. Actually was Overpower that initiated that one, so we'll see exactly what the problem seems to be on that front. But let's take a look then at where we are in this game. We see that ROCCAT nicely ahead overall. 8,200 gold, 4-1 up in turrets, 9-3 up in kills. And those kills in very good place as well. 2 on the AD carry, 3 for Overpower in the mid lane. And I think it's a good time to talk about Overpower because we were wondering how strong this mid lane Gragas was going to be. We've been seeing top lane Gragas over and over and over again. But this mid lane Gragas has worked out nicely for Overpower.
So this is probably the first time I've seen Morellonomicon on mid lane, or on Gragas here in the newer patches, because normally, again, people will build some defensive items, where Morellonomicon obviously doesn't offer you anything defensive. So it's the first time I've seen it, but he's just playing, he's using the fact he was so strong. Even though he fell behind in CS to Froggen, he could actually duel him and kept going towards the kill. So he got very strong, kept building for a lot of AP just to be even stronger now in his mid-game points. Even though he doesn't scale as well as the old Gragas when it comes to his abilities, he can still be very strong now because he's built all this AP. But it will be risky for him late game, where he will be very squishy. And someone like Tabzz, we see him already in Vintage Static Shift. Once he completes a few more items, he will be able to take him down very fast.
Yeah, protection probably going to have to come out next time around with his Zhonya's or what have you for Overpower. Look at Celiver as well, because he's got now that last Whisper finished off. Just a step ahead of Tabzz, really, on finishing off those items, thanks to the gold lead that ROCCAT have over Alliance.
And this game is the reason the European AD carries on Lucian likes to build Blade of the Ruin King and Ghostblade. If you look at the other regions, you actually often see just Infinity Edge every single time as first item, especially in Korea, they don't build this at all. But they like, the European AD carries, they like to go Blade of the Ruin King and just focus on this mid-game power spike you get. And it's a thing ROCCAT has been doing. I mean, as soon as it was completed, they just started looking for fights, looking for kills, looking for objectives, and they got them every time because they were so strong. And because Alliance, for some reason, walked straight into them, I was like, okay, we'll team fight you. Oh, never mind, we lost.
And it's funny because we looked at other teams before and we said they've got a fine team comp, but they're fighting at the wrong times. And it seems like Alliance have done almost that in this game, getting dragged in a couple of times there to that Dragon Pit. We'll see if they can actually change things around. They're on the back foot now, of course, with ROCCAT having Baron buff on and just being, quite frankly, so far ahead of things. They've set up that split push, xAZZ down in the bottom lane with Wickd trying to hold on to him. And you mentioned about Wickd, the fact that the Shyvanas here in Europe generally will go into that Sunfire Cape and then maybe off onto Blade of the Ruined King. This time around, full tank build though. Randuin's is his second item.
So normally when you talk with the top laners here, they will only go Blade of the Ruined King if they feel like they can do anything in a split push. Otherwise, they'll just build full tank and stay and farm a lane with teleport, then teleport in and flank around in a team fight and just be very, very tanky. The issue is, if you build full tank on Shyvana, you won't be able to hold someone like Aatrox, because he has Blade, so he will take you down very fast in the start with the 8% of your current health on hit with the Blade, and at the same time, every time the minion wave comes towards him, he'll just heal back up whatever damage he took before, and he can keep doing it again and again. So Wickd won't be able to hold him in these one-on-ones, and they have to send someone down to help him, otherwise they will lose a tower. And Alliance at the moment are just trying to buy time. Only issue for ROCCAT, while Gragas is good at sieging, he's still a melee champion, so he needs to move in and smack the tower. He can't do it because Alliance are standing there defending, so they only have Celavar to actually hit the tower.
So how do they hold on to this in the grand scheme of your Alliance? We talk always about wave clear and how your composition is able to hold on to turrets. And if you look down that Alliance team, the only real safe wave clear, I guess we can call it, is the Piltover Peacemaker out of Caitlyn. And then you look at Pacemaker, that's pretty cool. Bad for your heart sometimes, or good for your heart in others, I suppose. But for ROCCAT, you know, the likes of these barrels that are going to be hurting means that it's hard for you to stick to a tower. If Celavar pops his Cullen, you can't stick onto that turret against an AD carry that's going up to 3-4 items.
And it's what ROCCAT is doing at the moment. They are standing 4 members up in the top side and just try and poke away into Alliance. If they manage to get some poke on someone like Tabzz and force him away from the tower, they can just move straight in and take it. I mean, they need 1 member from Alliance to back away. They can either dive or just brute force onto the tower, take it down, even though only Celavar is a ranged champion. They can still, as soon as there's not 4 members from Alliance to fight them on the tower, they should be able to take it. So they're basically waiting for Alliance to make their move, or for ROCCAT to land some good poke, force someone back. I mean, Nyph, he's very squishy. If he moves too close to overpower, he's going to ult him back to his own team and just destroy him instantly and then move in for the tower. So ROCCAT definitely in the driving seat and pushing down 2 lanes. Mid lane, however, is going to actually be pushed up to them, which is an issue because they won't have any pressure then.
No pressure on that mid lane. Same time though, it only needs 1 person to go over there, although that person could end up being hunted by someone like Froggen, who will definitely be able to kill off the likes of Celavar, although that Ghost Blade of the Ruined King combo can often catch you out here, I think, as well, with that last whisper added in. Let's talk about ROCCAT and, you know, a little bit more wider picture, because we noted before that Veggie, their coach, their analyst, has been back with this team. And it's not just a coincidence that ROCCAT have started really picking up their game, doing well and gaining some of that confidence back, because earlier on in the season we saw them after a victory, Sjokz sought to overpower on stage, and it looked like they were on a 10-game losing streak the way that he was looking on that one. But this is the ROCCAT that are looking happier and I think feeling as confident as they did in the spring split.
So in the start of this split, Veggie apparently wasn't with the team. He was doing his own thing, not sure what he was doing, but he wasn't there for the first few weeks, and ROCCAT looked very, very bad. I mean, they lost a lot of games to talk about how they didn't perform. They were down as the bottom team in the standings, and we were also talking about how, what's going to happen with ROCCAT? I mean, they don't look like the team we saw last split. Some of the other players were talking about they had a good run last split. The patch really fit them. It doesn't fit them anymore, so they will no longer perform as well. Veggie came back. They always talk about how he helps them a lot. He provides a lot of insight to the game and helps them find tactics and strategies. So once he came back, it was pretty obvious. As a team, they started believing more and more. Yes, they had some long, drawn-out games. I especially remember the one in London, which was almost an hour long, which is it was the playstyle of ROCCAT for some weeks. Just say, win early game, and then just take every single dragon, every single baron, and just take it really easy, grind out the enemy team, get to late game, and win the game. This game, instead, though, because again they look better, they look more confident, They're playing aggressive, they have a mid-game comp, and they use it really well to apply a lot of pressure and get very far ahead.
Yeah, and that was, I think, those hour-long games where they would win, where they take longer than they probably should, and not look confident while doing it, was because of their frame of mind almost, because they were saying, we've got no confidence to win these games. We're so scared of messing things up when we've got a 5, 10, 15, 20,000 gold lead even with Baron on, with half of the turrets on the map completely taken out, and our champion's so much stronger in terms of kills and items than everyone else, but definitely a different beast. And I suppose while we're on topics of different beasts, we have to talk about Alliance here a little bit as well, because as a team that had dominated the early stages of this split, let's say the first half of this split was all about Alliance, and SK as well, who also are having a bit of a tricky time. And why is that? I mean, I already asked you the question earlier on. This game, is it because they've been slow to adapt to the patches? Doesn't look like it to me.
So again, from talking with Alliance themselves, they don't really have a playstyle anymore. They're trying a lot of different things. They build comps who can do multiple things, but then they don't do any of them. And it's just weird to see them play, because in this game, the whole idea was obviously Froggen would split push, Wickd would split push, and Tabzz would sit in the mid lane. And they needed to buy time. They didn't. They went into fights, they went into dragon fights, and just team fights in general, and it wasn't a game plan for them. Once they did it, they just fell behind. So they're basically not playing to their own strength anymore, and they really need to go back and watch these games and rethink what should we have done different and how do we get back to the level we were before. Because they're not all of a sudden bad players. They're great players. They're still some of the best players in Europe and still one of the best teams in Europe. They just need to figure out what they're doing wrong at the moment.
Well, guys, you may have noticed we are back in game here with Alliance versus ROCCAT. Looks like Overpower's issues were solved in this one, so we are back underway, and we'll see what ROCCAT can do with it. They've got an 8,000 gold lead as we approach the 30-minute mark of this matchup. We can see that the Baron buff has now timed out on them, and as such, they've moved away from that split-pushing formation that they had, the 4 men up top, 1 man down bottom, and we'll wait things out. There's a Dragon up in 2 minutes. ROCCAT only lost 1, I believe, and that was the last one while they were basically doing Baron.
So worth. Definitely worth it for ROCCAT. They didn't actually get any towers down with the Baron buff. Just kept farming, got some deep wards, which has now disappeared. And you see Alliance, some very good defensive wards. Instantly as they lost the Baron buff, they went into their own jungle, placed a lot of wards up so they could try and spot ROCCAT moving around. And now ROCCAT basically need to reset everything, group up once again, start moving down. If they feel confident, they can siege down the tower, go into the jungle once again, put some new wards, because they've all disappeared by now. And sOAZ is just staying down this bottom lane here. Farming on against Wickd. Now actually Froggen, maybe he wants to look for a fight. There's a lot of armor on the side of sOAZ, but we have to remember, Yasuo with his 50% armor penetration when he uses his ulti is very good against armor.
Against 50% of that armor, at least.
Against 50% of it. I mean, you probably still would wish they didn't have any armor,
exactly.
But he's one of the champions who can work against it.
So, Baron, as we were talking about, Dragon will be coming up in 1.5 minutes time. Just want to note that Jankos actually picking up that Frozen Mallet, so good chunk of health and a bit of AD, and that's
Frozen Mallet.
The slow, really, to maybe be chasing down the last final members of Alliance who try to escape from them. Looks like ROCCAT may be setting up, first of all, for that Dragon, and then going to move straight over towards Baron. You can see already the ward coverage that they have on the top side of the map. Pink wards basically all around there, so that they keep full vision of that while they do that objective on the bottom side.
And Alliance in this mid lane don't really feel confident enough to just move straight into the Baron area, because if ROCCAT is waiting for them, they will lose the team fight, and they know it, so they're just staying very, very far back, trying to farm. You even see Froggen down this bottom lane here, being very careful. Just, okay, I'm going to move forward, I'm going to move back a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to take this wave and then back away, because I know there's a chance ROCCAT is nearby, and they are nearby, because they're moving in now.
That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people to go into Froggen, and there we see Assault and Battery going to be used. Froggen is going to flash away, but he's not going to escape this one. He's going to fall down eventually. Sjokz against that goes onto a rampage at 404, and they can loop around, do the Dragon, or maybe say, you know what, we've only got 25 seconds, we're going to go to Baron, or even they're pushing down this mid lane.
This is what they needed. Before, they couldn't actually push because there was wave play on the side of Alliance and they didn't feel confident enough to dive. But now with Froggen being dead, they just push straight into this mid lane.
they actually finish this one off. Wickd did take that top turret in the outer turret, sorry, in the top lane. And look at ROCCAT, they're saying, we don't care, we won this one. Froggen's down for 20 seconds. Tabzz getting caught out of position completely. Overpowered, blowing him into the rest of the team with his barrel. And that's going to be the first in him down. Fairly easy for ROCCAT, and they can just back off, get themselves a Baron, and they're going to have that mid lane pressure now that they didn't have on their last split push endeavor.
And we saw Froggen down his bottom lane here. Before he actually died, he moved back and forth. Didn't really know, can I actually go and take this wave, or will ROCCAT just come and kill me? They're not done yet. Going for Wickd now.
No, Wickd actually will be able to get away just before he gets stunned. You can see one more auto attack would have done that one. There's a blue buff for the taking as well, keeping everything they can away from Alliance. But Froggen is now back on the map, and he's already in this mid lane. xAZZ is at half HP. Vanda's not super healthy. They don't have Tabzz there. But can Alliance hold them away from this Baron long enough? Wickd going to be focused down. He's going to be finished off here, surely, and that's the tank gone for Alliance. I can't see how they can compete now for this. They're going to have to go for a steal, but look at that. Overpowered diving over the backside. He's going to keep Sjokz moved away from the backside, and possibly the steal as well as a Baron down to 3k HP. Froggen is there on the side. Vanda falling decently low, but they dive towards Froggen. Can they finish him? He ults onto Sjokz at the back. Vanda will kill off Froggen, and they do finally get Sjokz. Baron is still up, still doing damage, and the smite, as you rightly say, is gone now for ROCCAT. Will that force them away? It will. It's enough to force ROCCAT off the Baron.
So Alliance sacrificed everything on trying to kill Genja, so the smite was gone, and ROCCAT had to back away from the Baron. Didn't want to risk Sjokz stealing it. Now they are so far ahead already. We're just going to see the replay once again. Overpower actually on the other side of the Baron because he tried to force Sjokz away. He just moved around. And now Froggen here with full focus on Genja. He's the target they want to kill. Overpower tried to shoot them away to finish off the Baron, but it wasn't in time. And gets the knock-up onto Genja from Froggen. Kills him. Now the smite is gone, and they have to back away because Sjokz is still nearby. Also landed a Q onto Overpower, so could jump in and try and smite the Baron if ROCCAT stayed on it.
I think in the grand scheme, a wise decision from ROCCAT to actually back away. And we see that the pink ward's now being cleared out by Nyph as well, but it's a 10,600 gold lead for ROCCAT, and those super minions have to be dealt with there as well. You see that Tabzz has already backed away to be pushing those out along with Nyph. And Alliance going to go back to getting as much farm as they can here from their own jungle, including this red buff.
They need to run to Baron
Froggen now.
They have to go up towards Baron because ROCCAT is already moving up, clearing the wards. Very good sweep lanes by Vanda just outside the pit to spot this sneaky ward here from Alliance they placed. Now clearing everything they can. There's still a ward left.
No.
Still one ward left, so Alliance will be able to see if they actually started. Unless they move into the pit and try and bait it, and Alliance think they're on it.
They certainly could do, but they can see here in full vision that ROCCAT have set up that bit of a trap. And Alliance need to be so very careful of this one. They know that ROCCAT have moved forward a little bit. There's the vision of them just creeping around. So this corner brush is such an obvious target, while Overpower stands on the trap itself, which will be even more obvious to them now that this has started off. But there is the start of the Baron. It's going to go down to half very quickly. Wickd is going to TP to that pesky wall that caused them problems before, flashing straight away. But can they now hold them off? Are Alliance going to still challenge for this one? They have to. I mean, they lose this one, they're pretty much going to lose out on the game as a whole. They're still getting these walls down. Finally swept away. Double sweeping lens just to be sure there from ROCCAT. They start off the Baron again.
Starting in, Overpower staying outside of the Baron pit to try and poke Alliance if they move in towards them. Sjokz coming in with the ward. Same deal as before here. And actually going straight for Sjokz. Want to try and take him down.
Oh, they're going to try and stun him out here. There is the stun, and they're going to dive towards Sjokz. Double kill low for Froggen, and the Baron is still alive here. This is a disaster for ROCCAT. What's going to happen? xAZZ gets himself popped there on his Bloodwell. Baron's still very low. There is Sjokz bubbled up. Sjokz goes Alliance out. Alliance get the Baron. Disaster strike for ROCCAT. They may even get ace here. Tabzz and Nyph now chasing after Vanda. It's a double already for Tabzz. Vanda will get to safety, but Alliance have got half a minute to push up the mid.
I have absolutely no idea what ROCCAT was doing here. Vanda, he went out straight onto Sjokz, used everything by himself. Everyone else from ROCCAT just went on different targets. I really hope we're gonna get a replay here, because Alliance now, they're definitely back in the game.
And they're going to take turrets like nobody's business, shredding through them. Wickd tanky enough to just go in there and tank them up completely. The inhibitor surely will fall as well. Overpower and Celeber are going to be coming up in 7 seconds time, but Alliance say we've held on long enough, we've stolen the Baron, and look at that mid lane. It's now in our favor because our inhib has really respawned as well.
So again, we're just gonna see the replay here. Notice Vander going for Sjokz by himself. Nobody else follows. Wickd goes into the Dragon Pit or into Baron Pit. There's no coordination from ROCCAT. Yenga stays.
Boom.
Jumping around, there's nothing here. Froggen kills 2 people by himself. SOAZ jumped out to try and kill Sjokz, but why do you even care about the jungler at this moment when there's a Yasuo just killing your entire team? So there's so much focus from ROCCAT onto Sjokz, even though it wasn't even about stealing the Baron now. It was about actually a real team fight. There's so many free kills from Alliance. I mean, completely horrible team fight by ROCCAT and might have just given everything over to Alliance.
And this is why ROCCAT was so insecure about doing things like this before. These are the kind of problems I think that gave them that insecurity where they said, we've got a massive lead, but we're scared of going too far. This time they bet everything on that Baron. And Sjokz, you have to say, played that absolutely brilliantly. Drew so much out of the back, almost went down, and then just safeguards off into the pit as well, using everything that he had. Did stay alive as well, got a heal coming out of Summoner from Tabzz and also from Nyph as well. And almost, I'd imagine, was laughing after that fight where they thought, I'm going to die at the back, guys. This is their Baron. Somehow survives it. Froggen just blowing them up for the double kill as well. And now you see that entire map belongs to Alliance. Bottom side completely I say completely watered out. There's 4 very close wards there. But ROCCAT, that's going to bring back some of these indecisive thoughts that they had in previous games, and I worry for them at this stage.
And they didn't even need the Baron. They were very far ahead. They already had mid inhibitor down, so that super minions spawning in. They could have gone back to the 4 people top lane, 1 person in the bottom lane, and just pushing in. And as you talked about, they would have now the pressure in the mid lane. So they didn't actually need the Baron, yet they put so much focus onto it. Still, Alliance are behind in gold, and there's a lot of armor on the side of ROCCAT, so we might see Alliance just try and keep farming up a little bit and not necessarily just force a straight-up teamfight under the tower of ROCCAT, even though they have the Baron buff, because it's going to be hard for them to burst down a target with all this armor on the side of ROCCAT.
Do with a last whisper here and there. We obviously have one on the AD carry. Froggen might think about that, although he went for that Banshee's Veil as a bit more defense here. Especially, I mean, Banshee going to help things out when he's got to dive in there to get his ulti off and the knock-up across him. Overpower then may have his ultimate blocked from that one that could possibly hinder that one. But look at Alliance, they've pushed up a bit on the bottom lane. Mid lane is going to be pushed on through. They're just going to switch straight across towards that top side of the map, get more wards in on the red side of ROCCAT's jungle, and surely then just push this top wave out so that ROCCAT are left with a decision of where do we defend.
They probably don't even have to defend anything at the moment because Alliance, with Froggen down this red buff, is only 4 members and they're just looking to push out the waves and then move away, because ROCCAT can now move up to his top tower here, but Alliance, I mean, they know they can't really push it in, so they just back away. And they put pressure on the map simply to take everything in the jungle of ROCCAT and make ROCCAT think, okay, they're gonna group up 5, try and go for a tower here, we need to stay as a group in our base and just defend the tower. But Alliance, they kept Froggen by himself in their own jungle throughout the entire time of the Baron buff, so they never really were looking for any fights, just farm, farm, farm. Need more items. I mean, Tabzz again needs even more items before he can really melt through all the armor and then become very, very strong. You want Wickd as well to get a blade so he can start doing something against SOAZ if they do end up in this one-on-one once again. So Alliance basically just been buying time with this Baron buff and giving them a lot of extra gold.
Have a look at some more items here. As we talked about armor before with the Randuins, for the jungler, for the top laner, they've both now got Thorn Mails as well, which is going to be a harder nut to crack. Just want to quickly look how much exact armor. 286 on Xaxus, 284 on Jankos. So a lot of armor to be working through there. So this game definitely not going to be over. This Baron buff probably going to be timed out, and ROCCAT, well, if it comes to another Baron, which it probably will here with 2 minutes until it spawns, they're going to be worrying so much about how they can safely do this one. But to be honest, despite that last fight, they're the ones that have been in control of this game up until now.
100%. It was all about this Baron here, and then some miscommunication by ROCCAT. Some members going to stop Sjokz, some members staying to team fight, and in the end they just split up and got destroyed by Alliance. Also in the Baron pit, it's very hard to move around, very easy for someone like Froggen to land the knock-up, hit multiple members with his ult, like we saw before. And Alliance still just waiting, buying time, keep farming. We even see some defensive items now on Tabzz. And Nyph, you're in trouble.
This is real bad, but there's a flash from Nyph, and that might just get him away. Meanwhile, they go for Jankos. He will flash out of things. A tidal wave went through and hit 2 or 3 more men that were trying to chase in, but Nyph can think himself a little bit lucky there, having to use the flash to get away. Tidal wave will be down, but there's Baron coming up in a minute. Vander trying to zone them out as well.
This opens up for ROCCAT to move into the Baron now, put down their own pink ward and clear everything Alliance actually put down before, because they forced Nyph back and the rest of the Alliance members, so we do see them clear out the pink ward, can place their own, and now try and take control of this Dragon Pit once again, or Baron Pit once again. And then see if Alliance want to face check them. But Alliance did a very good job last time of not just running straight into the face. They kept moving in, poking a little bit. You had the scrying open Froggen as well. And that is one very important ward to just spot ROCCAT as well.
Look at that gold swing there. ROCCAT having a slow but steady lead that was building up until about 35 minutes in the game, where it's hitting around 10k. And all of a sudden that just disappears as they lose out on Baron the kills and everything in that mid lane. That inhibitor has respawned now though, so won't have super minions coming in. But look at the timer top left, 10 seconds until the Baron comes up. ROCCAT have already moved out here. What's the plan gonna be? They're gonna go for Tabzz. They're gonna try and lock down the AD carry with 2 men. Have they got enough to finish off? Froggen is there as well. Overpower goes into the mid. Tidal wave comes down. Zon uses poke. Froggen's gonna go down. There's the shutdown. That's truly the big kill that ROCCAT are looking for here. Xayah is low. Wickd will probably finish him off. The Sjokz getting chased through. Sullivan gets another one. Wickd did get the kill, so it's 2 for 1, but they've lost Froggen, they've lost Sjokz. Overpower's going to completely zone Wickd away now. Nami's up the top side. Tabzz will get a recall. He's going to be the only one around there. This should be the Baron. TP coming in. He can't actually stop him TPing out, but he probably won't care either. ROCCAT going to go for a Baron that I don't want to say 100% is theirs, but beyond anything ridiculous. Now it is, because Nyph's going to go as well. So there's no one there for Alliance. ROCCAT, with that team fight win, are going to secure Baron.
Such a good engage by Jankos. Look at the minimap. Alliance are completely out of position. Tabzz takes so much damage, forced to flash away here. Overpower joins in. He needs to use Outlast very early to dodge the wave, but then all the damage from Alliance now is pretty much gone, because Tabzz was forced out. He can only hit the closest target, and Froggen, he tried to kill Sullivan, wasn't enough. He went down, and from there on the damage was gone from Alliance, and now ROCCAT could just clear it up with all the armor, but still trying to go one, and
Tabzz, you're dead again. Tabzz completely out of position there. This happened the last time that ROCCAT pushed in on towards that inhibitor. There's 2 men down. Sjokz going to be coming up, but there's no AD carry for a minute. ROCCAT have a wave pushing at bottom. Top's going to be slowly but surely pushing through as well. They should have Alliance down to just their base after this push.
Now there's no wave clear on the side of Alliance, so they should be able to take this tower as well and push it into the next one, because there's still 40 seconds on Tabzz. They will take it.
Yeah, barrel rolling through, too much zone in there from ROCCAT for Alliance to think about staying around, and they just simply back away. But will ROCCAT actually go now for this inhibitor turret with 30 seconds still until the AD carry comes up? Wind wall will come in. That's a good little bubble onto Vander to give them a bit of damage, but as that wind wall goes down, you see ROCCAT move into this one. Nothing that Alliance can do to stop it. The second inhibitor of the game is for ROCCAT is going to be going down on the bottom side of the map. They can do exactly the same now up on the top side.
So with all the armor on the side of ROCCAT and so much physical damage on Alliance, ROCCAT actually looking very, very strong in the late game. I said in Champs like how ROCCAT might have issues late game with the damage because of the champions, because Gragas doesn't scale as well with AP as he used to do, but because they've been stacking so much armor, they've been doing well in these fights. And because they could catch Tabzz out of position, we have to say it, he was caught out of position in the mid lane. The rest of Alliance weren't even close to help him. So it was a big advantage from ROCCAT just as the fight started. And then they managed to take down Froggen afterwards and punish Tabzz once again in the mid lane, where they caught him out of position for the 2nd time in a row. And then took 2 inhibitors from it. So very good engages from ROCCAT. And as long as they can get to the squishy targets from Alliance, they will be able to actually force them out of the fight or take them down and then win the fight, even though they don't necessarily have too much burst damage themselves.
Feel a little bad for Tabzz, because as that fight started and basically Jankos just beeline for him, he was actually pretty far back, but that's the advantage of Vi. You know, if you use your flash, your Vault Breaker, and then your ultimate to get in, you cover a lot of ground. Doesn't mean that you're necessarily safe. An Alliance who are just all over the place now, and look at it, they're moving straight towards the top side now.
And finally, ROCCAT also did the thing they didn't do against GAMBIT when they played Vi last week. Follow Jankos. If he goes in, everyone follow. Like they flashed for it. sOAZ, he flashed, jumped on to Tabzz as well. They knew, okay, Jankos is going in, we will follow him. They didn't do it last week when they played Vi. Therefore, they lost the team fights. This game around, they've been doing it every single time. When Jankos went in, the rest of the team followed instantly.
So one inhibitor remains here for Alliance. The super minions are going to be streaming in down the bottom lane. That's the lane that's going to be causing the most problems because they have to leave the furthest possible place to defend here on this top side of the map. We'll see if ROCCAT can force them to send someone down there. They're going to have to. We can see that Tabzz is already moving back to that one. Mid lane is also pushing in as well, and this should allow ROCCAT to get in there and have a good go onto this turret. The super minions are already on the Nexus turrets. They're going to get one at least from this one. Alliance have sent Tabzz back, but he can't stop it. There's actually, how many? 2 super minions in there. Tabzz himself is actually taking a lot of damage from those super minions. Does finally clear most of those out and gets back to the top lane.
Alliance, they have to just go for an engage, try and win the fight, and go back to your own base and clear the super minions. Because every time they move back and forth to clear them, ROCCAT will push in, get a few hits on the tower, and they can keep doing it over and over.
Wickd there taking some damage of his own. Tabzz real far forward once again. Only needs a single ultimate to come out there from Overpower, and he'll find himself right in the middle of the team. And his Banshee's Veil not ready just yet. That's the thing that may save him going forward as the ball lands onto Zaz's. Cullen gonna come out. You need to get away from that as they do manage to dodge off to the sides. And we see that the super minions being pushed back at least to the steps of the base for now by Alliance.
You also see the traps being put down by Tabzz, so annoying to deal with when you want to move in and hit the tower. If your Banshee's not up and you're Cello and you step on a trap, it's the go signal for Alliance to just pile onto you and try and kill you.
And infantry spawned here in mid as well, so ROCCAT just going to come straight across to this one, try and deal with it. It's Overpower took a little bit of damage there from Wickd. He's got that Blade of the Ruin King, but there's still super minions inside of the base itself, and that means the second Nexus turret is actually going to go down to half HP, which is a real problem here. Alliance holding on by just a thread in this match. Top lane is being pushed out by Overpower as well.
It's all about killing Selva at the moment. If they manage to get him down, a lot of the damage from ROCCAT is gone, and you see them constantly trying to land with Bubble onto him, land the Hurricane from Froggen, just to get this engage going where they can kill him instantly and then win the team fight. If they don't get to Selva, he will be able to destroy them.
Can they do this? Can they hold on to it? That's the question. It's not just raining, it's pretty much pouring here from Alliance's side. Those super minions again will be coming in down the bottom. It is the last wave though, because that inhibitor did respawn. Mid inhib of course is already up, as well as Wickd. Gonna get caught out a little bit, but he is super tanky at this point. And ROCCAT just looking again for that little chance where Alliance have maybe overcommitted on one side or the other. And in the end they decide, okay, let's back away. We've done enough damage for now. There's 1 minute and 15 till that next Baron comes up. They're all sat on over 1,200 gold. There's 1,800 gold even on some of them to spend. So gonna be on max build here.
And ROCCAT played it very, very safe here. Every time Alliance sent someone back to clear the super minions, ROCCAT didn't actually move in and try and take inhibitor or try and take a tower. They stayed back. Some Alliance now managed to hold off, got both inhibitors back now. Super minions will no longer be spawning. I feel like ROCCAT maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive, but they didn't want to risk getting into a bad fight and lose the game here because they've been playing so well. So played it very, very safe. Now gives Alliance actually a second chance, because Baron is going to be up in 30 seconds, where Alliance can go up and try and force or try and be part of a team fight. And if they win it, take Baron and possibly the game here. So second chance for Alliance, even though they have super minions running into the base, and with all the armor on ROCCAT, they could easily have tanked up the tower if they wanted to.
I actually saw Selva sell his Ghost Blade and pick up a Trinity Force here.
Yeah, it's not the best late game item, so it makes a lot of sense he actually wants to sell it.
Also on the other side, Zephyr was picked up by Tabzz as he sold his boots, so he's on a full 6-item build now, and we can basically forget about the gold and the items, because everyone's right up there at this stage. It's all about positioning and how these next fights, or next fight probably, there's probably only going to be one of them. We're already 52 minutes almost into this game, and look, the Baron has now respawned in. It's been a hotly contested area of the map up until now, with Alliance managing that great fight earlier to steal one Baron away. ROCCAT then picking up the kills to get this, well, it was the third one of the game, obviously. The fourth one has spawned in, and we'll see who's going to get the better of that one. I think ROCCAT, as you said, could have been a little bit more aggressive earlier on, but it's definitely about safety for them. You know, they've already had that scary moment once where they ended up losing the Baron and then their inhibitor in that mid lane. If you lose the Baron now, it's probably going to be your entire base and your Nexus.
Yeah. Whoever loses the next team fight should also lose the game, because you're dead for such a long time. And it's actually Alliance pushing ROCCAT back here in their own side of the map. Very few wards around the Baron, however, no pink wards for any of the teams, so none of them can just try and sneak it with 1 or 2 members. Alliance actually pushing up here, getting some damage on the Sas, forcing him to back away, but Wickd as well, taking a lot of damage from Celavar.
A lot of damage, probably far too much, and there's the ulti coming in, they're going to go for it. Wickd has to flash away. Nyph going to be bounced around as well. Froggen does get his ultis onto Overpower, and he just uses the Zhonya's. They lose Sjokz. Overpower's going to go low. He's back. Is he going to survive it? There's a lot of damage following in on that one, but he has managed to live through. Tabzz may be caught out as well. Vander, Celavar chasing in. Nyph will be the easy target here, though, for ROCCAT, and only 2 men now left alive. They're too dangerous men for Alliance. Wickid's going to TP back up to this one. Didn't fully heal, but it might actually be enough for him. Where are ROCCAT going to go? You can see they're kind of wondering, do we go back? No, do we actually recall here? Alliance starting to push a little bit up middle. ROCCAT going to come back into this one. Wickd takes another blast from Celavar, but they're playing around each other, trying to get back onto their own side. There is Froggen going in. Can he finish up Vander? It's Tabzz that gets the kill, but Froggen will be hunted down. Wickd down in as well. Celavar down towards Tabzz. Gets that one. Wickid's going to go down as well. This is surely the game for ROCCAT.
Froggen, he jumps onto Vander, the support. He didn't get Celavar. It's all about Celavar. In this last fight here for Alliance, they didn't get to him. He did all the damage, and with all the armor on the rest of the members, they could just tank up Alliance over and over. They're going to finish the game.
They're going to finish the game. Sjokz going to come up in 7, Nyph in 15, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough to stop this ROCCAT team blowing through their base. Jankos and Overpower can tank things up, and they're actually going to go for Sjokz here. It's going to put Jankos onto the fountain. Kick from Sjokz will get him probably back off to safety, but they don't care. They're going for the Nexus, and ROCCAT go 2-0 on the week. Alliance losing out once again, and what a victory. It was a hard 4-1. It took them 54 minutes. They lost a team fight, lost a Baron, lost an inhibitor, but held on in the end. Brilliant from ROCCAT.
And this very, very last team fight was so back and forth. It was all about getting to the squishy members. We even saw Overpower go in very aggressive, had to use the hourglass and managed to get away, recalled and returned into the fight. And Alliance, they stayed around, they wanted more. Lands a knock-up onto Vander, goes for it, and then Celavar just stays right next to him and just destroys the remaining members of Alliance and managed to win the game here. So both teams with some very, very close late game team fights. You have the one side with so much armor, you have the other side with 2 great scaling, carries into the late game, but they just couldn't deal with all the armor from ROCCAT, could tank it up, and they could never get to Celavar, ever.
Both teams are now on bigger streaks than they were before. For ROCCAT, it's now a 5-game winning streak. For Alliance, though, it's a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah.
We talked earlier on about FNATIC maybe peaking at the right time. We may be looking at Alliance losing these games and struggling to find their form at exactly the wrong time of the season.
4.11 definitely didn't go well for them yet. Lost both games on it, lost 2 games on 4.10. They talked about how the patch, we need to figure it out still, it doesn't really favor us yet. They have to go back and prepare for next week, because if they keep playing like they're doing now, they might make a FNATIC from last split and just lose 7-8 games in a row, and all of a sudden teams will overtake them in the standings.
Well, a brilliant win there for ROCCAT, and we're going to send things over to Sjokz, who's on stage with Overpower, for a closer look into that game.
Thank you very much, Joe. First off, again, congratulations, Overpower. Another fantastic victory for you guys coming in. Talk me through the game, and specifically through that huge focus you guys had on Baron, which brought Alliance totally back in the game when you lost that fight.
Well, what we did, it was basically we just picked the early comp position that can take easy dragons, and I think that's what happened. They couldn't even fight us till like 40 minutes in the game. We were close to throwing the game, and it's really sad for us, but you know, like you have such stress that you want to make the Baron, like miscalls happened, and yeah, we somehow won the game, and against Alliance.
Well, talk me through what we knew about you guys, that you were insecure, maybe finishing out games even where you were when you were ahead. Then that Baron moment happened, and it's very close in the end. Did that influence the way you played that endgame push?
Yes, I think that some of us thought that we're going to lose this game now. But since they cannot throw it as well, we were like happy to take the game.
Well, it's very good to see you smiling, because you mentioned it yourself. You were quite sad a couple of weeks ago. What is the feeling like now on a 5-0 winning streak?
It feels great to be on 5-0, but it feels even better to win against SK in Alliance. It'll give us hope for the World Championship, and I think we can make it now.
I think you can make it now. Well, congratulations on this one. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, it's time for us to take a quick break, but when we come back, GAMBIT takes on the SUPA Hot Crew. We'll be back in 3.5.
There's a lot of Alliance, at least when I walked onto the stage. I don't know about you, but me and Nyph got a good cheer.
No, I got no cheer.
Yeah. Wow.
Sad.
Wow.
No, they're intimidated by my muscles.
Oh god, Sjokz.
Free kill, they're finishing.
I got Lucian.
Lucian and Gragas in the back.
I hit the one.
They're on me.
I hear you,
Try to finish it. Sjokz is still in the pit.
Don't finish it, do not Sjokz reload.
I'm dead, I'm gonna die.
Kill the Y.
Get the Y. Finish dash. I get the Atlas.
Go mid,
Beast wave, dude. Overpower goes into the mid. Tidal wave comes down. Zon uses his pop. Froggen's gonna go down. There's the shutdown. That's truly the big kill. The ROCCAT looking for you. Can he finish off Banda? It's Tabzz against the kill, but Froggen will be hunted down. Wickd dives in as well. Sullivan dives towards Tabzz. Gets that one. Wickid's gonna go down as well.
There's people who don't use any skins, like Faker and stuff, and he's renowned for not using skins. I just think it's pretty cool to be able to have my own little flair on my champions I play.
I think most of the time it's functional. Like, I like some skins just make me feel more confident on the champion because of the way it looks, the color maybe.
My favorite is the legendary Vladimir skin. I like the voiceover and he sounds even more evil than he usually does.
Kneel before Vlad.
Yeah, I like Freylord Ash. You're just like a AD carry and you're like all in white. Looks pretty cool.
Muay Thai Lee Sin. He feels more fast.
Eddie's in trouble. Candy Panda comes in. One more shot. It's Mascaran that steals it away.
I like unique ones. Like the Aether Wing, Kale. Like, it's actually like playing a new champion.
Najbardziej mi się podobają skiny do Korkiego, mają najlepsze animacje i lepiej się gra niż bez skina.
I like the Syndra skin that the balls are like water.
It's going to be a lot of damage. They may even be able to kill him. Wild Growth coming out, but it's going to be Peke that's able to finish off there.
With the sound or something make it way smooth, and I like to play with that one.
Actually, my favorite skin has to be from my old mid-lane times when I played Fizz. It has to be Tundra Fizz. Because he has like these little sandals and he has like an Eskimo outfit on it. It just looks really funny. So it's the best skin ever.
When I came to the studio, Rekkles came into the player lounge and said, I really want to play Strike Illusion. I love this skin and I hope I'm able to play it for you. And then he went on stage before me and he got to play Lucian. But he didn't have any riot points on the offline account, so he couldn't get the Strike Illusion skin.
And then he actually managed to buy the skin off stage because you could buy it in the practice rooms.
So I got to play Strike Illusion before Rekkles, which made me a really happy boy.
Welcome back to the European LCS. Before we head into our next match, we're going to break down ROCCAT's win over Alliance. 5-0 right now, ROCCAT. And Trevor, you were mentioning it's like watching a game in a time capsule.
Yeah, big time. Gragas mid, Vi in the jungle, Shyvana back in the top lane, Alliance failing, and ROCCAT winning. It's basically spring split all over again. ROCCAT played confidence, they had ganks, they were moving around the map. We keep talking about the fact they're challenging for dragons this week. And it just feels like they're ramping up and they're finding the form that helped them, play so well during the course of the spring splits.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Alliance coming in once again with a full AD comp. And again, it doesn't really seem to work out for them.
No, and of course, the longer the game went, the worse it was going to get for them. You saw eventually they got the Ranians in pretty early on, but then came the Thornmails. You saw Froggen at the end there. They went in towards Xaxus, but he was just basically beating himself to death against a big brick wall because they were so strong towards the end. They just didn't have enough.
Yeah, but when they were able to fight with that Yasuo, for instance, it did pay dividends for them in that one fight around Baron. Let's actually get that replay up on the screen, because ROCCAT was in this one basically saying, get back into the game, Alliance.
Deficio said it perfectly, and this was a terrible fight for ROCCAT. The one thing you want to notice is just how Vander is trying to peel, but he's so focused on getting the jungler out of the fight, he completely ignores the fact that Wickd, Froggen, and Tabzz are hanging out on the left-hand side. Let's roll this clip out, and we'll drop to 50% speed in just a moment or two. Because Vander's off on the right-hand side. He does delay Nyph momentarily, but all of the peel and the slow from that Glacial Fissure is away. The tidal wave knocks up both Overpower and Celevar moments ago, and look at the double last breath from Froggen. Comboed with the damage from Shyvana and even Tabzz getting in there with Ace in the hole, they melt the carries of ROCCAT. This was the team fight that kept Alliance in the game. Let's roll the rest of the clip at full speed. You'll just see Alliance basically cleaning house, and even Nyph lands a great bubble on Jankos to prevent him getting out of the pit. The main thing for me here was the fact that ROCCAT actually made a big mistake. They had a 10,000 gold lead coming into this fight. They were positionally not in the right place. They committed to the incorrect targets. And if Alliance had been able to make more ground on the map, they could have punished ROCCAT harder, but ROCCAT did pull themselves back into the game, and they won the next two big team fights and actually closed it out.
Yeah, and like you say, while that was pretty much the perfect fight Alliance wanted, they got the two carries in a perfect position, you also got to look at the fight that turned it back around. Tabzz got caught out, and suddenly realizing, Alliance put themselves into positions to force them away from that jungler. They forced Vander, Jankos onto Vi, And that was what caught them out, because he just dived straight for Tabzz, and everybody did everything they could to save him, and then realized, hang on a minute, everybody else is dying. Tabzz got out alive.
Alliance don't know how to deal with aggression. Yesterday when they lost to Millennium, Tabzz was also out of position, and Tabzz also got caught out when they, dealt with Wickd, YoungBuck's Irelia, all the way back in London. They struggle under pressure. And this weekend, Tabzz has made more positional errors than he has all split long.
Yeah.
You talk about crumbling under pressure on the other side. To be honest, when I was watching that Baron fight, I thought, well, this is exactly what's going to send ROCCAT on tilt and maybe cost them the game. It's a testament to the way they've been playing that they were able to still turn it around.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, their composition did have a lot working for them because it took so much for Alliance to burn through in terms of armor and fighting and perfect positioning. ROCCAT had that air of safety with their team comp and the way they'd itemized. So it did work in their favor. But I also want to highlight the fact that Alliance don't seem to do particularly well with their Yasuo mid comps. They've run it with Kayle in the past. They've run it with Renekton in the past. And Froggen likes to split push, but he never really got to a point where he was completely dictating the tempo of the game. It's one of those risks when you run AD. If you fall behind, you stay behind because it is fairly easy to itemize against.
And one of the main things for me with Alliance is, since this 4.10 patch, they're not comfortable with it. We're on to 4.11 now, but it's effectively the same, just more tweaks in it. They're not comfortable on this, and they seem to have fallen back into their shell. If you think at the start of the spring split, they were amazing. They're suddenly showing all of these new talented skills, these new different ways of pushing lanes. It was like, wow, okay, they've suddenly opened their eyes to the whole Korean meta. But now, since they've suddenly realized, oh, we've hit a stumbling block, they've all just immediately regressed back into the same old style that we used in the spring split, which wasn't working.
Yeah, and let's finally talk about ROCCAT then, because we do talk about it. The minute Veggie was in that house and was telling them what to do, it did go better. How much of an impact can it have? Is it the combination of the patch and Veggie maybe that sent them over the edge?
5-game winning streak.
Yeah.
I mean, if the problem for ROCCAT is their out-of-game confidence and knowledge, picks and strategies coming into a game, having a coach there that can actually tell them, this is what you do, this is what you should be doing in certain situations. To use an example, it was very clear that Vander was focusing on Sjokz because the team call was Baron. The team was like, let's get Baron, everyone's on Baron. And the biggest threat when you're doing Baron is the jungler, which is why I feel Vander just committed everything on Sjokz, because he has most likely been trained and been taught in Baron, focused jungler, and he didn't necessarily think about some of the surrounding circumstances. So it's helping ROCCAT. They need to take this game and learn from it to keep improving.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Veggie, and he clearly has turned this team around. I think they're 9 wins in the last 12, their 5-game win streak. It's pretty crazy. I mean, you look at this team, and even just listening to them last week, how down Overpower was compared to how he just is now. I mean, they played the SK and Alliance in week 6. They lost both these games. They've turned it around since then in just 2 weeks. Imagine what they're going to be like in a couple more weeks when we get to playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. They did bow to Veggie as well yesterday, which I think is sign enough. Yeah. Well, as for now, we're going to check in with you guys at home because you've been tweeting to us at LL Esports, because earlier we asked you, who do you think is the most underrated European LCS pro this split and why? And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @CravyWalterLol. I think people are really underrating Kottenx. He's a new addition to their team, but he's made some great plays to secure wins.
Yeah, absolutely. You just look at Millennium now compared to last spring. They changed out their jungler. They were bottom of the league, and now they're actually challenging mid-table. They took down Alliance yesterday. They're looking fantastic right now.
Second one is from @Alexia da Firenze. I say Woolite of the Copenhagen Wolves. Despite their low standings, he manages to put up big numbers. He's like the Altec of EU. That's a lot of praise.
I like the comparison, but I also think Woolite is just a phenomenally talented mechanical player. Unfortunately, some of his front line isn't always there to protect him. But you go a couple of weeks back where he single-handedly destroyed ROCCAT.
Alliance 11-0-2.
Exactly. So he's had some very big games.
He did 6-0-5 yesterday as
Even
well.
more impressive, you've got to give props to the Wolves because they found Rekkles, then they found Forgiven, and now they found Woolite. I tell you what, their talent-finding team is phenomenal.
Yeah, they got to pick up you next.
No. They play good players.
And the last one is from @TheDrowsyWolf. I've got to agree with Quickshot that Nick is quite underrated. He's not Alex, but he stepped up in recent weeks. Big shoes to fill, of course, but he's doing phenomenally.
Oh, hell yes. It's a different style of play. Alex was a lot more aggressive assassin-based. Nick is a little more supportive. He likes the range poke champions. And, we're not seeing Nidalee anymore. She's unavailable since her rework. But he's picking up other champions. He's being relevant. And he's going toe-to-toe with the big names in EU. And everyone knows how famous European mid laners are. So all props to Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. As always, thank you guys for sending those to us. And remember to use the hashtag LCS to chat with us throughout the matches. And now it's time to send it back over to Joe Fisho at the desk for our next game.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. And it is time for our next game as GAMBIT Gaming and the Super Hot Crew square off. Yesterday, GAMBIT debuted their 2 new members, but they weren't able to pick up the points and were beaten by their close rivals at the bottom of the table, the Copenhagen Wolves.
And we had some very, very big issues in the bottom lane from GAMBIT. They were shut down early on, especially Genja. He was forced back on Caitlyn when he could only buy a pickaxe. And it's not exactly ideal situation for Caitlyn, especially not when the enemy AD carry has already picked up Infinity Edge by the time you still have your pickaxe. And yet, even though GAMBIT was so far behind already, they went in for the first dragon fight, they lost it, and just fell very, very far behind. And of course, communication was going to be an issue with some new members, but the shot calling itself was completely off from GAMBIT. They kept contesting fights where they should never have even been close to them.
So we talked a lot about the guys in the bottom lane, the older members of GAMBIT. What do we think to their new additions, Kubon and loulex, who have some really big shoes to fill in this team? There's no doubt about that.
So I feel like Kubon up in the top lane, he did okay on Aurelia. He went even with YoungBuck after he got a lot of help from loulex on Jarvan, which is what we have to say. All the jungle focus from loulex was in the top lane to help out Kubon as much as possible. And it meant loulex, he didn't really impact anything else on the map. He tried to go mid lane a few times, but every time he was forced away by Airwaks. And bottom lane, he never really showed anything. So a lot of focus on the top lane. I think we saw some synergy between the new jungle and the new top laner, but that was pretty much it.
So on the other side then, the Super Hot Crew were demolished by FNATIC in a game which they honestly didn't really ever get involved in right from the very start.
And they really didn't look like themselves, because Super Hot Crew normally have some very good solo laners, but Mimir up in the top lane on Mundo, he was completely shot down early on. First by sOAZ, and then Cyanide joined in afterwards to make it even worse for Mimir. And we had Selfie in the mid lane against xPeke. He was just destroyed. He died one-on-one. He never got in the game. I mean, he was 0-6-1 on Lulu and just kept dying over and over. And again, normally these solo laners from Super Hot Crew will always do a good job. Didn't happen yesterday. And Super Hot Crew as a team, they have potential. It's a terrible word, but they do have potential. They're just very inconsistent. And it's an issue we see from a lot of the middle of the pack teams here in Europe. And they need to be careful, because now MILLENIUM are tied with them in the standings, and ROCCAT, they're closing in. They keep winning games. They might even be tied now with this win before the game even starts.
Yeah, 10-10, and Super Hot Crew are 10-9. So,
yeah, so
they could be theoretically completely tied when it comes to this one.
And while there's still quite some losses down to the bottom 2 teams and get out of the playoffs, you're still playing for seedings now, which are very important, because if you get a good seed, it might open up for you to move into top 4 and possibly Worlds.
Well, newcomers loulex and Kubon have big shoes to fill in GAMBIT's lineup, and they'll need a strong early game to help the veteran players carry the team out of a potentially season-ending slump.
Regarding GAMBIT, I don't think that the roster is stronger now. I feel like it's actually weaker. Darien and Diamondbox especially, I feel he's still one of the best junglers. Maybe he's just in a slump.
I believe our guys will do their best. I think we need to just do proper button picks. It's the most important thing.
SUPA has a pretty good bot lane, but other than their bot lane, they are not that strong of players.
A lot is going to be up to their jungle and top lane if they want to win the game.
I think we should play around mid like every LCS team. If I can make top lane and mid lane snowball, I think we can win.
I don't think it's going to be an easy game. It's going to be easier overall. But I think Genja and Edward are really good bot.
Me and Genja are confident in playing bot and not losing it. And we will carry the team.
Hard to disagree with loulex when he says it's probably up to me to snowball top and mid lane. And this is something that we said yesterday, their bot lane from GAMBIT, they can be brilliant, they can be hit and miss, but mid lane and top lane have to get going against 2 very strong solo laners of the Super Hot Crew.
And he tried to do it yesterday, but it was too easy for Airwaks to predict. So he was always around the mid lane whenever loulex was, and he had to go top, help out Kubon as much as possible. Just wasn't enough, especially because the bottom lane from GAMBIT fell so far behind.
Well, we'll see if they can pick things up today, but first we're going to check out the starting lineups on the blue side for this one. It's GAMBIT Gaming with Kubon in the top lane, loulex in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Genja the AD carry, and Edward the support.
On the red side, we have the super hot crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie as the mid laner, Mr. Rales as the AD carry, and Kazing as the support.
So before we head to the Rift, let's see who you guys think will win this game. According to LOLesports.com, 60% of you voted for the super hot crew. Not a surprise to me considering how things are going, the changes in GAMBIT and the form of both teams.
Very true. I mean, yesterday both teams lost. I would actually say they lost very hard, both of them. So they want to go in here now, show they can win some games and really improve the performance from yesterday.
So as we move closer to Champion Select then, Deficio, where's the focus going to be in this one? We've already talked about the solo lane as being a key factor, but you can also never out-count, if you like, the bottom lane as well. We heard yesterday GAMBIT had pretty much lost that game in the bottom lane. Is there any kind of focus that they need to put towards Genja and Edward, who are quite versatile players in terms of their picks?
So we rarely see bans towards Genja, but often people like early pick Lucian to take it away from him.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of jungle focus yesterday against loulex, where Lee Sin and Evelyn was banned, and then Elise was first picked by Wolves, forcing him to play Jarvan. We might try and see some of the same deal here from Subaru, but it's going to be harder because GAMBIT does have the first pick, so they should be able to take whatever jungler is left if there's a lot of jungle bans here. So we need to see what Subaru wants to do. Yesterday they banned away only mid lane champions. They had Ziggs, Fizz, and Orianna's bans, and tried to force xPeke onto something he didn't really feel comfortable on. Didn't work.
Well, let's have a look here. GAMBIT with the first ban will actually take Cogmore away from Mr. Rals, and it seems like the super hot crew may well be sticking to that focus the jungle bans towards loulex, the man on the left-hand side of your screen. Rise was also taking away a late-game scaling champion that super hot crew have pulled out multiple times.
Yeah, and both solo laners actually playing Rise, and this Lee Sin ban against loulex, we're gonna see it every single time. It is his main champion. He's playing like 700 plus games on it in solo queue in this season alone, and he really loves it. So people or teams want to take it away. I wonder if GAMBIT actually want to first pick a jungler for him, so he doesn't have to fall back on something like Jarvan, depending on the last ban from super hot crew here. Because now Elise is open as the only one left if you look at the top junglers.
Yeah, tells me that Impaler may be considering someone else, whether that's to go towards Vi that we saw in the last game, whether that's Jarvan maybe from yesterday that loulex ended up playing.
So Impaler actually used to pick Jarvan over Lee Sin, except for yesterday where he picked Lee Sin himself. So it could just be a Jarvan pick, and now you have a Yasuo already. So if you pick Jarvan, you have a great comp. If you pick Vi, you have a great setup as well. A lot of options now jungle-wise for Super Crew, even though they gave Elise away.
And a lot of teams choose to ban Yasuo against Selfie for a very good reason as well. We've seen games where he's absolutely wrecked people. First one being early season against Alliance, and they'll also take Gragas, which, you know, whether it's Vi or whether it's Jarvan in the jungle, Gragas adds another knock-up in there for Mima.
And
for Selfie.
Yeah, such a good top laner, Gragas. Very, very popular in all regions now. He's a very safe laner. He brings a lot of utility. You can build him many different ways. We saw Overpower in the last game go full AP, except for, well, it was of course still AP with the Hourglass, but it was his only defensive item. He just went full AP. We have seen tank Gragas. We've seen a mix of everything. There's so many ways you can build it. And of course, the synergy with Yasuo is perfect just to set up these team fights. And Genja, he needs to pick an AD carry now who can dash or jump away. Otherwise, he's going to be such an easy target to lock down. And I would even suggest something like a Morgana would work really well against this Gragas, but seems to be Nami for now.
Well, dash or jump away, and one with huge range is what he could get here with Caitlyn with that 90 caliber net as well to give him a bit more safety. That is in fact going to be locked in for him, along with Nami for Edward in the support role.
So it's a very good lane they have here, a lot of long range poke with or from Caitlyn, and with the E from Nami to make the auto attacks even stronger. You have the sustain from the W, the main thing on Nami. 1 year ago when I used to play her, you always maxed E and you just have full focus on trading or let your AD carry win the trades. Now you max the W, so you have the sustain, you have the heal. And making a very, very good bottom lane. So might be the focus from GAMBIT saying we lost the bottom lane yesterday. We need to make sure we have a strong lane today so they can handle themselves. And then loulex can focus on the top lane and the mid lane and just leave Edward and Genja to do whatever they need to do.
Well, we'll see what the super hot crew go for. Mr. Rawls, one of the I think, biggest celebrated newer talents to come through into the LCS, certainly in that AD carry role. See what he decides to actually go with. Rengar, you know, we forgot here that Rengar was, of course, banned out, globally banned out last week. Came back in this week after 4.11, fixed the problems with his Q, and that's going to be locked in here for the Super Hot crew. Going to go into the jungle there with Impaler. They'll also lock in Corki.
And Rengar, a bit like Gragas, you can build him many different ways too. I mean, you can go Farewell Flare, you can go a lot of damage and just try and instant kill a squishy target. You can build tanky, get a lot of cooldown reduction, and then focus on engaging. And you have your E, the snare, to engage with. And then when you have all the cooldown reduction, you're going to get it up with the 5 stacks more often, and then you can lock down even more targets, of course.
Wow. GAMBIT going with Fizz and Yorick here for this one. This is not, well, I mean, this is not GAMBIT anymore in terms of the GAMBIT that we can really say we're used to. Obviously, we've only seen one game so far with these 2 new players in, but Fizz in the mid lane for Nick. Nick's a player who's constantly brought out more passive champions where he can farm, stay quiet, bring a lot of utility later on. This time around, going to be going with Fizz and Yorick for Kubon in the top lane.
So we actually saw Yorick against Gragas yesterday, and Yorick is supposed to win when it comes to farm, but they can't really kill each other. They need some jungle help to set it up, where Gragas is a lot better at setting up jungle ganks, especially once you hit level 6. Because you can't even predict when he's going to ult you, and if the jungler joins in, you're just in a very bad position. So we need to see if Impaler wants to pay a visit to the top lane, try and get a few kills on Kubon up there on the Yorick, and therefore get Mimo rolling as well on this Gragas here. But very straightforward. This is a Gragas support.
Gragas support? Well, I mean, didn't really expect that one to come out considering how often we're seeing Gragas in that top lane, in the mid lane in the last game. Edward, the only one that's really played Gragas support to a big level. I think Nyph might have played it once.
Yeah, he played it once.
Earlier on in the split, but it is going to be Kasing playing that support Gragas here, and obviously feeling that Shyvana was a better match for Mima in the top lane up against Kubon, and you still get the knockup whether it's got the damage there or not.
What's a great thing about early picking Gragas, you can set him in mid lane, you can set him top lane, you can put him support, so they could just choose whatever they wanted to here. And Corgi Gragas, I mean, it's also a very, very strong lane, because Gragas is so hard to kill. He's so tanky, he's just going to body slam in your face over and over. Can be very hard for the squishy Nami to deal with, but we need to see the poke will definitely be in favor of GAMBIT with Caitlyn and Nami in the laning phase, but the all-in potential from a Corgi and a Gragas is going to be very, very dangerous.
Some very interesting teams coming out here, but with those comps, guys, do you still think that the Super Hot crew are going to come out ahead? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag GMBwin or hashtag SHCwin, and we'll see if those lineups manage to sway your votes at all. Said it before, 60-40 was in favor of the Super Hot crew from LOLesports.com. What do you think, Deficio?
Well, from looking at the team comps, we need to see if this Yorick and Fizz. I mean, we saw Yorick again, we saw it yesterday. When it comes to team fights, you don't do too much. I mean, it's mainly about your ult here. You don't really have enough damage to take down a target by yourself. You're just going to be a super tank. You have your ult then to either put it on Fizz or Caitlyn. It's very good against Yasuo, because if Caitlyn gets caught out of position, you put the ult onto Genja, and he will, of course, come back to life. So we need to see how they want to play these team fights from the side of GAMBIT, because they do have a lot of late game potential with both Fizz and Caitlyn.
Yeah, if they get rolling, especially from Fizz's side of things. We've seen it time and time again that if you get a good start, you're going to be a beast going forward. The opposite way around counts as well. If you don't get going, it's going to be hard, but we're going to find out here as we get into game. GAMBIT versus the Super Hot crew, and GAMBIT looking for their first victory here with the 2 new players, Kubon and loulex, coming in to replace Darian and Diamond, 2 legends in the League of Legends scene. And no doubt that, as we've said at least 3 or 4 times now, that those shoes are so hard to pick, to fill. But we're actually going to have a little listening back to Champion Select here and listening to GAMBIT there to Super Hot Crew's reaction to that Yorick pick.
No, anything but Yorick. I really don't want to play against it. Oh my god. Like, okay, it's mid. There's one thing I don't want to play against.
Yeah.
Well.
We all know it. Nobody wants to play against Yorick. This champion is so annoying to deal with. Especially because the only way you can avoid the damage from the ghouls is if you run into the bush and then you like force them to go back to the minions, and it's... He's even like, he has Flask, he has Mana Potion, he's just gonna spam them in your face over and over and then smack you with the shovel. I mean, damn you, Yorick.
Damn you, Yorick. Pretty much what Mime was thinking there as well. Didn't want to play against it. He's going to have to play against it though here. Kubon selecting this one around. Let's have a look down some of the other summoners here. Nick going Flash and Ignite in that mid lane compared to Selfie, who's actually picked up Barrier this time around.
So very aggressive by Nick. We saw Overpower yesterday play with Teleport. We saw Kerp as well play with Teleport on Fizz. But Nick wants the Ignite here for the one-on-one potential, for the early pressure, and forcing Selfie into Barrier. So he knows at least the all-in potential from a Fizz is very, very scary. And I really want to see this bottom lane here, because obviously Gragas has some pretty good poke. But I'm not sure if Gragas and Kogi can outpoke the sustain from an army, and then with the Caitlyn, we actually need to see how it goes. Normally, if Edward does max his heal, should be able to heal up most of the damage.
And it's funny because this bottom lane Gragas that Edward ran earlier on in the split caused a few problems for other teams as well, because Singh going to be running it against Edward in this game, and we can already see those early trades going down. One thing you have to say about Gragas in that role is that he is going to have to, if he wants to put his full damage potential down, come forward, which makes an easier bubble for Edward.
Easy bubble for Edward and also opens up for ganks. And again, we heard loulex in the video before the game talk about how he needs to handle the mid lane and the top lane. So we might not see him put a lot of focus on his bottom lane. So if it's something Subaku could use to be very aggressive, and if they don't think he's gonna be around, but if he decides to pay a visit and Subaku goes all in, it should be a fairly easy bubble for Edward.
Nick has lost a lot of health there in that mid lane already. Not exactly sure what happened there, but Selfie obviously,
the first
well, yeah, a couple of levels on Yasuo. Gonna be a pain for you. Crystalline Flask is there though for Nick, for him to be constantly healing himself up there from that. Also adding a couple of extra potions in. There's loulex, and we're going to see exactly how much of a role he can play in this game today for Gambit. Top lane, of course, the annoyance master himself, Yorick with Kubon, but he may be already in a little bit of trouble because Impaler is going to start to come around.
And already stacked up to 5 here, so we'll get the snare from his E if he lands it onto Kubon. Just staying around with the double buff, and Kubon pushed all the way up. loulex actually around his mid lane, even though Selfie already recalled, so he should be up in his top lane here, ready to counter gank in case something happens. He is actually going to move up there now.
Ward's down already.
He's actually staying.
They're waiting there and maybe wondering, okay, do I want to go top? Do I want to go middle? He's kind of halfway in between them. Look at that, a ping on the minimap right on top of his head. So they know that loulex is going to be around there. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit careful. Rengar is going to come around the corner. Doesn't look like Impaler wants to have too much of a fight, although they need to be careful in case Yasuo decides to come around that side as well.
So Rengar as well really wants to get his level 6 before he can start to gank properly, so he gets the stealth, he can actually surprise you instead of just run into your face, because you're normally not going to get into a bush and get the jump when you gank if people standing in the middle of the lane, unless you want to go down to this bottom lane, or if you can lane gank the top lane, but it's hard to do. And therefore he's now just gone back to farming to try and get his level 6 point. And then he can really engage fights. He can set up some very, very annoying ganks where you don't expect him. You just see the exclamation mark above your head and you're like, oh shit, I'm dead.
Well, falling a little bit low from that white as well there, but not really a problem. He was going to recall anyway. We did also see Nick recalling, picked himself up boots, which is going to be a big help for him against Selfie. He's just going to dash around in his face the entire time. And a Doran's ring as well on top of that crystalline flask that he did in fact start out with. But look at this, loulex is going to be coming around towards his mid lane. Selfie maybe a bit out of position from this one. There's a lot of damage going to come his way. No ultimates. Oh, and that's a great wind wall to block out the cocoon. Selfie survives.
Yeah, the way he plays here, it's very, very smart. He actually moved closer to the Gambit tower just so he could dash through them up towards his own tower, puts up the wind wall as soon as he saw the cocoon, and actually saved both Flash and Barrier, even though he was so far up the lane and got ganked here. So very well played by Selfie. His Yasuo is definitely his best champion. Every time he plays it, he does really, really well. And the teams have to respect it, especially in these team fights.
We'll see how it goes for them as they approach level 6 as well, where the kill potential on both sides starts to come out. And see that Madrid start for Impaler.
So we'll go towards Fable Flare. Needs to, of course, stack it up. He's one of the few junglers who actually still builds it, because you can still get a lot of damage from it. And I wonder if he wants to go cooldown reduction afterwards, or if he wants to build more damage and try and assassinate people, or if he wants to get some tankiness. There's so many different ways you can build it, and there doesn't seem to be like just one way which is the best.
keep a close eye on this mid lane because they're going to be hitting level 6 soon. There's Impaler
getting the lane gang.
stalking up as well through the lane. Who's going to hit level 6 first? Selfie gets it. Is he going to be able to get the knock-up? Actually going deep in there towards Nyph, but didn't actually follow through on it. Nyph still has a flash, as does Selfie, but this is where it could be interesting. Kubon, level 6, but there's the jump out of the bush. Is he going to go down here? I don't think they're going to go underneath the turret, but that's a lot of damage.
So Impaler managed to come around here and actually get the lane gang up where he's very, very strong, even before level 6, like we talked about before. Genja, though, being very aggressive in this bot lane.
Very aggressive indeed, and Kursing trying to tank out all the damage then. We saw Mr. Rolls having to Valkyrie away. Actually had flash, had summon a heal, so it wasn't in the greatest of dangers, but he's going to be forced out of the lane, which means free farm for Genja. To be honest, Genja already doing a great job of this one. 59 to 43 CS already in this bottom lane.
Definitely winning the poke war and the sustain with Nami. Just constantly going in for these trades with Mr. Rylas and Kursing. Take some damage, you get healed up again, and you just keep doing it over and over and forcing them to lose some CS, and also force Mr. Rylas out of the lane. So he's going to lose the entire wave that just hit the tower here. So very well played by GAMBIT, and we haven't seen loulex even being close to the bot lane. So he's sticking to what he said in the pre-game. Focuses on mid lane and on top lane, and my bot lane just have to survive by themselves.
And that was the perfect time to be recalling as well for GAMBIT. It's going to mean a BF sword for Genja as he comes back in. Another couple of item notes here as well. We see the quill coat coming out for loulex.
Okay, again, with Elise now, you can either go Spectral Wraith and go for more aggressive, get some AP early, or you can now build into Spirit of the Ancient Golem, of course, the new item, quill coat, giving armor, giving HP. Once you complete the Spirit of the Ancient Golem, you get 25% bonus HP, which is a lot late game if you build some more tank items. And actually making it very strong in the late game, but makes you a little bit weaker in the early game, which is why we sometimes see Elise now build Spectral Wraiths.
We'll see which way he ends up going when we get further on into the match. For now, though, GAMBIT getting some wards down by Dragon, and maybe feeling here with that BF sword for Genja that they can force once again the super hot crew to move away with an Elise on their team. Prime target then for an earlier Dragon.
Very, very true, and Nyph going towards Selfie again because loulex is joining in.
Oh, ultimate actually gonna miss here. They're gonna go towards Selfie, who's down at half HP. Does have his flash, he'll use it in the last second. There's the wind wall coming in. Not enough kick, and Nicky's gonna get the kill. Impaler dives in as well at level 6, but he's not got the damage to get it. And Nyph flashing away, using Ignite to get the kill. Nicely done by GAMBIT.
And the best champion for GAMBIT to get the first blood on was Fizz here. They really need Nyph to get going so he can just become this absolute monster late game. Great start here. Second time loulex came into this mid lane. Last time, no summoners was used by Selfie. This time, both of them, and he still died.
Oh, Mima going aggressive here onto Kubon, but we'll see there, Yorick just throwing down the ghouls, and gonna be a constant problem for Mima. We heard him already talk from Champion Selector, said, no, not Yorick, that's not who I want to play against. Sometimes how it really works out there. As Impaler moving on to that top side of the map, might have to try and get involved. There's a knockback onto Genja. Good tile away from Edward. Are they going to be able to get away? Maybe even try and turn around that damage. The bubble was anticipated there from Mr. Rolls, and he went back. So no kill down bottom, but that was close stuff from Genja. He's now got no flash.
It was very nice ult by Kursing. He predicted that Genja was going to shoot himself backwards, so he put the ulti even further behind him and still shot him into Mr. Rylas. Managed to do a lot of damage, and it was the all-in potential we saw here from Super Hot Crew, and very nice tidal wave from Edward as well.
And we see the vote from you guys on Twitter, 64% to the Super Hot Crew, so actually a few more of you favouring them after seeing these bans and picks. It's clear to see why, to be honest, when you got the likes of Selfie on Yasuo, and see that Rengar coming out of the jungle for Impaler, but this bottom lane, if we look at that so far, GAMBIT looking a lot better than they were yesterday, that's for sure. 96 to 75 CS, Genja ahead of Mr. Rolls.
The only, Kubon in his top lane is actually slightly behind. Mima did, of course, get the gank from Impaler where they forced the flash, and we actually see GAMBIT now moving towards this Baron. Impaler's moving, he's around the wolf camp, so he's still very far away. They might not even move down because there's a pink ward, so no wards at all from Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, Froggen going to be going the way of GAMBIT here. Nothing that the Super Hot Crew are going to offer to that, and that gives them a nice little lead after 11 minutes of the game. Meanwhile, Impaler is
holding up.
Yeah, stealthing up there. I'm not sure if that ping ward saw him. There were no pings actually coming in, so I don't think they will. They're going to surely go for Edward. That's a great flash. Genja is going to get slowed there by Impaler. Have they got the damage to finish him off? Kasing right in there at the front as well. Genja's going to fall. Well, here's a TP from Kubon coming in from the backside. Not got the damage,
Way
though.
too late.
And that will be a kill back for the Super Hot crew.
Way too late with the TP here. If he actually wanted to try and join in, should have been there instantly. Super Hot crew managed to get a kill. Bit of a weird ulti from Impaler. Popped it, moving towards the dragon. Went out of stealth, but still managed to get in here and actually pick up a kill. Nick on his mid lane. Just dancing around a little bit, dodging the Hurricane.
Showing he is very proficient on this Fizz, there's no doubt about that. As you'd expect all the mid laners to be at this level. I don't really say that there's many players in the mid who can't bring that Fizz to the table when needed. Meanwhile, Mima, because of that teleport, having a bit of free time to farm up without the annoyance of that Yorick, who's gone mana immune first item. Mima is actually going to be building Blade of the Ruin King, but you see there that Kubon already causing him a couple of problems.
So full focus from Mima on being able to sustain himself in this lane, because he takes so much poke from Yorick. And he's actually been farming really well. His TP will be ready just a few minutes. Then he will be able to go back, shop once again, most likely complete the Blade, and TP back to lane once again and do the thing. Because Dragon, of course, is gone. Subak would know, because they already checked it and also cleared the pink ward around the Dragon, and Kasing will get a second one.
Yeah. Well, 2 pink wards in a row. Always nice. And Gambit still hold on to an 800-900 gold lead. Blue buff will be going over to Nick, so a bit more mana regen for him in that mid lane. The top lane Impaler did just come around, but Kubon was actually sticking to his turret here. No risks really needed from his side, although you look at the farm, that teleport obviously playing into that factor a little bit as well, but Mima doing a fantastic job with the farm at this point.
And he's actually going to save his teleport. He backed before it was ready, so he's going to return to lane here. And there's no teleport on the side of Kubon, so we could see Subaku set something up here. They're going towards Edward.
Big barrel once again. Edward taking a lot of damage. It's a good bubble. I'm not sure it's enough to save him. Kasing with an auto attack there will get another one for the Super Hot crew down bottom.
Great all in here. The flash was used by Edward once Impaler ganked before. So there's no chance for him to actually avoid dying once the ulti hit from Kasing. And again, the all-in potential from a Gragas and a Corgi is very, very scary.
So, Rekkles is done here for Impaler. I think that was done a little bit earlier on, obviously. And we'll see then how many, or how quickly he can get himself up to that Feral Flare. We'll be wanting that for that extra damage coming out, but
19
so far,
stacks.
19 stacks, so still a little bit of a way to go on that one. But certainly, Impaler maybe not had quite the impact that he would have hoped for, but also got some tough lanes. The solos, if you look at them, Yorick, who's going to be able to slow you down and is generally pretty beefy anyway. Then you've got the mid lane where Nick's going to be able to dodge pretty much everything you can throw at him.
Yeah, but it's actually been a pretty good game to have Ringer in, because the lanes from Subaku have been doing so well. I mean, up in the top lane, Mima is just farming away this bottom lane. They're now really starting to do well. They had some issues in the start where they took a lot of poke, but they're all selfie here. Teleport coming in for Mima.
TP mid lane, Mima gonna join in. Can he actually get in there? So knock up is onto Nick. Selfie trying to get in range for it there, but not able to really do much with it. Nick was down to less than half HP. Well, they weren't able to secure a kill, and probably won't force Nick too far away from lane since he's got that flash to still keep healing himself up.
Teleport and flash was used by Super Hot crew. Didn't actually manage to get anything. Okay, didn't manage to blow any summons away from Gambit. Just managed to save Selfie now. They're pushing onto this mid lane. Kasing joining in, and Impaler staying very, very near, staying very close.
I'm not going to go for anything though. Impaler I just cleared a ward out there, so Gambit knew that he was hanging around them somewhat. Edward also came towards that mid lane. Kasing is there. There's actually a cocoon landing onto Kasing. They're going to throw everything they've got in him. That's a lot of damage coming out. Kasing's still alive, but Nick will get a finisher. I don't think Nick will get away, though. Impaler will be able to finish that one off. And now Selfie getting right to the front. He still has the ultimate. There's a knock-up, but decides not to follow through on it.
Very good trade by Subaku, however. They lose the support, but they get a kill onto Rengar. Still going towards this Feral Flare. Should be very, very close now. And looking very strong, been farming well, and again, because the laners did so well by themselves, he didn't actually need to go and help anyone, except for the one time That is bottom lane where he picked up a kill, and of course forced the flash from Kubon, what Mimer himself already did well in the lane and just been farming away, and he actually keeps extending his goal lead.
Doing really well, and speaking of that really well, down in this bottom lane, the AD carries 150 to 135. Infinity Edge done for Genja. Just saw him use Ace in the hole there to try and force Mr. Raz a little bit off that turret as well. He's down to less than half HP, so whilst we've not seen any turret takedowns up until now, that bottom lane may be a prime target here for Gambit shortly, especially since Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but this Dragon is really where SUPA are going to be so strong. I mean, Corki is a very good mid-game champion. Rengar now, because he has such a good start, he's actually building towards damage. He will be able to blow up a target if he gets towards it. And of course, Gragas support. We saw how tanky he was before. A lot of things were used before he actually went down. So this mid-game team fights are really going to be good for SUPA Hawkcrow. But Impala needs to be careful.
Impala is going to be in a lot of trouble here. That's a good knock-up, which didn't get the knock-up, but you get my point there. Is Kassim coming across as well? Will he throw the barrel? No. Trying to just keep Gambit away from the front side of this Dragon. Let's have a look at top laners. Teleport available for Kubon. Mimer is already there, so he doesn't need to use that one anyway. He's already in position for the fight. There is the Dragon already down to half HP. TP from Kubon is going to come around. Can they hold on to it? Kassim going to be bubbled up. They're going to focus into him as loulex dives in. There's the first kill on towards Edward. Nick also trying to go to the AD carry, but a good Valkyrie away from Mr. Raz will make sure that Nick goes down. He's going to have the ghost, but Kubon might fall. Genja will use his net to get away. Kubon does go down in the end, and that will be 4 kills here for Gambit. They're surely going to get themselves, well, they will get themselves a Dragon. Only Genja survives.
So Gambit, they did the same thing yesterday. This time around, they were out of position. Genja was on the bottom side of the map. Notice your minimap. He's running from the bottom lane. The rest of the team comes from the mid lane. So he's completely out of position. He's unable to do pretty much any damage, which means there's only 4 members from Gambit in this fight. Beautiful knock-up coming in. Selfie goes straight for it. Picks up the first kill. You just see Corgi here, untouched in the back, doing so much damage to everyone, and then the rest of SUPA can finish up the members. And we just talked about how good the setup is from SUPA in the mid game. We get the team fight. Gambit is out of position, could just have backed away, give the Dragon away once they saw, okay, Genja is far away from the team. We don't really want to fight here. Corgi is very scary at this point. Rengar is very scary. Yet they go in for the fight again, just like they did yesterday. Lost 4 members, lost the Dragon, and now they're very far behind.
Is this the problem that we mentioned earlier? The fact that Gambit...
It's a shot calling problem.
Shot calling problem. Is it a language problem as well in there as well? They've got a big mix of nationalities now. Obviously, former complete Russian-speaking team now speaking English, which I don't think is a problem at all for Edward. For Genja, that might be a little bit of a different story. I mean, we heard from loulex. He's definitely not got the easiest to understand accent, I think, obviously, and that is a problem when you get a mixed nationality team.
Don't blame accents. They are perfect.
Accents are beautiful.
Thank you.
If you can understand them, and I think that might be the problem here.
Very true.
For Gambit.
Could be the problem. I mean, Edward, he told me himself, Genja doesn't actually say anything, because again, he can't really communicate well enough in English, so he doesn't actually talk with the rest of the team. It's basically Nick and Edward trying to do as many calls as possible, and the new members just trying to fit in. Impala though, he's kind of squishy here, with full damage. He might go down. Selfie's nearby though.
Well, it's now invisible, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem as they're going to try and TP into this one. Nick was there, TPing onto the trap. Bit of an annoyance. They're going to get the tower, though. Gambit can't hold on to this one. It'll actually be the second of the game for the SUPA. Hawkcrow extends their lead that little bit further as well.
Look at mid lane. 2 members is moving in. There's already some minions. Get some damage on the tower. Next wave is coming. Kubon up in his top lane without teleport. Will be able to take the tower, but they need to defend here.
Oh, they're going to go for Impala. There's the knock-up though from Selfie on towards loulex. Can they actually get the kill? There's a lot of damage. Here comes the rest of the team. Nick's going to go down as well, and this is a problem for Gambit once again. Genja will be focused. Good bubble won't keep Genja alive long enough. Mimer will chase Edward away, and maybe even Selfie can get onto him. Nope, not quite enough, and that's 3 for 1. Impala loses his life. The SUPA Hawkcrow get the tower though.
So again, SUPA Hawkcrow so strong in these early fights here, picking up some kills, got 2 bot towers. They did lose the top one, and Kubon pushing for the next. Kassim is the only guy who actually recalled here to try and go and defend.
Let's see if he can actually hold on to it. He will. Kubon's going to back away from this, knowing that, okay, couldn't get involved down bottom, no TP. But let's have a look at that one again. Started off with the engage out of Gambit.
So it's actually a good engage, especially because 2 members from Subaru were in the mid lane, so there was a number advantage for GAMBIT, but they didn't manage to, or they managed to get 1 kill, and then the rest of the team just joined in and they couldn't back out here. And as soon as Mr. Rales and Kasing joined, it was just Subaru picking up some easy kills.
Looking good here for GAMBIT. 6,200 gold behind, 10-3 in kills, 3-1 in turrets. Everything to measure the difference between these teams lies in the hands of the super hot crew at this point, especially Selfie once again. 2-1-6 this time around, so far at least, with Yasuo. Got himself the Shiv from early, got Blade of the Ruin King in there now. Look at Mima, Randuin's has done for him on top of his first item in the Blade of the Ruin King. You talked also about Impaler going damage here. Feral Flare, Hex Drinker, gonna have a Ghost Blade soon as well.
If he jumps onto someone like Edward or Genja, he will destroy them so fast. And there's just so much damage on the side of GAMBIT. On Super Hot Crew. You have Shyvana now being the tank together with your support. The tank Gragas is so annoying as well because you are so tanky. So you can simply have so much damage on your jungler, your mid laner, and your AD carry, which makes the team fights pretty much impossible for GAMBIT at the moment to win. They need to buy some time.
Which is why they shouldn't be starting them off,
yes,
right?
Joe, yes.
We'll see if they can keep out of trouble on that front, but that probably means giving up possibly another dragon here with 1 minute 25 until that spawns in. We see the Super Hot Crew sending a couple of men back. There's 1,000 gold on the AD carry and the support to spend. And for Mr. Rales, that means an Infinity Edge will be coming up here in no time at all.
It's also one of the issues with Yorick when it comes to team fights. If your carries are not very fed, if they're not very, very strong, you won't really do a lot. It doesn't even matter if you use your ult on one of them. It doesn't really do much of a difference unless they are very strong. So he needs a lot of time before it's worth it, or before Yorick will be worth it in these team fights, because he needs Genja to have like 4 or 5 items and destroy people. Then you put the ghost on them, so you have 2 of him just spamming away. But before Genja really hits his late game point, this Yorick in the fights won't really have much of an impact.
Well, he'll have even less of an impact if you look at that last fight where he wasn't even there.
Very true.
And your carries are already dead pretty much before he can get there anyway. So definitely some changes for these next encounters for GAMBIT have to come in. 25 seconds for Dragon. That may or may not be the next time that we see these 2 teams face off. We'll see if the Super Hot Crew get that one for free, because they will certainly be there for this next Dragon. The question is whether GAMBIT feel that they can even think about fighting for this next big chunk of gold.
So Mima is actually in base without teleport, but there's still 4 members from Subaru around the dragon, and the blue buff just spawned, so GAMBIT sent up 2 members to take it. There was a ping ward, so Subaru knows. 2 members are gone, let's just take this dragon. And also against, or this time, smart enough by GAMBIT to not even move towards it and try something, because Subaru will be able to engage fights with Rengar, just stealthing up. Even though you feel like you're far enough away, he might be able to get to you, lock you down, then the rest of the team joins in. Ulti from Kasing will throw you back and you're dead.
Especially if there's bushes around for him to just be jumping on you there. We'll see how this one goes. The Dragon did go to Super Hot Crew, as you saw GAMBIT not interested in fighting for that one. I think they've made the clear call that fighting is not something that they're in a position to do right now. Another advantage of having Yasuo in that mid lane, we're seeing the blue buff going over to Mr. Rales here, which can certainly help him out on Corki.
Also see the cooldown reduction for Impaler, which works really well on Rengar. I mean, the more ultis you can get off, the more procs you can get to your 5 stacks, and you get your E, so you snare a target, or your Q, so you do even more damage. The better it is, so cooldown reduction is a great stat. And he didn't really sacrifice anything except for maybe some tenacity you could have built instead with magic resist boots. But that's about it, so very, very good build for him, and looking very good for Impaler, and Rengar looking very good for Super Hot Crew as a team.
Looking like a different team to yesterday, that's for sure, where we saw them kind of bow out of their game without really having much to say. This time it's GAMBIT on the back foot and really struggling to come up with the goods. If you look down some of the other items, I mentioned that the Infinity Edge was close to being done by Mr. Rales. That is now added in. Genja on the other side does have a Phantom Dancer on top of his Infinity Edge, but the Ghost Blade is done for Impaler as well at the same time, so got to be very careful, because Impaler, I think, will have no problem with going one-on-one with Genja if he gets left somewhere alone.
So when looking at the comps again, I actually don't even think GAMBIT is stronger late game compared to Super Hot Crew, because there's so much damage on the side of Super Hot Crew, because Kasing and Mima will be so tanky. And it's going to be hard for Nick to kill anyone. And again, the Yorick doesn't really do any damage in the fights. I actually feel like SUPA completely outpicked Gambit in this game.
Well, that's not a good sign, especially when you fall this far behind as well. 26 minutes in, and we're approaching 10,000 gold lead. And you see that Gambit's scared to move away from that inner turret in the mid lane, the inner turret in the top lane, and the Super Hot crew have started to gather somewhat up on towards that top side of the map, which could signal that they're going to be baiting out towards Baron, which they don't really need at this point, but they certainly take another fight if they can get it.
They're just setting up the Rengar, ulti already used by Impaler, but Edward backed away. Oh, two members out of position!
Oh, out of position completely. Mr. Roll's going to take a lot of damage. Actually, loulex gets that kill, but Nick now will be in trouble as well. Impaler's going to flash away. Can they get the finisher? There's the Zhonya's Hourglass used. This is actually decent at the start for Gambit. Nick will surely go down. There is Selfie, and can he now complete the kills on the rest of the team? Nick in ghost form there, thanks to Kubon. Still causing them problems. They do finally go towards Kubon.
Oh,
but Nick still running problems for them there at the back. Selfie will finish off Kubon, or Mima, who will take it for the killing spree. And in the end, it leaves a 3-on-2, this time though, in favor of Gambit.
But such a messy engage by SUPA. Mr. Rallis, he jumped over the wall as Corki into the face of Nick and loulex and just died very, very early on here. And the rest of SUPA crew, they tried to come in and help him, but they were far away, they were out of position. Here's a good team by Gambit. We see it again here. loulex and Nick, Mr. Rallis jumps into their face. Just gets bursted down. He tries to flash away. Still, he's so low at this point, he will die. And look at the minimap here. Everyone just trying to come into this fight to join it. Nobody was really in a good position because they had to run in, and because Mr. Rallis died so early, a lot of the damage was gone from SUPA crew, and that's up to Selfie to try and kill as many people as possible. He missed the first Hurricane, so Genja stayed safe, kept doing damage. Will land the next one. We see the on to Genja, and then he has Flash still. Flashes away from it, and SUPA crew up losing their team fight. A little bit too aggressive engage, and a good team fight by Gambit.
And then we can see where the Yorick ultimate can work out.
Very true.
Nick did more damage, I think, after it actually died, after he was saved by Kubon, than when that fight first started off. But look at this. SUPA Hot crew apparently not phased by that 3-on-2, or 3-for-2, and will continue to stack up around the Baron area, and Gambit still need to be very, very wary of how they go about this one. They do have Mima down bottom. He has TP, which Kubon used in that last fight, so that could be used as a tool here to draw Gambit down to this bottom lane and then sort out a 5 versus 4 up by the Baron.
And just pushing it away here. Top lane already pushed out by Selfie, now moving in to join with the rest of the team, and they're waiting for this bot lane to push and hopes Gambit sends someone down to defend it, and then they go straight for Baron. Selfie actually already started. Kubon is down his bottom lane. No teleport. It's gonna be 4 members only for Gambit to try to defend it. None of them are actually moving.
Well, there's a fight.
Now they ping onto Impaler, they saw him, but it's gonna be Baron.
Yeah, this is going down before Gambit can do anything about it. And again, Kubon will be thinking, damn it, if I only had my teleport. The rest of Gambit were a little bit slow to react to that one as well, but it's the first Baron of the game going over to the SUPA Hot crew, and that will almost give them that 10,000 gold lead. And there's a dragon coming up in half a minute as well. The SUPA Hot crew here with inner turrets still to be taken in the mid lane and in the top lane. Now have extra tools to do that.
Might try and catch Nick out of position here. He's waiting around for Selfie to move close. Might look for a fight. He does have their Hourglass in case Nick gets a knock up on him. He can try and pop it before Selfie's ult gets to him. For now though, SUPA crew is moving between this mid and top lane, trying to look for an opening, pushing in. So obviously when you only have Corki as your ranged, it becomes very hard to actually push down towers unless you manage to kill some people first. So they want Gambit to move away from the towers, try and get a kill with Selfie, with Impaler, and then they can go towards the towers. It's very hard for them now just to push it.
Terrifying wave clearing potential there. We see the speed that Selfie and Impaler just push out those.
Well, you could have
caused Mima's just like, well, they're all going towards the top lane, so you know what? I'm just going to kill this inner turret all on my own. We saw Genja putting off a couple of shots towards him, but not really breaking through that Randuin's, and now SUPA Hot crew just react instantly and say, okay, they move towards middle, easy inner turret in the top lane. Being pulled around the map here are Gambit.
Not really sure what Gambit is doing here. They sent Edward into the mid lane after the tower was already dead. They had Genja there, even though he's the main wave clear, should have him where the most members from SUPA Hot crew are, or especially where Mr. Rallis is, to make sure he doesn't hit the tower and you clear the wave. Instead, they just split up. They had like 1 member in mid lane, then all of a sudden they had 4 members in mid lane, only 1 in the top lane. So Super Hot Crew very easily just managed to actually take 2 towers away. We saw Alliance in the last game against ROCCAT. When they were behind, they managed to defend the towers for a long time and get to the late game. GAMBIT couldn't do the same thing in this game. Or at least just before.
Yeah, and a 3rd dragon going down here for the Super Hot Crew. And leaves Mimer with 2,600 gold. There's 2,300 for Mr. Riles to spend. So they're going to be picking up a couple of big items when they go back home to, or certainly maybe the start of a couple of big items when they actually go home to be spending all of that gold, which they just indeed have. We see there for Mr. Riles, Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, Last Whisper, got a Negatron Cloak as well for a bit of protection, mostly against Nick there. And there's a Banshee's Veil now for Mimer, along with a Giant's Belt as well.
So Super Hot Crew been back in base, buying, picked up had quite some gold from the Baron, from the towers they just took here. We need to see what they want to do. If they want to try and do the same thing, where they split up in multiple lanes and push all of them down, and because they are so strong, they should be able to win the 1-on-1 and 2v2, whatever small fights they will have around the map. And if they do win it, they can then take a tower afterwards, and they are actually splitting up. Mimer in this bottom lane has teleport ready in case he needs it, and 4 members from Super Hot Crew up in this top lane.
Well, one thing that helps here for GAMBIT is they do have the teleport back available for Kubon. And we see their Mimer actually TPing up towards his top lane. So it looks like they're going to go for it. They're just going to take this tower. GAMBIT completely leaving that one there for the Super Hot Crew. And that leaves an inhibitor completely exposed to them now. Mimer on the front side, not really too scared to get it in. There's the dive coming around. Tidal Wave will come in. We see Nick using his Zhonya's. Does get the ghost there from Kubon, but one by one, they're being destroyed. Selfie gets himself the double already. Now they're going for Edward, who will flash to try and get away. But Mimer got the damage to kill him just before the fountain. Mr. Riles can hold Genja there away, and that will be 4 men down for the Super Hot Crew. And they're just going to go straight towards the win here, surely.
Their minions are coming in now. Will there be a cannon wave? No, just standard minion wave coming. They might try and take a tower. Let's see what they can do.
Genja, the only one that can stop this one from happening, but the tower's going down so quickly. Windwall will stop Genja from being able to really do much as well at the side. Both Nexus turrets go down. No one spawning in quick enough, and the Super Hot Crew get back to winning ways, taking down GAMBIT.
So everything for GAMBIT in this game here boils down once again to them picking some wrong team fights in the early game when they're not strong enough to fight. They go for the fights anyway, they're out of position, they lose the fight, give up a lot of kills, give up a dragon, and just fall so far behind in gold. And then they have to sit back and try and farm, and it's too easy for the other team to just take control of the map, take every single buff, take the Baron, and just push down the towers. And the coordination, the shot calling from GAMBIT is definitely not where it needs to be.
Well, we also have to, I guess, give them a little bit of slack as well. This is a team that's now got 2 new members pretty much since yesterday. I'm not sure exactly before that how much real practice time they've had.
Very true.
This, I mean, 2 members, especially when it's a jungler and a top laner. The jungler in particular, I think, is going to take time until they really get into the flow of things.
And when you replace 2 legends or veteran members in Diamond and Darien, yes, of course, it's going to be hard, but we can't really look at it and say, yeah, it's going to be okay, because the season is almost over.
Yeah.
There's no time for it to be okay. I mean, they might just be looking towards relegation and say, we have enough time to prepare the team for relegation now, because playoffs for them are looking almost impossible. They need to really start winning pretty much every single game, and then for the last Super Week, they have to pick up 4 wins if they want to go into the top 6 point. So they don't really have the time to just say, yeah, it's going to be fine, you know, we're just going to give it a few more weeks. They need instant results if they want to go towards playoffs, unless they're just purely looking at the promotion tournament.
Which you have to say, you just can't expect instant results with
of course
2
not.
new
Of course not.
key role players coming into your side after playing with, you know, top lane and jungle that have been there since the very start in this GAMBIT team, since before they were Moscow 5, even in the Empire days. And we can see there for Edward, not looking like a happy man right now. And it's, for me, a little bit sad to see the GAMBIT name right down there at the bottom of the table at this stage of things, but that's what can happen if things aren't going for you. It can go from bad to worse very, very quickly.
Yeah, and obviously there was a lot of issues on the team. They talked about it themselves. The GAMBIT statement said Deman and Darren was benched because they didn't want to improve the team synergy and so on. So obviously they had some issues they needed to sort, but if we look at the results from this week, it didn't look very good. So they definitely need to think of something else, or they gotta hope that these new players can very, very quickly get the synergy going and start winning games.
Well, that's GAMBIT. On the other side, though, is a super hot crew that managed to pick up another victory. And we're going to send it over to Sjokz and Quickshot, who are ready to speak with the super hot crew's Impaler.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Matt the Impaler Taylor here after that victory. Impaler, talk me through the Rengar pick. Finally, we see him in LCS, and you decided to go very aggressive on him.
I really like Rengar with the 2 jungle bans, knowing he's going to pick Elise. I can just let him try and force ganks while I farm up my Feral Flare, and then come in with tons of damage and just kill everybody.
Well, it definitely seemed to work out. The game was quite convincingly in yours and your team's hands. What was it that either you did right or GAMBIT did poorly that allowed you to win so convincingly?
We figured we'll just try and team fight as much as possible, because with 2 new people on their roster, they kind of have some synergy issues, and we thought if we can just make them team fight, make them group up, they have to either commit or like just concede objectives. And if they can't make up their mind, then they just die and they lose both.
Well, we're actually going to take a look at one of those team fights that you guys executed very well. So let's get that up on the screen. It is one around Dragon, actually, and I think it was the first Dragon of the game.
Yes, it was, and it was actually one of the situations that happened yesterday where GAMBIT committed to a team fight too early. So I want to get your take on this one, Impaler. Let's roll this clip out and talk me through GAMBIT's engage as you're on the Dragon.
Okay, we knew we had to fight this Dragon because Mima has no TP, so he moves down. We just get a good combo with Selfie and Shyvana ult, and then we're basically just cleaning up this fight. Fizz is trying to dive our carries, we're kiting them back, and Mima is just doing all the damage in the middle, while me and Selfie are picking off stray targets.
Now, explain to me the thought process behind, you know, the team composition. You guys have got like a very heavy AD focus. Is there a time limit on how effective that will stay for longer? We've seen Alliance struggling with a heavy AD comp just the game before.
I think Alliance struggled a lot because Wickd fell behind and he was all that AP damage on the Shyvana. So my aim was to keep Mima in the laning phase. He got really far ahead there. I gave him pressure. Kubon constantly had no flash. So we knew we'd have the AP damage coming in. So provided we don't go to like 50 minutes and then he's not doing so much damage, he just does loads of damage magic as well.
By the way, how did you boost Mimer's morale after that Yorick pick? Because we saw in the listening, no, please don't pick Yorick, and still did.
I was just like, I'll camp your lane, you just do whatever you want and you'll be fine. And he was like, okay, thanks, Impaler.
Well, it definitely worked out. A few weeks ago, you were chatting to Sjokz for a preview show. And if memory serves, you were saying that super hot crew in the team, you want to be more like dragons. And you want to be more aggressive and not like tigers. Yeah. Now, yesterday, in my mind, you guys were like sheep because you were feeding. What happened in your game yesterday?
Ouch.
And how are you going to prevent that happening in the future?
We picked ourselves into like 3 losing lanes, and lanes fell behind. Everyone's panicking. And when you're panicking, you are like sheep. Everyone's just running away. And we don't want to run away. We want to fight them every time we can. And that's just what we're trying to do today.
Yeah, obviously, FNATIC is always a hard matchup. Going forward, what will be the main things to focus on for you guys to climb higher in the standings and maybe keep your eye on that playoff spot?
I really think we need to be practicing as efficiently as teams like ROCCAT right now. They're like 5-0 or whatever in a row. And they're just really strong right now. So clearly they're doing something right in practice. If not, you can't make that huge turnaround.
Just very quickly, you guys are sitting 11-9 on the split. If you carry on picking up a few wins, playoffs is looking more likely. What will the super hot crew be doing to ensure a spot at the 2014 Worlds? Because it's not that hard to believe that you guys could be in the top 3.
Right now, we just want to work really hard with our analysts because we're still making a lot of mistakes, and a lot of US LCS teams are making a lot of mistakes. So we just want to cut down on the mistakes, let the enemies make these plays and make the mistakes, and we'll just capitalize on them.
Well, clear plan. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right, we are on a brief cooldown, but we'll be back shortly. The LCS action continues after the break with the Copenhagen Wolves versus MILLENIUM.
Test bit. Do dragon. If I ulti too, you ulti, okay? Are you ready? I want to fight.
Turn on them, yeah, turn on them.
Pain up.
I'm on.
I have ult on 2 guys.
Kill an IQ, no flash on IQ. Can you get him?
Keep going.
Nice, I'm getting out. And IQ's up in Ghost. Nice.
Good dragon.
I actually respect them for their attitude. Like they seem always really positive, and even when they lose, they are really kind and they say, yeah, it was GG well played, we have to prove this and this. So I really respect that because that in such position at the bottom of the table, it's really hard to keep this attitude. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for the team.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS live from Cologne, Germany. I am, of course, Lee Deman Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry once again for the next 2 games. First up, it is a clash between the Copenhagen Wolves and MILLENIUM. As you just saw there, Kevin discussing this one. These teams are currently tied at 1 apiece, with the last match being way back in Week 3, so much has changed since then. Yesterday, of course, the Wolves, well, they played very well against GAMBIT, controlling the game by dominating the bottom lane early on, giving them a huge advantage when fighting for the Dragon.
Yeah, in general, it just looked like the Wolves had better control of their team composition. They also dictated the pace of the game the entire time. GAMBIT never had an answer for any of the plays that the Wolves put forward. You can see in their objective control. One of the big stories for the Wolves, though, is the fact that cowTard has expressed an interest to step back from playing. During yesterday's game, he went 3-0-3 on Rise, and in general, I feel he's been playing very well for the Wolves. This late into the split, it's actually going to be difficult for the Copenhagen Wolves to adjust to a new mid laner, especially because it may only be next week that it happens. If Copenhagen Wolves are going to climb up the table, making it to 6th is going to be a difficult task with a new player.
And you could contrast that with last year, when, of course, Extinct did the exact same thing for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Boop, downhill they went from there.
Yep.
So we'll see. It's a risky move for them, that's for sure. Well, yesterday, of course, MILLENIUM, on the other hand, pulled out Ezreal and Blitzcrank for the first time this split and produced an amazing result, taking down Alliance. The thing is, it wasn't just a fluke. It's the result. They legitimately played well throughout the entire game, despite gambling, of course, with the Baron trade for that inhibitor.
Yeah, it's something you see teams at this level do fairly often, pick one objective or the other, and MILLENIUM played around it very well. The best way to highlight was just their fantastic team fights. They had a clear understanding of when to engage and when to stay in those team fights. They avoided all of the displacement that Alliance was trying to put down, and Kerp and Creaton just put up phenomenal performances, playing Fizz and Ezreal respectively. I think MILLENIUM as a team, they continue to demonstrate a very strong mid-table presence. They did take down Alliance yesterday, but I still feel they're a bit of a one-trick pony. They only seem to perform on those very aggressive champions, and if Alliance had a better way of dealing with their picks and the rocket grabs and the Fizz, it actually would have been difficult for MILLENIUM to close that game out. So I still need to see more diversity from MILLENIUM before I'm truly impressed.
We'll see how it goes in this match. Let's check out the lineups for today. Our 2 teams, of course, are Copenhagen Wolves on the blue side. That means in the top lane, it's going to be YoungBuck, Airwaks in the jungle, cowTard in the mid lane for now, Woolite as the AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
And on the red side, it is, of course, MILLENIUM, with Kevin playing the top lane, Kottenx in the jungle, Kerp with his trackball in the mid lane, Creaton on AD carry, and J-Ree hopefully pulling out the grabs and support.
So you guys have been telling us who you think will win this game over at LOAsports.com, and it's a 73% vote for MILLENIUM this time around. No surprises, they are on the up and up.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, they're taking games off big names fairly regularly. They're also an exciting team to watch. When MILLENIUM are playing well, they play really well.
Yeah.
You go back to that Week 3 game between Copenhagen Wolves and MILLENIUM, it was Kerp and Creaton who also destroyed. I took a look at some of the stats. Kerp was playing Ziggs at the time. He went 11, 1, and 11. And Creaton was playing Lucian, 8, 0, and 6. He went unkilled in that game. If we go further back to the Week 1 victory, it was actually when YoungBuck went back to a tank. He pulled out Trundle for the first time. When he was experimenting with those AP champions, experiments didn't work out very well. But it's good to see him. When we spoke to him yesterday, he said Renekton is back. He's playing a lot of Renekton. We'll see if he can get his hands on it in picks and bans.
Let's hope he finds another champion with a skin he enjoys rather than Vladimir. Let's find out. Here we go. Pick and bans underway. Twisted Fate and Ziggs being banned away. And Kassadin and Yasuo. So everybody on the mid. Fizz taken away as well. 5 mid laners.
Orianna.
The final one, can we get the complete set? There's the Rise, which cowTard played yesterday.
Orianna is still up. Lulu is still up. Syndra is still up. Those are potentials for either the mid lane or even the top lane if you want to throw the Lulu in that regard. But the primary go-to mid laners have all been taken off the table. And with all 3 junglers up, I almost feel like locking in a comfort pick for Airwaks is an interesting choice because there's so few mid laners that cowTard could go to. I mean, hell, if Wolves wanted to, they could always put Zyra there as well.
The thing is, you could also argue that Kottenx, of course, has played Lee Sin fantastically well when he gets his hands on it. But, as you said, it leaves a lot open. It's a Gragas so far, could be the top lane. We have seen Kevin working on this one. Lucian, of course, will be for Creaton. We'll see whether Kerp maybe goes with that Gragas, because we did see Overpower just a moment ago playing it in that mid lane.
Hell, J-Ree could play it because we've seen it in a support role as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You know, there's the versatility.
Could even be Kottenx in the jungle.
You know, it really could. The Grungle.
We saw Helios doing that, of course, last week in North America.
The Grungle is a thing, albeit less popular than other places for Gragas, but a slow pick and ban phase for the Wolves. MILLENIUM, quite quick out of the gate to lock in that Gragas and the Lucian, and Creaton's going to be very safe and very comfortable with his AD carry. We know just how many times he's played that over the course of the split. This will be his 12th game on Lucian in the summer split alone.
We do see, of course, Braum and Renekton picked in. Unlimited on Braum, he has been a fierce roaming buddy alongside Airwaks on Lee Sin. This could be an interesting combo. We could see Copenhagen Wolves going full on aggressive again. Of course, it will rely heavily on what Woolite and cowTard select.
Yeah, and it's also going to be dependent on their vision. Because when Copenhagen Wolves dismantled Alliance last week, it was thanks to having superior vision and punishing their opponents for not reacting. And if memory serves, they tried it against FNATIC as well. SK rather, and SK just roamed. Enrated moved around and actually supported properly and correctly. So it is a gamble. It's one of those things that can be countered. So Copenhagen Wolves need to be very careful with how they play this game out. Considering 4.11, we haven't seen lane swaps, I would be hesitant to say they're going to go for that strategy again.
Well, we see J-Ree going on to Morgana this time, not going to be lunging for that Blitzcrank. He's going to have, of course, Lucian alongside him with Creaton. And it was Evelyn for the jungle this time for Kottenx. That leaves a variety of options open for Woolite and cowTard, the final choice for the Wolves.
Yeah, now the Evelyn Gragas combo is what FNATIC used yesterday and did such a great job of securing kills against the Super Hot Crew, really punishing Super Hot Crew in the laning phase. I'd like to see if they can get that again, because I feel like Renekton may be able to deal with Gragas, assuming he can get in his face. Assuming Renekton can stick to Gragas in that laning phase, it might work out for him. However, for MILLENIUM, they're leaving their mid lane pick. I feel like an Orianna could be a decent comp, but it might not synergize with the Gragas. Alternatively, they could lock in Shyvana or something for the top lane and put that Gragas mid.
It's Lulu and Corki. Corki for Woolite. Woolite's been playing fantastically well over the last couple of weeks. At the moment, though, the Matrix is glitching. And they are finally going to see the last selection. It's going to be Aatrox for the top lane. That means it is Gragas mid again.
Mr. Anderson, I believe Mr. Smith has your details. And so as you said, Gragas for the mid lane again. So this is an interesting turn of events because Gragas mid, we've seen it work. It is a late game scaling champion in terms of damage once you get some of that ability power built up. And as Deficio said yesterday, when you've got that Frozen Fist, the Iceborne Gauntlet, you're sort of a mini Kassadin in terms of chasing. You can just keep sticking to people and locking them down, slow them with your Q, briefly knock them up with your Body Slam and your E, and use the Frozen Fist to keep them in place. Both teams have got very strong engage, but there's more flanking power for MILLENIUM. And if Kerp gets good ultimates, he can disrupt that sort of forward-facing, running into team comp that the Wolves have put together.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. Of course, both of these teams took victories yesterday. Big victories as well. Wolves, of course, taking down GAMBIT, which is an important clash for them because it was the bottom of the table. MILLENIUM, of course, took down Alliance. You guys at home, though, this is time for you to decide because the picks and bans are now in. And who do you think has the advantage? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag CWWin or hashtag MILWin. And we'll be checking out those results shortly as this game gets underway.
It's very difficult to say who got the better team comps because they do slightly different things. I do, however, feel with the Lee Sin, with the Braum, with the Renekton, if the Copenhagen Wolves can get some good ganks early and move around the jungle and from that regard, that can be a great way to get stepping stone into mid-game control. What the Wolves have to avoid is committing to big team fights where an early Gragas barrel can allow the Wolves to just get focused and zoned down one by one.
Oh, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live for Game 3. It is the Copenhagen Wolves who will be starting out as the blue side, facing off against MILLENIUM, who are, of course, on the red side. MILLENIUM themselves, they are 10-9 in the league, and the Copenhagen Wolves need victories
over the likes of MILLENIUM to try and get themselves back into one of those playoff spots. It's a long, hard slug for them because the Wolves and, of course, GAMBIT, who are now bottom, by the way, GAMBIT, after that game, are in trouble because the likes of ROCCAT, MILLENIUM, Super Hot Crew, all of those teams above them keep winning.
Well, these are the teams that the Wolves need to take out because of the win-loss differences. With the Copenhagen Wolves sitting at 5 and 15, and you look at MILLENIUM who are 10 and 9. If the Wolves can pick up victories against MILLENIUM and ROCCAT and Super Hot Crew, it makes that climb and that gap all the more manageable. But the problem is there's very little room for error with so few weeks left on the split.
This is what you call in English Premier League a six-pointer, when it's a team that you're basically fighting in relegation against. Not to say MILLENIUM are anywhere near relegation right now, because they are very much out of it.
For the time being, but of course.
Well, with ROCCAT keep on winning, which they are on a 5-game win streak.
A few more losses.
Definitely drag them into it, yeah.
A few more losses, they could be facing it. So we do see some early wards from both of the teams, and it's the Wolves with actually, this is just a mirror image as far as vision is concerned. Neither team looking to set up any sort of lane swap, and no indications of a jungle invade because of how split up all of these teams are. But MILLENIUM, much more defensive. They've got a nice, tight group of units around their red buff, and they want to make sure Kottenx gets his first jungle buff as quickly and as safely as possible.
So we'll see how this one develops. cowTard being forced away from his champions. I think cowTard may be affected by those 6 ability power mid lane bans. There was, of course, Yasuo in there, so not all ability power, but more 6 mid lane bans than potentially Kerp. He has a rather larger champion pool. J-Re starting out with Tormented Soul, poking down on Woolite game, of course. His Spell Thief's ticking early on for the gold. Meanwhile, Unlimited did go with that Relic Shield, so he's going to be looking to try and get some of that CS in a moment. At the moment, though, he's putting pressure on towards Create on Jerry.
Yeah, and this is one of these lane matchups that we talk about fairly frequently in terms of the Corki versus Lucian, because Corki's low-level burst is equal, dare I say, maybe a little more than Lucian, assuming you can keep at range. If you can get those phosphorus bomb strikes down and avoid taking those double tap passives of Lucian, you can see how much more hit points Woolite has. And Unlimited is completely playing aggressive in this lane, really trying to keep Creatine and J-Re on the back foot. So a strong early laning phase, but we need to see if it results in levels and CS, because Creatine is only 4 or 5 CS down at the moment, doing a fairly good job of keeping himself in it.
So the 2 junglers you could see there, Kottenx had completed blue, so he's slightly ahead at the moment in his pathing around that jungle. Neither look to be getting involved in any of the lanes right now, so it's going to be a straight up slugfest in all of the lanes, see who can come out on top. At the moment, top lane, you can see YoungBuck, as you'd expect on Renekton, is coming out on top in the early stages against Kevin's Aatrox.
Yeah, and it's one of these matchups that Renekton should be punishing early on, and then eventually Kevin can start contesting. Ooh, Kottenx takes a lot of damage.
Good trade from Airwaks there. Does get vision of him, of course. That's the flash out of Kerp, though. That was a respectful flash.
It was, because if that knock-up had come into play, Kerp may have been able to get the ignite damage, and the barrel slow would have been enough. But look at Creatine and J-Re. They are being absolutely bullied by Woolite and Unlimited.
He's got no mana to try and dash out the next one. If they manage to catch on him once again, he did just level up, so they may give him just enough in the bank. You can see they're going back for him again. They want to force him away from this one. Good black shield there from J-Re. Stops the damage from Woolite coming through.
Yeah, but the summoner heal was blown, and now they've caught Kerp.
Kerp in trouble, he gets caught out, does get the belly stomp on Airwaks, the tower hit's going to come through, but he should survive. Gets the shield just in time, the ignite is ticking, and he will live, and that is a first blood for cowTard.
So securely played by the Copenhagen Wolves, very, very close. Airwaks needed the shield from cowTard to stay alive, but it worked. They're trying to punish YoungBuck now.
YoungBuck should slice and dice away from this one. Kottenx got nothing to slow YoungBuck down, and he's just going to walk on back to town and get himself healed up.
Yeah, YoungBuck was well-renowned as being one of, if not the best Renekton player about a year ago this time. I would say beginning of last year, the early Season 3 days and end of Season 2. And it's good to see Renekton actually coming back into play. Sort of fell out of favor over the last few months. First back, early teleport, and that CS advantage he had built up has been reduced thanks to the gank attempt by Kottenx. But we need to see where Kottenx continues to apply pressure, because that was his first gank, and YoungBuck easily thwarted it. Easily just slashed the dice.
J-Re's going to get stunned up here. Oh, good black shield just at the right time there to prevent the stun coming through, using it on himself. Quickly catches a Dark Binding and Tormented Soil on Unlimited, putting some damage trade back to them. There's a big minion wave here. Copenhagen Wolves are going to be forced back to tower.
Yeah, but not only is there a big minion wave for Woolite to farm up, he's already got a 15 CS lead. So Creatine and J-Re are struggling in that lane. They want to try and punish cowTard.
They're going to go on towards him. He got stunned and slowed, but he can see the speed that cowTard can just apply to himself on that Lulu. Makes him such a safe mid-champion. Airwaks, meanwhile, he's looking to come around the backside of Kevin. Kevin, of course, he's already teleported away, so he can't get away from that one. He has got flash available. Airwaks going to come around the side here. Hasn't got his kick available just yet. He does manage to have enough. Bloodwell goes down. Blood passive getting on towards him. Is enough on the tower? They're going to have to dive it. Oh, wow. A comedy of errors there. And now Airwaks is in trouble. Kottenx is going back. Airwaks will get the kill. Safeguards away. Kottenx flashing for it. Gets the kill returned. And now YoungBuck, well, he's going to back away. I don't think Kottenx can go toe-for-toe with YoungBuck though on Renekton.
I don't think so either. They end up trading 1-for-1 with each jungler securing a kill in that trade, but you did see YoungBuck ending up landing the stun on the minion. He didn't have the boots to catch up with Kevin, and fortunately, once the distance was gained from Dark Flight, Kevin kept himself alive for a few seconds longer. Nevertheless, 1-for-1 and assists for both of those top laners. YoungBuck continues to hold on to the CS advantage, so it's the Wolves with an early lead in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, more importantly for the Wolves, of course, while YoungBuck didn't get the kill, it does mean a big minion wave was lost for Kevin. You can see in terms of CS trade, it is starting to slip away from him. Interesting to see how they build. YoungBuck will be going Blade of the Ruined King. We've seen this so often. Looks like Kevin's going to be doing the same.
Yeah, YoungBuck actually got into a bit of a Twitter argument with Skarazard yesterday, discussing Blade of the Ruined King. And Skarazard was particularly disappointed because he feels the Tiamat is the better option. What YoungBuck was saying about the Blade of the Ruined King build is against tanky or high health targets like an Aatrox, like Evelyn when she throws her ultimate down, and even Gragas once he builds tank. You have a lot of damage, and if you've got an empowered W, that's 3 strikes of 8% current hit points. The only risk for YoungBuck is timing on his engages. He cannot afford to jump into a team fight too early because he's simply not able to sustain or survive long enough. But that is, of course, where Lulu comes in. A wild growth can counterbalance that.
Some great deep wards there from Unlimited this time. You can see put them in towards the Wolves and over at the big white to the right-hand side to keep vision of Kottenx early on. Good coverage here. Creaton being forced back. Unlimited just blocking out with his Unbreakable on the damage coming through. In this bottom lane, they've all been back to buy. You can see Phage versus a Vampiric Scepter being picked up. Double Dorans was picked up by Creaton a while back as well, so he's slightly ahead in builds, but of course Woolite, you can see big farm advantage right now, building towards that Trinity Force.
Yeah, and a lot of that stems from Unlimited. He's landed so many of those Winter's Bite Qs that it's making J-Re and Creatine's life difficult. We'll get to that in a second as Kottenx is trying to jump on cowTard, so this will turn into a 3v2 as both supports are roaming. And just such a cheeky play. Copenhagen Wolves steal blue, and they should get out safely.
Nicely done, Airwaks there. Had the damage to just deal with it and take it away from him. That may well force MILLENIUM to try and make a play of their own and see whether Kottenx and Kerp try and steal the blue off the Copenhagen Wolves. YoungBuck in the top lane. He's giving Kevin all sorts of headaches right now. Bloodwell, of course, not available, so YoungBuck jumping on him every chance he gets.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that dual lane point very quickly. Unlimited has a much stronger presence in that lane. He's landing more skill shots, and because of his aggressive play into Morgana, who isn't necessarily the greatest at playing aggressively, it's meaning that MILLENIUM are falling behind. We did see a potential blue invade, and now Kerp has been collapsed on by Renekton. This is going to turn into a big fight.
Well, you were talking about the early aggression that YoungBuck could show, and he has gone straight in. Wild growth being used on him. cowTard at the back there, taken very low. MILLENIUM trying to get towards him, but YoungBuck cleaves his way through there. A good glitter lance. Kevin finally gets this final swing here, but MILLENIUM are all very low on health. That's a good barrel on towards Airwaks. He's instead questioning his decision whether he should go in. Oh, will he pull the trigger? Yes, he will. He goes in. He gets the kill, but he'll go down in the protest, and he may well have cost cowTard his life. Oh, great glitter lance. Turns it back around. The Ignite will get Kottenx. And now Kevin, without the Bloodwell available, is very low, but there's no mana left on cowTard.
No mana for more spells. He does have red buff available. He needs to be careful not to get caught up.
Oh, teleport
Look
behind.
at the teleport from YoungBuck. YoungBuck wants Kevin's behind.
He's coming in towards him. Bloodwell just popped up. He's got double buff as well. And this is going to be tricky. Oh, that may well cost him. Is he going to teleport away? No. Oh, he backed. He didn't choose to back. Instead, he's going to choose to go for the kill. And he gets it. Kevin gets himself another kill. Can he get out of this one? I'm not sure. He will go down. That's his passive burnt out. He's got flash. No, he hasn't. He's not off cooldown. He's going to drop down. He's going to jump to the right, I think. jump to the left. Yes, he will. Can he? Oh, he's got away!
Not yet. Airwaks is now chasing him. We'll see if Kevin can keep this ringer.
Oh, he got caught with the Sonic Wave. Nicely done, Airwaks. And finally he goes down. Jerry in the bottom lane. He gets dropped. Woolite now. Kottenx jumping on towards him, but he flashes away to safety. And now Unlimited actually putting some damage back on the jungler as the support. Kottenx has got to be careful. He's chasing in this one. He's got the support of Kraton coming in behind and coming down the river. You can see Kerp is making a move towards them. Copenhagen Wolves are in trouble here. They're taking out early fight. Kottenx taken so low. Woolite been picked off at the side there. Unlimited blasted away by Kerp. Kottenx is going to come around the side. It's Kraton that takes it. And well, 12 kills in the first 11 minutes. This game opened right up.
That is so important for Millennium. Now, after all of the action, it is just a matter of everyone committing to fights and basically biding their time. We've seen mistakes from both sides, but they come out relatively even. So this was the bottom lane fight that we did miss. I use the word fight very loosely. It is just a straight up dive, and unfortunately for Jerry, he misses yet another Dark Binding. So Woolite's able to chase him down. We did see the end of the fight, and I think what's very important to note is that Kraton is still 30 CS down, but he does have a kill and assist. And now Kevin, I think he should get away from this one. He's got the support of Kottenx.
Use the Dark Flight to get away. YoungBuck comes back in. Airwaks, wow, he took a big chunk of damage there. Tries to get around. Safeguard not enough, and Kottenx cleans up the kill.
Wow, the combo of the burst damage from both Kottenx and Kevin just decimated Airwaks' HP. If you look at his items, he's only got an Elder Lizard and Boots of Mobility, so there's no additional combat stats on his side of the map. But Millennium grabbed himself another kill. It lands in the hands of Kottenx. He's going to continue building towards a damage build Evelyn, and now they're going to catch YoungBuck out. The action's not over yet.
Well, he got drawn in to try and take down that pink ward. He's not going to be able to slice and dice. He flashes away. Can they dive in towards the tower, though? The minion wave needs to be cleared out, and YoungBuck's going to have to make tracks. This is at risk. Yeah, you got to back away further than that.
Yeah, not going to be worth it because of the fact that both flashes are available on the Millennium players. It may mean a lot of damage going onto the Copenhagen Wolves top outer turret. In the bottom lane, though, we do see Unlimited and Woolite. They continue to apply pressure, and they've got 60% of that turret HP down.
YoungBuck stuck around in that top lane. He had the support of Airwaks, but at the moment he's just using his regen to try and keep himself there. Kottenx is there. Kevin could jump on him. Remember, there's no flash available on YoungBuck this time around, and that was just simply greedy to get the minions. He should have gone back.
Pure bravado. YoungBuck tried to get the slice and dice, and it was interrupted there by Kevin's knockup, and that really shouldn't have happened. He was low. There was always going to be the risk that Kottenx was sticking around. It's also going to result in this tower after a few turret hits get tanked up by Kevin. Not even, actually. They melted it. So the Wolves are going to open up with a Dragon. First of the game, if memory serves. And it's just back and forth. Both of these teams going toe-to-toe in multiple lanes. And we need to just keep an eye on who is winning where. Ooh, this is a teleport from Millennium. They're looking for a fight.
Yeah, it was a good trade for the Wolves, though. I mean, they knew that the jungler wasn't top, so they knew it was a safe Dragon to take. And it does work out. So a tower versus a Dragon versus a kill. At the moment, you can see the gold very close between them. Still 400, despite the fact there is now 14 kills on the board inside 14 minutes.
I actually think that is very important for the Wolves because not only did they get the Dragon in that scenario, but they also got Kevin's teleport. So they will have the timing on it. They'll be able to make an informed decision for how long their split pushing ability is, or how long they can leave YoungBuck pushing top lane. His teleport's almost available, so it should work in their favor if they can take advantage.
So let's start taking a look at this bottom lane, because this is not becoming a close fight. This is becoming a domination from the Copenhagen Wolves. We saw it against Genja and Edward yesterday. This partnership of Woolite and Unlimited is becoming very, very strong. 135 CS to 86. That's a massive gulf in class right now.
Yeah, it really is, and it's been from the get-go. Woolite and Unlimited have completely dictated the pace.
And this is Kraton, remember. Kraton, who dominated yesterday against Alliance on Ezreal. He was so strong. But as of right now, Copenhagen Wolves really have stepped up. We talked about so many times. They pull out these AD carries. Woolite, once again, doing a great job.
Yeah, and it is one of those scenarios where, due to the matchup, and all props to Unlimited as well, Woolite was afforded all of the time to CS and all of that freedom in lane because of how aggressive Unlimited was playing and how many skill shots he landed in the early game. That forced Kraton and Jerry onto the defensive, so they were never playing aggressive. If you look at the bigger picture in terms of the lane, 40 CS difference between 80 carries in favor of the Wolves. In the top lane, 22 CS rather, in favor of the Wolves. It's only the mid lane where Kerp is winning. We're in another 2v2 and YoungBuck's been jumped on.
YoungBuck Gen jumps on. This time he's got Dominus and he's got Airwaks to help him out. Kevin taking low, but he's got Bloodwell available. They've got to get away from this one because Kevin's going to pop straight back up. YoungBuck goes down and so does Airwaks. And just like that, as they've tried before, they can't beat this duo in the top lane, and this time they both paid the price for their lives.
No, they cannot, and Kottenx is making it clear. He's helping Kevin because he may be afraid to try and gank this bottom lane. Woolite completed his Trinity Force, and the Wolves have secured a tower of the game. Now, Kerp is landing on cowTard. They're not thinking of diving yet, but they may want to.
Ultimate available. You can see Kerp's holding it back there. There we go. Bounces him back in just as Kerp comes in. Kottenx helps out, and it's another kill for Millennium. They're now 11-6 up in kills, and they are still even in gold.
Kerp with a very, very good play in that scenario. He actually kept cowTard in the lane long enough to buy time for Kottenx to jump in there. Kottenx and Kerp did need to use both of their flashes, but it has allowed them to get a 5-kill lead and a lot of presence on the map. With the exception of the dual lane on the bottom, the middle and top lanes are going, I would say, in favor of Millennium. Despite the CS advantage, Kevin's got 4 kills and 4 assists, which actually puts him in the lead in gold. If you take a look at the gold difference between YoungBuck and Kevin, YoungBuck's sitting on 5,100 gold to 6,100 gold of Kevin. Those kills are working in his favor, and he's getting very key items. Blade of the Rune King completed, and a Chain Vest. He can start dueling and probably even winning against YoungBuck.
Yeah, 2 members, of course, in this game. With our Twitter question of the day, we were talking to you guys about really players that have sneaking under the radar, unseen. Woolite and Kottenx both doing very well in this game. Kottenx 4-1-6 involved in over 90% of the kills so far for Millennium already from that jungle. Working wonders. So the Wolves, they have regrouped. They took that bottom tower. Let's see where they go from here, because Millennium are very good in this situation.
Oh, the bike hit!
Off, as I mentioned it, Woolite does get caught out. Explosive Cask only forces them backwards.
Yeah, the Unbreakable actually forced it to explode right in front of Unlimited's face. That allows them to get away cleanly. But, you know, Millennium have had some very good aggressive plays, and I think Kottenx has been the initiating factor for all of those, especially when you consider that top half of the map. It is his flanks that have started the fight with YoungBuck, and barring 1 or 2 in the early game, they've won most of them. But look at the positioning now. Copenhagen Wolves have split up. They've got YoungBuck top. They've left Woolite to go to the bottom lane, and Millennium have grouped up in the middle. Oh, Doc Binding's hits.
Catching on towards him, Wild Growth uses it enough to save him. The shields, the safeguard, everything coming through. J-Ree's going to go down. Airwaks will get himself the kill there. cowTard paid the price. Grayton takes a couple of tower hits. Kerp so low, and Limited fancies it, and he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Belly slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Kottenx. He's going to take a lot of the kill in Airwaks this time around. Kerp is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Unlimited. Takes him down! Slams him! The Ignite is running! The Summoner Heal comes out, and Kerp gets away with it like a big fat lad.
Kerp is incredible at this game. He manages to tower dive, get away, survive the race, dodge the skill shots, and still get the kill at the end of the day. Very, very well executed. Millennium communicating well and playing aggressively as a unit. Keep in mind, though, that they did lose an inner turret in the bottom lane. You can argue the value of those kills when you've lost map presence and objective control, but regardless, Millennium are the ones diving, and this is going to cause second guesses on the side of Copenhagen Wolves. I did not expect them to dive a Lulu when the turret was right there, when I felt they may have been focusing objective down. But Millennium do it, they get the kills, and they get away.
And this is the go button we talked about yesterday, of course. You know, once they catch. Yesterday, I think it was the Cocoons maybe catching on towards them. Today, Dark Binding, as soon as he gets on there, everybody piles straight in for Millennium. It's the traditional, and it's actually what we talked about back last summer.
Oh, there's going to be another fight.
They're in the death bush. Oh, this time around, can Kerp get away? He's going to get caught out. The stun will come through. Black Shield not going to be enough to stop him this time as he gets picked down there, but he's still alive. He gets away, slams himself around, and now Millennium are coming back in numbers. They're trying to turn this one back around, and Copenhagen Wolves are forcing him away. A lot of damage, a lot of ultimates, both sides.
Teleports from both YoungBuck and Kevin to pull the support into the river. Remember, the dragon is available, so this is why the teams are fighting. Kerp held on to his explosive cask for a very long time and used it to knock Airwaks away. Thanks to the fact that Copenhagen Wolves surprised Millennium, they should secure that dragon relatively safely. but Millennium are looking to contest. Let's keep an eye on the Dragon's HP.
They're moving in for it. You can see in the ID carry, it's just around the side. He's going to try and sneak in the back. Copenhagen Wolves going aggressive. Soul Shackle's going up, and that's going to proc on a number of people. Jerry does catch on towards him. They can see Woolite comes back around the side, gets himself one, gets himself two, goes back onto Kevin. Bloodwell Ponce, he's got nowhere to go from this one. He's going to try and jump away. Is it enough? No, they're just going to follow on through, and it's another kill, and that is the ace for the Wolves and the Dragon.
After all of the praise that we were giving Millennium in their aggressive plays, they make a monumental error. They had no ultimates to work with. They committed to that fight knowing that they were low on HP, they didn't have the displacement from Gragas, and they just got obliterated. Even though Millennium are fairly tightly stacked, take a look at this. Woolite flanks from the backline, and YoungBuck hadn't even used his Dominus. So YoungBuck is just running amok in the middle of the lane while Woolite cleans up from behind. And truthfully, Millennium should have given the Dragon up. It was not worth the risk of that team fight, and they just get aced. Well played by Copenhagen Wolves. They regain control of the game.
The thing is, Millennium went in as a force, yet Kerp was like, I cannot get involved in this, and instantly got took out because he stood on top of a ward. So effectively, once one of their carries are down, it's not really a fight you should be taking. Ironically, it's not only the Wolves that make those incorrect decisions. This time around, Millennium, their hand was forced.
Oh, they want to dive again, and there's no support for Kerp. This may just be to secure the tower. You know what this reminds me of is yesterday's team fights, where Alliance were very reliant on the displacement of Gragas to help them survive team fights. But you've got Corki that can reposition, Braum can reposition, Lulu's got so much speed, and the same with Renekton and Lee Sin. So if Millennium don't have that displacement, they're going to get run around, and they're going to get controlled in team fights. So unfortunately, only a bit of more than they can chew. And if you just look at the item differences now between Woolite, who's 220 CS up, Infinity Edge and Trinity Force versus Creatin's Blade of the Ruined King and Double Doran's, there is simply no contest in who will win that contest.
Yeah, it's a gigantic difference between AD carries, and it may well be enough, just like yesterday against Gambit, to carry them through this game. Of course, they're going to push on through. You can see in the top lane, Kevin is up there, doesn't have teleport available, while the rest of the Wolves, they're pushing through the mid lane, actually. Airwaks catches a Sonic Wave on Kottenx. He was just backing away in the jungle. That buys himself a little bit of time. Not really much coverage in this mid lane. Since Creatin gets there, we'll have culling available, so Copenhagen Wolves step away. They don't really have the vision to keep on pushing up the lanes just yet.
No, they don't. They need to get more wards down deeper, and Millennium will be relying on Gragas and Lucian for their wave play. They've actually got a lot of fairly safe CC. Gragas can throw the barrels out, and obviously the culling's on a fairly low cooldown. But the problem that the Copenhagen Wolves have is forcing those objective fights. They've got, you know, short-range champions in Lulu and Corki. So in order for them to safely commit to taking towers out, I feel like they either need to surprise Millennium or they need to have a numbers advantage. Because the risk of a Gragas barrel knocking someone closer to Millennium and knocking your teammates away is just too great at this stage of the game when you get those inner turrets.
So as you mentioned, gigantic gulf between the AD carries.
And mid laners.
Actually, it's fairly close, mid lane. It's a 30 plus difference, but you can see cowTard just wipes out that wave with his Glitter Lance, no problem there. But it is not, I mean, it's actually a 200 gold advantage to cowTard in that mid lane.
The problem is that Kerp has been sitting on a large chunk of gold. He's been saving up for an hourglass. And for the last few minutes, cowTard has had that death cap completed and 339 ability power. Kerp has been only working with 189. He does have the money to finish off that hourglass, which we are expecting, but because Millennium are out of position, Copenhagen Wolves are just going to pick up an unchallenged tower, and Millennium need to respond a little quicker. So there we go. There's the hourglass we're talking about. Still behind in AP, Kerp 278 to cowTard's 342, and look at the split push. cowTard in the mid lane, the Wolves grouped up in the top lane. Kottenx wants to flank. This could go well if they can kill somebody before Lulu gets here.
They're trying to go around there. Here comes Kottenx, lands the Agony's Embrace on all of them, and Woolite just gets massacred at the back there. Airwaks now, he's going to be the focus. He gets away. He catches on towards Woolite. cowTard comes back in around the side. Oh, but the Dark Binding lands on him and eats a barrel. He's just going to get slammed out of this one. Millennium, oh, it's a great Glitter Lance from cowTard. That stops Millennium in their tracks, but it was a 2-for-1. But they still lost that tower.
2-for-1, and Copenhagen Wolves should not have left cowTard in the mid lane. They have a teleport top laner in YoungBuck, and the Lulu slow from Glitterlance and Wild Growth would have done so much to prevent and delay this engagement from happening. 5 versus 4, fairly clean initiation for Millennium. very good focus damage onto Evelyn to, of course, block her out of the fight. But yeah, I think a misplay from Copenhagen Wolves. They should be relying on Renekton with the teleports to join in those fights, because one Glitzer Lance could have bought you the 2 or 3 seconds you need to get YoungBuck into the engagement.
Yeah, Unlimited wasn't close enough to Woolite either. They weren't. For some reason, whether they just herp-a-derped and completely forgot that Kottenx could flank around the side and it's like, hey, let's just leave our AD carry completely exposed at the back. And you saw, of course, he's a 4-3-10 Evelyn. He's got a hell of a lot of damage and just blew him up there and then.
And that all starts with the vision. When you're playing against an Evelyn, or even when you're playing against like a Blitzcrank from yesterday, you need wards placed to your sides. If you're going to be pushing to an inner turret and you don't have clear vision of your opponent's jungle, you're always going to get flanked. And we've seen so many times how often Evelyns can get around the back. Airwaks in particular, when he played Evelyn earlier this split, had some phenomenal 5-man engages from behind teams. And I think it was Alliance actually that comes to mind. So it just misplay from Copenhagen Wolves. They need to make sure they have more wards. You can see pinks now in their inventory, so you can assume the next time they go for a tower, they will have the appropriate vision to make that play. We're being a little overly harsh because they still have a 5,000 gold lead, and they are definitely dictating the tempo of this game.
Yep, it's a big, big lead nonetheless. It's a high-scoring match, honestly. 29 kills so far in 26 minutes. Dragon up in 15 seconds. We're likely to see a couple more coming shortly. Both teleports available for the top laners, so they could get involved in this one. Plenty of wards are placed around for them to come down to. Creaton gets himself vision across the side. It's the Wolves that are in positional advantage, but look at the side. Kottenx once again looking to flank in.
So remember, even though the Wolves are, theoretically positioned well for Dragon, if they remain grouped up and get caught by Agony's Embrace, then the explosive cast, they could be in trouble. Let's see how the Millennium engage.
Kottenx comes around the side. It's Woolite they were focusing on. He's stuck deep in the back of the pit. Instead, he's had to Valkyrie away. And now Millennium move in force. Airwaks taken low. He gets dropped down. Unlimited focus. Woolite gets dropped. Millennium turned his fight into their favor. And now cowTard's going to get chased down. I don't think he's going to escape this one. Darkbind is back up any second now. There, no, he didn't quite catch. cowTard just sidesteps it. They're going to go in and take the Dragon nonetheless. And that was a clean fight. 3-0 for Millennium.
Yeah, Millennium just
making 4, I think. cowTard having to use his wild growth to get out of that one. He does get away safe. YoungBuck, he's sticking around a long time, and he's putting in a lot of damage on this mid turret. He may even get it here. Millennium were way too slow to react to this one. An inner turret, despite all those losses, would be fantastic. And there's enough damage done there. It's just going to take a quick push. And Copenhagen Wolves, that was a good counter from YoungBuck.
Yeah, a breath of fresh air will take that tower down. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they just got split up. They made another mistake because Millennium engaged and they weren't on the same page. 2 members of the Wolves went north, 2 members of the Wolves went south. This is important to note. Look at the split. cowTard and Limited go up. Airwaks and Woolite go into the pit and sideways. So Airwaks is looking for the kill on Kottenx, which, I suppose maybe he could have pulled off, but it just simply wasn't enough. And J-Ree landing such a crucial dark binding that prevented YoungBuck getting involved. So by the time the, 3-second stun had worn off, root rather, the fight was over and Millennium could secure the objective. They closed the gold gap and they once again put on a hell of a show. 32 kills in 28 minutes. And it just looks like these teams are completely bloodthirsty.
Yeah, 32 kills and counting right now. So, 4-2 in turrets for the Wolves. They have the gold advantage, but only very little, just 1,000. Kottenx's flanks have been so far impeccable in these team fights as we've progressed into 5v5s. The Wolves, though, they know that that mid turret is low and they're going to push the advantage.
So, keep in mind, for Millennium's team come to really work out, they're looking for Aatrox and Evelyn to come in from the side lanes. And if they can come in from the sides of a team fight and flank and, catch the Wolves by surprise, that's how they win their fights. You think of the top lane, you think of Dragon. The problem for Millennium is when they get surprised and they get jumped on very quickly. If they get caught out by an engage from Unlimited or even Airwaks catching them out, they run the risk of just getting burst down. Unlimited, cowTard rather's got his death cap, he's got the makings of a Void Staff. He's starting to hit that point where he's got some good burst on the Lulu. But look at this, from the side, Kottenx, he's gonna get Agony's Embrace down.
Straight onto Woolite once again. This time Kottenx will get knocked away. The kick from Airwaks, they're gonna turn it back around. YoungBuck in amongst the whole team. Wild growth, Dominus, everything. It's a gigantic crocodile, but is it enough? Kerp, Sonya's Hourglass, last split second. Everybody getting low, Millennium getting low. Bloodwell popped by Kevin. Gragas going down as well. Kottenx is gonna die to the Ignite. Kevin gets dropped as well. It's a double for cowTard. They're chasing on this one. Triple kill for cowTard in the end. That's gonna be the tower. It could even be
need an inhibitor.
It should, well, it depends on Copenhagen Wolves. Baron is an objective, a 1 for 3. The fight ends up going in favor of the Wolves because YoungBuck teleports in behind them. MILLENIUM just got, they tried to initiate and they got split up. As they were focusing YoungBuck down, it allowed the Wolves to regroup and get the damage onto the right people. They bursted Kerp out very quickly. Creation's going to look for a steal, but I don't think this is going to happen. Baron's going low, and he's actually positioning quite scarily. He may be looking for kills as well.
One shot and a dream, and it's not enough for Creaton, not being able to take that one down. So the Wolves get themselves the first Baron of the game as we continue this crazy aggressive game. 36 kills in 30 minutes and counting, and I don't think that's going to be the end of it for sure. Plenty of towers to fall, to fight over, and the Wolves, with all the gold now gained, are going to back off and stack themselves a few more items.
You're seeing the strengths and the weaknesses of both team compositions. The moment Copenhagen Wolves get a YoungBuck or an Airwaks into the middle of MILLENIUM, then the wild growth and its slow is enough to hold them in place, and that buys time for the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves to deal damage. MILLENIUM, on the other hand, when they get a good flank and they're not surprised and caught in the middle, they're able to win team fights. So it's very crucial to keep an eye on how MILLENIUM handles YoungBuck going forward. If J-Re can continue to get strong dark bindings, or he can get knocked away by an explosive cast, then MILLENIUM can win those fights. But every single time MILLENIUM pull ahead or close the gap, Copenhagen Wolves find a way to punish them and regain control of the game. Another 5,000 gold lead in 30 minutes.
So, great start for both teams, honestly. And a great game so far. Copenhagen Wolves, they have the advantage, they have the Baron, and they're making their move. You can see the waves being pushed up the top lane by YoungBuck. Mid lane wave going to be crashing onto the tower shortly. Bottom lane actually has dealt with itself, and like you say, look at that vision, look at that jungle area. Kottenx cannot flank around this time. There's too many pink wards for him to get around the backside, and he's also got coverage. You can see Woolite purposely staying right at the top of the map. No way you can flank around there. You can't go off the map, that's for sure. They're going to move in towards them. The kick comes out from Airwaks, not landing, trying to single someone out. Instead, they'll take themselves a turret, and now the siege will begin.
Yeah, MILLENIUM don't really want the team fight because of the Baron buff on the Copenhagen Wolves, and they are so reliant on getting Aatrox or Evelyn to come in from the side lanes. Now, Aatrox is sitting at the tower. We can see Kottenx has snuck himself around, but I don't know if he's going to walk over a pink wall. That is very important to see. There's no pinks on the route up to that top lane. So if Copenhagen will commit to the tower, I think that's going to be the go signal for Kottenx. If he can come in from behind 5 of them like now, this may be the time. A flash, oh, there's no flash for J-Re. Soul Shackles, let's see if he uses it aggressively.
There's the call-in, not going to go in this time. Backs away, J-Re taking too much punishment. The call-in used and basically being blocked out by Unlimited's Unbreakable. Took a bit of damage, that will regenerate. They're going to get themselves another couple more shots. Still, once again, Agony's Embrace, remember, is the key go factor for Kottenx.
Look at his positioning. He's going to come in now. They do have the heal from Mikhail's Crucible on J-Re, and a lot of other ultimates are available. Here come MILLENIUM.
He's going in for it. Woolite's the focus this time around. He gets in towards him, but the rest of the team again cannot support him, and he just gets taken down. The Wolves were completely ready and waiting for that one, and they just blew him up the moment he came in.
It's so difficult to engage through a Glacial Fissure and the Glitterlance.
Whoa!
Copenhagen Wolves put the slowdown, and MILLENIUM on the retreat.
Airwaks goes in. Soul Shackles just ran out of. There goes the tower. The inhibitor's going to fall. They're pushing through on this one, and MILLENIUM are retreating back to the fountain. They will take themselves the tower and the inhib, and they're going to back away.
Very, very strong play from the Copenhagen Wolves. They commit to the team fight, and when Kottenx engages, they focus him so incredibly quickly. It's not over yet, as it looks like J-Re and Kerp were trying to get something. Good Glitterlance.
Frustration barrel at the end there.
You have to give a lot of credit to Copenhagen Wolves calling, because the moment Kottenx shows up with that Agony's Embrace, the whole team just turns and melts him so quickly, even through all of his tanky stats and that Agony's Embrace.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet. MILLENIUM, they want to fight for the dragon here. Copenhagen Wolves still with the Baron on, remember. Hasn't got too long left, and it just wore off. Just went down. Agony's Embrace not available, nor is Soul Shackles, of course, for J-Re. But then Barrels, they're going to keep doing the damage. Not as much as it used to be, but it will be enough. Now, Dragon being started off. Copenhagen Wolves in there, shreds it down, no problem there. They have to secure themselves the blue buff and get the hell out of dodge.
I think that's a smart play from MILLENIUM. They already lost a very bad Dragon fight by engaging when they were either low on HP or didn't have their full complement of abilities, and I believe the same thing would have happened if they had committed to that fight. So they give the Dragon up, Copenhagen Wolves extend their gold lead. And because they've got super minions in the top lane, the Wolves should be looking to play the map now. Play middle, play bottom lane, get control with a good wave player that cowTard's got. He should finish off his Lich Bane in the not too distant future. And that's going to give the Wolves all of the time in the world to just push these towers down, get 1 or 2 hits with Woolite or with cowTard, and that will give you even further map control.
So Copenhagen Wolves in the advantage. Baron buff now off though, it's going to be back up in 2 minutes time. Emmet super minions, of course, being dealt with. Kevin shouldn't have too many issues up there now. He's got this help with Creaton. They'll take them down quickly. But we see Guardian Angel now completed by Kevin. That's going to give him 2 lives because, of course, he's got that Bloodwell passive as well. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a Guardian Angel on Kottenx as well being built up now. Still yet to see one on the Wolves, although it looks like YoungBuck is heading that way. Bottom wave seems to be the next focus target for the Wolves. That wave will be picked up and pushed in towards this lower inhib, while of course they split and deal with those super minions in the top.
It's so difficult to see how Millennium can pull themselves back because Kottenx has actually had pretty good flanks on the previous engages, but because the rest of Millennium just can't get through Unlimited's abilities, that's really what's making their lives difficult. So what that means for Millennium to win a fight here, if Kottenx comes in from behind, Kevin and Kerp need to work together to get the targets down, either through the explosive cask or through Kevin jumping over or around Unlimited's ultimate. Because that's been such a big disruption. The knockup and the slow is very, very difficult to deal with.
While there's super minions in that top wave, the middle wave will not need dealing with. That's going to deal with itself for Millennium. So if the Wolves are going to make this, they're going to have to just simply push in. Now you can see top wave, super minions moving in onto the Nexus turret, and the Airwaks immediately tries to take advantage, tries to get himself a position to kick somebody out. Kerp was the man that was caught. That Nexus turret taking half its hit points already as the Wolves rotate around. Baron is up in 20 seconds, and they want to use those super minions as an advantage. That Nexus turret is very low going down there. They're going to clear out the super minions, but that may well buy themselves enough time for the Wolves to move in and get Baron.
Copenhagen Wolves destroyed the Dragon a few moments ago very, very quickly. A tad early on the Baron spawn, but Millennium are close enough to engage. So for Copenhagen Wolves, they need to be very clear. They either Baron and peel for the fight, or in this case, they just catch Millennium out of position.
Look how confident
Woolite
Woolite
not
is.
there. Millennium are in trouble.
Woolite going in towards this one, pops on towards Jerry. Kottenx locks on towards him, but he's just got so much damage and lifesteal and sustain. He just keeps on fighting through it. Taking 1 down, taking 2 down. Kevin's going to get popped down. That's another drop. This is the Copenhagen Wolves surely taking victory.
Yeah, there's super minions on the Nexus turrets, and that's going to be an ace for 1. Maybe 2 if Kevin can get the last hit. Doesn't look like it. Millennium just get melted in the mid lane.
Fantastic match between these two teams. 22 kills for the Wolves, 21 kills for Millennium, and it's the Copenhagen Wolves that will be coming out on top. They've got to take the inhib down first, but they have enough time. 20-second death timers, that should be more than enough time to take down. That's going to just a quick breathe, a breath of fresh air on it. That's going to be the final Nexus turret going down. It's the Copenhagen Wolves that take down Millennium. It's a 2-0 week for the Wolves, ladies and gentlemen. They are on the comeback trail.
Very, very strong showing against Millennium. Their team fights were good. Even the times they got flanked, it was mistakes leading up to the fights that cost them. If they'd had better vision, you could theorize that they would not have lost those team fights at the Dragon Pit or in that top lane. Stern faces there from Kerp and from Creaton. The Howl is back, ladies and gentlemen. The Howl is back indeed.
Yeah, and it is doing very well. So, unfortunately for you GAMBIT fans out there, this puts them in a real bind. They are now rooted at the bottom of the table, as the only team around them has just picked up 2 victories, one of them being against GAMBIT, of course, who themselves are now 0-2 this week. As it stands, though, we do see Millennium. They're now 10-10, tied with ROCCAT,
yes,
I believe, as well. So it's a good performance for them. ROCCAT creeping their way back up the table, and for Millennium, as you mentioned, a couple of worried faces, and rightfully so, because they've gone from one of the top teams to slowly but surely slipping back into the playoffs.
Yeah, and you see the composition that Millennium put together. It's sort of a pick comp. You can't consider Gragas an assassin anymore, or a burst mage anymore. His damage has been reduced significantly. But the way that Millennium were playing that, they were looking for the binding, they were looking to separate the target and focus them down. And every time Millennium tried to do that, after 25 minutes or so, you've just seen Unlimited throwing out that Glacial Fissure on Brahma and just preventing everyone getting in. The Wild Growth saved them. The Glitter Lancers kept them alive. MILLENIUM didn't have the tools to get through all of those things multiple times.
Yeah, fantastic performance overall. I mean, a real bloodthirsty game, that's for sure. And there was a lot high kill count back and forth. And we want to talk to one of the main men that was involved in a lot of those kills. He was targeted and he turned it back around. It's Woolite alongside with Sjokz.
Thank you very much, Deman. And yeah, Woolite, as they said, what a bloodthirsty game, full-on aggression from both teams. Tell us what it was that made you guys play so aggressive from the bat.
Well, I feel really comfortable on Corki, so I just wanted to get as much lead in the laning phase as we can, so I can contribute more to the team in the dragon fights. Like I was 40 CS ahead in the laning phase, so yeah, I think I was so much more useful than enemy Lucian.
Yeah, you were doing very well. Tell me then how you played that late game. You say you're very comfortable on Corki. Still, it's very tricky to play against a late game comp like that. What were the central elements in winning those late game team fights?
They tried to flank us with the Evelyn, which is really dangerous because they can combat with the Aatrox. But Corki has a really good escape with the W, so we just have to disengage, and we have the Lulu for the defensive ultimate, so we have to kite them back.
It's all very easy as you make it sound. We're very confident, and you are 2-0 this week. Tell us about the steps that you're going to take to get in that playoff race for real and maybe grab one of those spots.
We already got an analyst settled up in our house, so it's definitely helping us out a lot. And yeah, we're just preparing for next opponents right now. It's first time we went to 0, I think, so yeah, we're really happy.
Yeah, good thing. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Woolite.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we got to take a short break, but when we come back, SK Gaming takes on FNATIC in our last LCS game of the day, so stay put.
Taking low, he's got Blood well available. They've got to get away from this one because Kevin's going to pop straight back up. YoungBuck goes down, and so does Airwaks. Kerp so low, and Limited fancies it, and he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Belly slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Kottenx. He's going to take a lot of the Cologne Airwaks this time around. Kerp is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Limited, takes him down.
MILLENIUM are in trouble.
Woolite going in towards this one, pops on towards Jerry. Kottenx locks on towards him, but he's just got so much damage and life steal and sustain. He just keeps on fighting through it. Taking one down, taking two down. Kevin's going to get popped down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European LCS here live from Cologne as we're about to dive into SK versus FNATIC. But first, I'm joined by Lucas Schenke, who is the sports psychologist for SK Gaming. Now, Lucas, you're in a very unique position working with these players, so tell us what your day-to-day looks like.
Well, actually, it differs a lot. Sometimes, well, if you remind last split, if it's running, it's like a basic rule, never change the running system. And obviously now the times got hard for us, so I've got to work a little bit more. But it's not like that I do like the whole thing on my own. It's always a team effort, and I provide like know-how. So it's more of like a mutual agreement and mutual work rather than I design everything for them.
A joint effort. Well, you mentioned that it is a bit harder now because obviously they haven't had the best Super Week, a loss yesterday, and now a very hard matchup for them today. So where do you come in specifically, try and prepare them for a match like this?
Well, again, it always like differs. At the moment, I think we've got like issues more on a tactical level, not so much on a psychological level. I think on a psychological level we are still strong, but in general, it's always important that you keep the mindset of losing is actually part of the game. It's important that you don't forget about that. And as long as you can like pull something good out of a loss, it's always valuable. So if you got that professional mindset and the players do have that, you make sure automatically like almost you get better. So even if we lose today, I'm always interested in the performance. This is what counts for me. It's not if we win or if we lose, but how we play the game. This is more my like piece of work.
Yeah, well, you talk about the professional mindset, and obviously you work a lot with people that are in traditional sports. How does that differ from working with a League of Legends esports team?
Yeah, I could speak about that for hours, actually.
Go ahead.
No, I think the basic and main disadvantage difference between traditional sports and esports is the physical thing. Obviously, you can, if you want, spam solo queue for the entire day or scrim for the entire day, which you can't actually in traditional sports. After 2 or 3 hours of playing soccer, you're exhausted. You don't have that. So how do you rate this advantage of having additional time, and when is the point reached where you say, okay, no, stop, we get burned out? So this is, I feel like, an important point to notice always, just to crunch on the surface.
Very interesting. Well, thank you very much, and good luck in your matchup.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so we're going to dive into that matchup, actually, so let's go over to our casters, Deman and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. It is finally time to get the last match of the week underway. It's a biggie, ladies and gentlemen. FNATIC versus SK Gaming. These teams have a huge history throughout esports, but currently in the European LCS Summer split, their record is tied at 1-1. FNATIC have stepped up their performances lately, though, and are now on a 5-game win streak after they decimated the super hot crew yesterday.
Yeah, so FNATIC pulled out a double AP comp yesterday, and they won with it after yelling at them all spring split long. sOAZ added another champion to his extensive champion pool, and he decimated Mima in the laning phase. His Gragas ended 3-0-4, and I absolutely loved how he synergized with Cyanide to secure multiple kills. I think in general, FNATIC have just stepped up their game, they secured another strong victory, and if they continue this upward trend, they may be peaking at the right time with playoffs for World Finals, World Championships just around the corner.
Yeah, and they are feeling very confident when you talk to them as well. Of course, on the other side, SK Gaming are currently in a decline because they've lost their second spot in the league to FNATIC, which they've held, of course, for the last 5 weeks. As yesterday, they were defeated at the hands of ROCCAT, who themselves have had a fantastic week. The problem is, they never really looked like they could win that game. ROCCAT were always the team being aggressive, and SK's late game spirit that was pulling them through the matches back in the spring no longer seems to be there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. SK have just not managed to keep up with the times. As the patches have rolled on, SK Gaming have seemingly gotten worse and worse. Now, it's a little difficult to purely blame the patch and the champion changes, especially when you consider it was Jezus, who we talked about a lot, having problems, and his champions that were becoming less viable. The irony of yesterday's game is he was the only good player for SK Gaming. He pulled out Syndra for the first time, he went 4-4-2. If we step back for a little bit and look at SK's downtrend that has been happening for the last few weeks, I personally feel that Svenskeren and Candy Panda have not delivered. If you look at their stats individually, for the first 5 weeks, things look pretty solid. So let's start with Sven, for example. In the opening 5 weeks of the split, he went 33, 28, 75 in terms of kills, deaths, and assists. And in the last 3 weeks, he has a third of the kills, almost the same deaths, and half of the assists. He's not delivering or putting up the same stats or the same KDA. Candy Panda, it's a very similar story, but his is in fact worse. He has more deaths in the last 3 weeks than in the first 5. And if your AD carry is dying, it means your team is not protecting you. Or, as we've seen from Candy Panda in the last few games, he's just simply out of position. I think individually, the team is just not performing. And because their individual players are not putting up strong performances, their team play is suffering as well.
Well, for this match, Fnatic will, of course, be focusing on stopping SK Gaming in the early game to avoid letting their rivals achieve the dominant late-game teamfighting power.
Fnatic is a fine team. I think they will either win hard or they will just lose hard. Yeah, bot lane is really good. That's kind of their strength.
SK are really good at these like small advantages, like a buff, like countering buffs or taking a dragon when they're doing Baron and still managing to prevent the Baron. They're really good at making these calls and being able to come back into the games and also not let you come back.
They don't let the other team get anything for free, and even when they are behind, they kind of stall the game for a bit, and if you make a small mistake, since they are having good control on objectives, they will punish you super hard for that.
Fnatic is like, they play pick comps. They want to create picks. That's what they're good at with LeBlanc, Twitch, TF, Trash. You can prepare really easy for that because they're not flexible. They will always do the same.
I think it's easier to read what they're doing and in terms of picks or strategies.
I think we've become much better at champion select. In coming to the weeks where we were playing against Fnatic, we picked very poorly, and I don't think that will happen again.
The way to beat SK is just to beat them as a team, like in the lanes, 2v2, 1v1, you just beat them up because this is their weakness, that they don't have the best individual players in each role. But then again, if you don't do this, you will get outplayed as a team because they're so good together as 5.
I want to just add a comment to what Candy Panda was saying in the video is like, they've such good pick champions like Twitch, like Twisted Fate. The reason he's saying that is in week 4, it was Peke on Twisted Fate and Rekkles on Twitch that destroyed them. Rekkles went 10-1 and 10 in that game on Twitch. And it's definitely a flashback that they're looking to avoid. TF's going to be banned.
Yeah, I think it was 10-11 for Peke as well.
Yep.
It was a monster game for the two of them. Let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams as if you don't know them. On the blue side, it is Fnatic, and of course that means sOAZ, who is playing fantastically well in that top lane. Cyanide's in the jungle, xPeke in the mid lane, Rekkles as AD carry, and YellowStar in support.
Well, YellowStar's Mohawk's not as good as mine. On the red side, it is SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jezza's playing the mid lane, Candy Panda and AD carry, and N-Rated as the supports.
So we have a featured matchup for this match, ladies and gentlemen, and of course we're turning our attention to the bottom lane, but we're focusing on the supports to compare how Fnatic's ex-support and player N-Rated, of course, is doing this split in comparison to the man who replaced him, YellowStar.
Okay, so in every single metric, YellowStar is outperforming N-Rated. He's got 250 wards more placed, which obviously leads to better vision and an ability to make smarter calls. He also has higher kill participation, albeit a small one, and very importantly, he's got a higher number of assists per death. So while YellowStar is obviously performing at his absolute best right now, N-Rated is struggling. So it's a little unfair to contrast them. But if you think back to last split, when N-Rated picked up his game after a few weeks in spring, he was leading SK Gaming to very strong victories. N-Rated needs to do the same, and maybe the added pressure of playing against the team that benched him last year might be that extra drive that N-Rated is looking for to deliver a strong performance.
We'll see how it works out between those two. Of course, there's no love lost, that's for sure, between those two players. Let's check out the numbers on LOEsports.com for this vote. No surprises, Fnatic fans are out in force. You've backed them for 87% of this one. It's a big vote, that's for sure, and the Fnatic fan base is huge in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? In terms of performance, it's a 5-0 Fnatic that you're looking at coming into this game. SK got completely controlled and bullied yesterday. I do think we're going to see more of these mid lane bans from both of these teams. And We haven't seen a Maokai yet this week. The only reason I bring it up, if anyone in Europe is going to pull it out, I feel like it would be a Cyanide type of champion. He's such a supportive jungler. He really gives up a whole lot to his solo laners. And I wouldn't be surprised that if junglers were banned out, he would probably be the man that would pick it up. But that is a far goal stretch, I think.
We'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and bans are about to get underway for this final game of the week. And it is a biggie. So, Caitlyn, the first ban from FNATIC. That tells me that maybe Rekkles has something in mind against Candy Panda. Of course, Kassadin team taken away by the red team. You can buff and break Kassadin all you like, but he's still going to get banned out. Aatrox being the next ban. That's against Freddy. It's a champion who's been playing pretty confidently, and it's also a champion that works well against Gragas. So let's see whether sOAZ wants to focus on that one. Of course, Twisted Fate going along with Svenskeren's Lee Sin. And now this may force something. What will the first pick be? That's the question. Will it be the mid, which sometimes they've done? There's a lot of top laners available. There's AD carry ban in there, so that may well focus on it.
Ziggs is still up there. sOAZ played that in the top lane. Peke's played that in the mid lane. Orianna's still available. It's not
another
as,
AD carry ban.
It's not as many mid lane bans that we've been seeing in the past. That's a very happy looking sOAZ. And I wonder if they're not just going to go with... I mean, if they banned out the AD carries, you could see Twitch is still available, Kog'Maw is still available. You could try and force SK onto, a slightly different ADC. But this is a very unusual pick and ban phase because all of the trends from the rest of the games have been very heavily mid-focused. But you've still got a fair amount of mid-champions up and available for these two teams to run.
And this is the thing, while FNATIC may well get an important pick at the start, it gives SK two very big picks as well. Ziggs is the first pick. The question is it for that man on your screen right there, sOAZ, or will it be for Peke? We will find out as the pick and bans continue. SK Gaming now, lots of options available. More importantly, Freddy, of course, with Aatrox taken away. Where will he fall?
Yeah, I really don't know. Irelia is a possibility. Renekton is a possibility. The difficult thing for SK is, how do they go with the rest of their picks and bans? Quite realistically, unsure where the Ziggs will go. Because of the psychological doubt that FNATIC have instilled in SK's mind, they need to pick safe champions. And Gragas is probably a smart pick because Jesus has played it a bunch in the past. We've just seen 2 games back-to-back where it's been mid lane, and then 3 of the previous 5 games it was top lane. So SK have countered the multi-lane Ziggs with a multi-lane Gragas and said, we're calling your bluff, it's now your turn to reveal something.
It's going to be a jungle, it seems. Of course, Morgana was selected in there. That's Enrate, and that's our featured matchup. We'll see how that one goes out. Lock in very quickly. That's going to be a Thresh for YellowStar, so we know what the supports are playing. And, of course, Cyanide goes with Evelyn. Evelyn always picked over Elise as well for Cyanide.
Yes, and he's doing very well with that champion. Makes very good use of her invisibility. And I think the reason it's very important against a team like SK, their vision game has faltered extensively over the last 2 weeks. In Super Week, I do not feel that their vision was particularly strong. They had a 21-minute surrender from Alliance. They're also placing less wards per game on average than they have in previous weeks. You could argue it is because they have been controlled and they have been, I'm going to use this word, they've been stomped more frequently, which of course leads to less wards. But regardless of the thought pattern, SK needs to ensure they have superior vision control rather, or they will get flanked by Evelyn.
You need a good bit of
visioning.
Vi is a potential here for Svenskeren. Not a champion we've seen him playing too often, but of course ROCCAT did run it for Jankos against Alliance earlier on, and they managed to single out the AD carry a number of times in that game to great effect. Candy Panda, of course, he's going to be useful. There's Phosphorus Bombs. Been checking out Cyanide, keeping vision on him maybe. But we'll see how that works, of course, with 2 AD carries banned away. It gives Rekkles a short choice of champions.
Kog'Maw, Twitch, I think are some of the possibilities on his shortlist. In terms of, the SK composition, they've got very, very strong engage. They've got very strong disengage with that Gragas. And the trend that you tend to see from Red side is mid lane pick last. With Orianna still up, with Syndra still up, with Fizz still up, SK could actually pick any one of those and it would change the context of the composition. If they run something like a Fizz, they've got a very heavy pick comp. If they run something like an Orianna, they've got a teamfight AoE composition.
Well, what was the champion that FNATIC used to play long ago when Rekkles was just a wee nipper in nappies playing against the likes of CLG's Double Lift?
That's a bit of a stretch. He wasn't that young.
Of course, Vayne. He was 15, for Christ's sake, and he was in Vegas. Who goes to Vegas when you're 15?
Well, who wears nappies in Vegas, which is what you're implying?
Well, actually, now that you bring that up, let's not go down. Shyvana picked in. That's what we want to know. sOAZ in there. That does mean, of course, Ziggs is in the mid lane, but we do see Orianna as the final choice for Jezz's, which forces Gragas into the top lane for Freddy.
Okay, so wombo combo team composition on the side of SK Gaming and a whole lot of magic damage. Gragas, Orianna, and even Corki, who is mixed, means that FNATIC are going to need to invest in a fair amount of MR fairly early on. For FNATIC, they've got very good wave clear, and they've got very good split pushing. With Shyvana and Vayne, they can play the 1-3-1 game very effectively. And because of the fact they have Evelynn as a jungler, SK Gaming always need to calculate, if we engage, is Evelynn there? Is Evelynn going to counter-engage? So for SK Gaming, they don't really want to put themselves in a position where they're being pushed around the map. But they can deal with split push because Orianna and Gragas have got safe, reliable wave clear. Both teams can do things fairly effectively, but if FNATIC get grouped up, the wombo-gombo power of SK is very strong. They need to be wary.
Well, after an important, interesting, different pick and ban phase, very different from what we've seen so far this week. Let's see how this turns out. With the featured matchup, of course, on the supports, who do you think will dominate this duo lane? It was Thresh for YellowStar versus Morgana for N-Rated. Of course, they're in 80 carries alongside them are pretty important in that matchup. Tweet us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag YellowStar or hashtag N-Rated. Remember, that's a 0, not an O in there.
That is it.
Well, it's an O, not a 0.
It
Either
is
way
an O,
around.
yeah.
I know what I meant.
Yeah, we'll just read the graphic and go with that. We'll see how this plays out because, you know, we've only seen one lane swap this weekend, and it was Alliance that tried that one yesterday against Millennium.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Blitzcrank. It didn't work out particularly strong, but it was also a testament to the rest of the champions and how they played because Wickd put himself quite far behind. I'm interested to see if either FNATIC or SK go for that because Vayne can theoretically get poked by Corki fairly early on thanks to the Phosphorus Bomb. So we need to see how Candy Panda handles himself on this Corki.
Ironically, I talked to Wickd about that game and he said, yeah, you can do it either two ways when you 2v1. You either wipe out the wave quickly or you get it on the second wave. We didn't either. Yes. We just left it and like both lanes, and we just said we completely screwed up from the beginning. So they knew we were in trouble early on. Nevertheless, we're into this match. It is the final game of the day. FNATIC, of course, chasing hard on Alliance, who've lost 2 games this week. FNATIC, of course, chasing a 6-game win streak here.
Is the only way that this could work out. FNATIC also setting up for a potential lane swap, but we need to see if Freddy gets hooked.
Well, we'll see. I don't think he's going to. He's going to step away from that one. Could belly slam away. He's got flash as well, of course. SK Gaming, how are they going to turn things around? We just heard from their sports psychologist, who apparently doesn't matter whether you win or lose. But nonetheless, he managed to put a bit of a tilt on it and basically say they got to make sure they don't get burnout. Maybe burnout isn't a problem for SK Gaming. Maybe that's why they had a great spring and maybe coming in towards the summer, the final sprint, FNATIC, who always come out on top, are the ones that are ahead of SK now.
Well, if burnout is the cause of SK Gaming's problems, then they've definitely focused their energy at less opportune time of the year. With so few weeks to play before the playoffs for the 2014 World Championships, now is the time to start upping your game and fixing your practice regimes. Regardless, 10 minutes before the 2-minute mark, minions are hitting the middle lane. It does still give me the inkling that Rekkles and YellowStar will be setting themselves up for a lane swap, and you have to imagine it is because of that Vayne-Corki matchup. In theory, Corki can punish hard. We've seen in the previous game just how effectively Woolite shut down a Lucian, and Vayne has an even weaker laning phase than Lucian at this stage. So, lane swaps, and we'll see who comes out ahead.
Lane swaps, and of course, we've had the red buff traded, which was cleared out by FNATIC, but not by SK. They've left the wee little minion up in that red buff area, which is going to cause potentially some timing problems for FNATIC. We'll see how that one trades across as they both move back across the blue buff. So, as you can see, Rekkles and YellowStar are indeed in a 2v1 situation up against Freddy, who on Gragas shouldn't have too many problems. Of course, he now has longer range on the experience. It's now 1400 instead of 1250 that it used to be. We are on the 4.11 patch, of course, that you guys at home are all playing it.
Yeah, and of course, if Cyanide wants to go for the likes of a tower dive, you can see sOAZ as well as Cyanide making their way top. They need to be careful of the turrets. It is 4.11, turret damage is higher and hits its max cap after 2 shots instead of 3. I also want to highlight the fact that YellowStar started with a relic shield. We'll see how quickly he sells that and goes towards the ancient coin. It is pretty normal.
Ooh,
Cyanide wasn't spotted. Cyanide wasn't spotted and sOAZ got in.
sOAZ had got in around before that warp. Death Center's not going to land. Minion wave, though, will be pushed in. There is a minion wave coming in behind this one. There could be a 4v1 dive. Freddy has got flash available. I think he realizes it's coming. There goes Rekkles, condemns him on the wall, stuns him up there. Rekkles is actually tanking the tower damage. He's going to come in for the final hit. He doesn't get it. Cyanide taken very low, but nonetheless, it's sOAZ that gets the kill.
Yeah, but look at the response from SK Gaming. They instantly pull their duo lane up into the Dragon Pit, and they should be securing this Dragon. So Dragon Gold will be worth more than First Blood at that early stage of the game. So I think a pretty smart reaction, but FNATIC definitely showing an indication to get their AD carry farmed and ahead, and they secure that First Blood.
So Freddy teleports back to top, and it was a trade, honestly, in favor of SK Gaming at the end of the day, because they get that Dragon, and it's always the problem when you do go for this. And of course, nevertheless, sOAZ got himself the level, got himself the kill, which now going back down towards that 2v1 lane. We'll give him the double longswords, but at the moment, he's not looking interested in joining that 2v1.
So look at it this way. Even though SK got the Dragon, oh, look at this, Freddy sidesteps. It is FNATIC that got the First Blood onto sOAZ. The reason that is important, if sOAZ is able to get to a position where he can bully Freddy, or he can split push at an earlier stage of the game, then FNATIC can dictate the tempo. They can pull resources to try and stop sOAZ, and then go for the next Dragon themselves, or push ulterior objectives. So it's very important for FNATIC to take advantage of where their gold is sitting, and it'll be on sOAZ's shoulders to make that happen.
sOAZ and Cyanide moving in for round 2. This time around, they've got support. Svenskeren just off at the side instead. They may focus on towards him. Svenskeren spots them. And Freddy now in trouble. Condemned onto the tower this time. He's going to try and slip away. He's got the support of Svenskeren. He should escape safely.
Yeah, he does manage to get away. So the pressure of Sven and the fact that the minion wave was going to be a while before it hit the tower, that siege minion is slowing FNATIC's minions from pushing up. It does mean that sOAZ is missing out on some XP. Freddy is getting a lot of solo experience thanks to that range increase. And you can see he's got a 2-level advantage over sOAZ, which at this stage of the game is very important. It's not necessarily about gold, it's about your effective levels. And sOAZ is a full half experience bar away from hitting level 3. So we need to see how he plans on getting himself back into this game, because the roaming is doing okay for the time being, but Alliance tried it yesterday and failed. This is very reminiscent of the Alliance lane swap. They moved around the map, they tried to tower dive, Alliance didn't get any kills, so already FNATIC are a step further, but they are behind in experience.
Look at this, sOAZ, they know he's teleporting down here. Svenskeren immediately comes around, he's going to catch him with this barrage. Will he do enough damage? He will, he locks him up there. Oh, flashes away from sOAZ there. Good play from SK Gaming. They knew exactly, read that situation like a book. And it's caused all sorts of problems. sOAZ, Mega Inferno Bomb, that's going to wipe out the way. It's going to save the tower for now, but sOAZ, he's going to go back, surely.
Yeah, this is so reminiscent of yesterday's game. Alliance just played such a mobile game, I feel, with their champions moving around the map. Finally, that red buff is being reset. That is very, very late. I mean, red buff should have been respawning within the next minute and a half or 2 minutes, and now it's going to be a full respawn timer away. For FNATIC, I think they need to find a way to get themselves back into a slightly more standard setup, which is why sOAZ is now hanging around in lane. He wants to get those levels, and with his double Dorans, if he gets the support of Peke or Cyanide, there is a lot of damage that could go down onto either Candy Panda or Enraged.
The thing is, we've been talking about how sOAZ is so happy with the current meta, the current patch setup, and yet here he is back on Shyvana, back in a style that actually he didn't like. This is what he didn't agree with, and maybe SK have been very clever in their pick and ban phase to put him maybe in an uncomfortable position. You can see it's a big, big difference right now. He's still got that 2-level gap. He's still only got 9 CS. He's got that kill, of course, early on against Freddy, but overall, he's a long way behind.
Yeah, he really is. Did just hit level 4, but he'll still be about a level 3/4 away.
Even on gold, by the way.
Look at this invade now from FNATIC. The first blood's very important. He did get that before level 4, and it scales slightly quicker now.
That's
a great death sentence.
The red playoff is what they're fighting for. I'm not sure Cyanide's going to get it. Freddy comes in there, tries to get on. It's a good shockwave. Cyanide taken low. N-rated flashes for it. Freddy comes in. Nobody going down yet, but there's Peke. Gets himself one onto Freddy. The second kill, sorry, for FNATIC. Rekkles got caught out with the dart binding. Red buff was also stolen away. So while FNATIC have been having a little bit of interesting lane phase at the start, they still come out on top.
Just superior skirmishing. They landed the abilities they needed to, and they focused the right target down. Freddy, who was level 5, didn't have the displacement of that explosive cask, really just got, squashed by all of the FNATIC presence. You can't deny the fact that Jesus had a good shockwave. It made things a little hairy, a little scary for FNATIC, but they had a lot of support and their numbers advantages in the top half of the map, because they did have their AD carry, they did have the support there. So FNATIC, 2 kills to 0. They have a small gold lead, despite losing that first dragon, but they should be aware of the timer. So I'm interested to see if FNATIC or SK try to rush this next dragon as it spawns, especially when you consider SK have got their duo bottom. They do have the numbers to play with.
And while all the fancy play that they've been doing, well, they had that skirmish, Freddy went down, sOAZ gains himself 2 levels, back on even ground. So FNATIC back in this game. We talked about SK's weak early game. They almost had it there, but again, they've been a little bit duked out of place. Freddy shoving this wave up as hard and fast as he can. He wants to go back and get himself some items, but Rekkles comes straight back in, gets himself that proc going off there. Will be enough to force him away. We did see Catalyst the Protector being picked up by Freddy though, so he should be safe for now.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of sustain as well in that lane. And while Freddy lost the lead he had over sOAZ, YellowStar still maintains the level advantage over N-rated. N-rated only just hit level 4, and YellowStar is getting much closer towards that level 6. We'll see how quickly he can get up there. And it looks like he's also putting some vision around the Dragon Pit. Look at the amount of FNATIC wards on the map in contrast to SK. FNATIC are going to have much more information to play with, especially around the Dragon Pit. They're aware they lost the first dragon, and they've got the tools in place to either challenge or steal the next one.
So Dragon is up. SK took the last one. Let's see whether SK can bully them out. They don't really have the number advantage this time around. You can see FNATIC got 4 members down here. Pink ward will get spotted out. Sorry, it's a normal ward down there. YellowStar throws out a fake on Candy Panda.
So cheeky, but that is one of the tricks you can do. Completely psyching out Candy Panda. And this next dragon fight is going to be very interesting. Not just Rekkles and YellowStar have moved themselves into the bottom lane. Both teams can actually do very well in the Dragon Pit, but the pressure is going to be on SK Gaming to be on the same page, because Orianna's ultimate and Gragas's ultimate are counterproductive. They do not help each other. However, if you pull everyone together, deal the damage, and then split them up to focus single targets, it can work well. It just adds extra layers of complexity to SK Gaming's team fights, and they're a team who have not had good team fights in recent weeks. So we need to see if they've solved their problems against FNATIC in the next big engagement.
So, of course, our featured matchup was the 2 supports at the moment. It's YellowStar who has the edge, 100% kill participation. Of course, with those
2 full levels.
Assists, yeah, 2 full levels as well. He's very much ahead, and Rated's been trying to roam, trying to counter, and again, this time putting the pink ward down there, the dragon being started off. Maybe an advantage could be gained here, but look at the mid lane. Peke actually has that wave shoved up, so this is risky play for SK because they could potentially A, lose a lot of damage on that mid turret, and B, lose the dragon fight anyway.
Both top laners have teleport available, and you can see the tentative nature of both of these teams. You know, either team can win a fight in those close spaces, and it just comes down to, positioning. So we may see a standoff. It may be a slightly delayed dragon because of the high risk involved. And Svenskeren's got his ultimate now. With the Vi, you really want to start getting engaged and getting those kill set up. So if he can combo with a kill onto Peke or a kill onto Rekkles, that could allow SK Gaming to go for a slightly safer dragon. And I think that would probably be the way to go forward. Combo yourself with either the mid or the bottom lane and have the numbers advantage for the objective.
Bottom lane pairing now going at it. One head-to-head. Rekkles has to take some damage. Didn't actually take the shield from YellowStar. It won't be forced away. That may be enough for SK to try and trigger this one. Pink ward will spot that cheeky ward in the back there. YellowStar immediately replaces it. That's going to get cleared out. It's going to be a 4v4 if they go for this one. Sentence landed from YellowStar and a grain. Another fake.
Very, very smart, actually. By aggroing the dragon, it just forces Svenskeren to take damage. Look at the engage. Rekkles is late to the party, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is up. FNATIC, they want to contest.
Mega Inferno Bomb only catches on Jez. It's a hook on N-rated. Support. Svenskeren goes way too deep with the Vault Breaker and gets caught straight out and taken down. Now with the jungler down, FNATIC going to push their advantage here. N-rated forced to flash away. And just like that, top lane is not required. FNATIC going to take themselves their first dragon.
Yeah, very, very well played. The counter engage from FNATIC. It's not over though, as Candypan has got a good mana bar and he's spamming rockets, but it does feel very low. Oh, he's been caught.
Candypan playing a risky game there. He saw the satchel charge bouncing him away. Could have bounced him easily the opposite direction. Dragon was picked up by FNATIC. Now that gives them a 1,500 gold advantage while the top laners continue to duke it out.
So that was a 4v4, and Jez has really had no presence in that fight. He was fairly low on mana. We did not see the shockwave coming down, and as Rekkles was able to engage from the side, pulled into the fight by YellowStar, SK would just full retreat. So FNATIC grabbed themselves a 2,000 gold lead, and they've regained control. They've regained the tempo of this game. They were pushing top. They were diving Freddy. They were invading red. And now they're taking the second dragon away. SK Gaming are starting to fall behind. They're starting to slip. And it's what happened yesterday as well.
Slowly slipping away from them. Top lane sOAZ now has the creep score advantage built up over Freddy, of course. Along with that kill advantage he built up from the very start. Svenskeren going for an invade here. Vault Breaker was charged up, but xPeke with very little mana. He needs this blue buff, which looks like it's going to be invaded and taken by SK. Svenskeren instead is going to make his move towards that top lane.
No ulti.
No ulti available. Doesn't have assault battery, but he could try and force something from sOAZ, who actually sidesteps the Vault Breaker, uses his own ultimate. Oh, good explosive cast though coming out. And now sOAZ is in trouble. Has to flash away. There's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb. It's going to bounce on down, but it's not going to be enough damage. And sOAZ drops.
Yeah, manages to just get squashed by Freddy and Svenskeren. Pretty smart play from sOAZ. He actually managed to sidestep the Vault Breaker and then Dragon's Descent backwards. The only problem was he took both of his opponents with him in the distance. So SK managed to secure. Now YellowStar jumped on.
YellowStar focused. Is he going to go down here? Each shield's not going to be enough. That's a good dark binding from Unrated. Finally captured on with the Soul Shackles down, but he's in trouble. Rekkles turns the attention back towards him and gets himself a kill.
Yeah, so they trade 1 for 1. YellowStar maintains his 100% kill participation. And SK Gaming focusing the support, it's something you should never do. Now, Assault and Battery is available. This is a 2v2 in the mid lane, and you've seen Svenskeren using the sweeping lanes to clear out the vision. Look at Cyanide from the sidelines. FNATIC should be aware of this because Svenskeren was clearing a ward out, but he's far away. He's going to take time to react, and they've caught Jez.
They've caught on towards him. He's had to use the flash already. He gets slowed down, but he's quick away from that one, of course. No Mega Inferno Bomb available. It was used just a moment ago. Nor Ignite for xPeke, so they didn't go full on for it.
Yeah, Candypan has a small level advantage over Rekkles. And in that fight, they bursted down YellowStar pretty quickly. End up coming away with Candypan and Rekkles with 1 kill apiece. But obviously Rekkles is going to have the dueling advantage in a straight up fight. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King completed. He has the tumble. He has that, big heal that he can get from the active of Blade. And obviously, Candypan is just looking to poke him down. But I do want to highlight, YellowStar did sell his Relic Shield. He's picked himself up that Ancient Coin. He's had it for a little while, I believe. And it's just something YellowStar is doing, I think, that no other Threshers are doing in Europe. Consistently valuing the movement speed from Talisman of Ascension so highly.
Yeah, seeing how it works out for them. At the moment, it's working wonders. FNATIC 4-2 up in kills and just a 1,500 gold lead still standing. And Rated's going to get himself a bit of gold there as his AD carry Candypan returns to lane. Rekkles, Dark Binding, I think landed. Yep, there it is. In the fountain. Doesn't do a great deal, though.
It was a takeaway Dark Binding.
Svenskeren waiting off in the side there. Mega Inferno Bomb wipes out the way from xPeke. That's going to be on cooldown. We did see that. Jez would have caught a glimpse on it. And there is the red buff finally, of course, respawning for a second time after that long delay at the start. xPeke not letting Jez back away.
So FNATIC have got the key items sort of being worked towards. sOAZ got the makings of his Blade of the Ruin King. Rekkles has had his built for a little while. And I think if any team is going to be successful at a 1-3-1, it's going to be FNATIC because of how phenomenal they were at side lane pushing last year and at how much experience they have at split pushing and playing the objectives on the map.
Good movement here from SK Gaming. They just took the bottom tower down. Look at it, straight in towards the red jungle. FNATIC themselves, they're up in the top half. There's only 2 here. They could move in towards the mid lane. xPeke's ultimate not available. Everybody else moving 3 members in towards their Rekkles. Looks like he could get that first turret of the game for FNATIC. Meanwhile, SK keep on moving for this mid.
Yeah, but the wave clear from Peke is very, very high, so all of the minions are instantly down. The rest of SK have set their sights on sOAZ. There's no flash available. sOAZ does have Dragon's Descent. Can SK lock him down? We're about to find out.
Svenska and Vault Breaker catches on towards him. Assault Battery is available if he needs it, but he is going to lock on towards him. sOAZ in trouble. No flash available. Dragon Descent, but he gets caught and clipped on the wings by Candy Panda.
So not enough vision from FNATIC there really to cover it down. SK just run to the bottom lane. sOAZ is sticking around. I actually see a pink ward in the red buff jungle there of FNATIC, and sOAZ little uncharacteristic there, being caught in a side lane push, but you can see it is the strategy FNATIC want to be doing. sOAZ has got a whole bunch of gold. He's still working towards that blade. I actually think he's got enough money to finish it. We'll see if he decides to go that route. We do see once again Death Sentence missing.
Blue invade coming in here, but it's Svenska and they're caught out. The jungle is in all sorts of trouble. It gets exhausted down. Cyanide will take that one, comboed with YellowStar, who is still on 100% participation.
So much damage from Cyanide. He's got the Spirit of the Elder Lizard. He's got a Hex Drinker completed. And
Death Sentence again. Jez is now Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough, but that's going to force him away from the tower, and it should be FNATIC that will take it.
Yeah, and again, it's just a vision game. Cyanide hanging out in the bushes. He's not spotted by SK. It allows YellowStar to back him up and get that kill. So they get a lot of damage onto that mid turret from SK, and FNATIC, with presence and numbers and hit points, they secure the dragon and another tower.
So big swing for FNATIC this time around, and it's the support and jungler working around. Death Sentence, well, he got himself Barry White there, but I'm not too sure it was Candy Panda he was aiming at.
Not this time round. Definitely wanted to just get a quick single under his belt, and Barry White manages to get secured by SK. So FNATIC, they're dictating control in the jungle. They've invaded red multiple times. They just invaded blue to secure kills, and FNATIC are again taking advantage of the poor vision from SK. Every single time I've looked at this mini-map, SK Gaming have had little to no wards on the map. And in the bottom half, actually across the entire map, there are only 3 wards down. 1 pink and 2 greens. And it's simply not enough vision against an Evelyn who's going to be moving around, and especially a FNATIC team that is invading your jungle. All right, so bottom lane, we do see FNATIC backing away. Sven's about to get Assault and Battery, and they've set their sights on sOAZ in the top lane.
Yeah, top lane is getting poked out. sOAZ, though, Dragon's Descent away from that one. Not get caught out this time around by the duo partnership of SK Gaming. He's going to get support as well. Cyanide making his way up there. SK rotating in towards the mid lane. A lot of pink wards, as you mentioned, though. A lot of wards across the board, honestly, for FNATIC. That's giving them full vision of the whole situation.
So I do want to say that oh, that's a great hook. Not much support from the rest of FNATIC.
Ooh, Peke's in trouble.
Well, we'll see if they're going to dive him. There's so many members around, but there is a lantern available for Peke if he needs it. What I want to highlight, if FNATIC get grouped up and get stuck together, a Shockwave, Cask, and Corki damage can help SK win some fights. They are 3,000 gold down. It is not game-changing at 20 minutes. And their 5v5 power is very strong. The key will be for Svenska to lock down Peke or Rekkles and remove them from a fight very quickly.
It's funny, really, you know, we're talking about obviously the vision wards that SK have right now. We've heard about how FNATIC are very good at using that darkness, using that lack of vision that you sometimes have. And when you don't have a ward down, of course they're going to be good at it because you simply don't see it coming right now. Mega Inferno Bomb, oh, not going to quite steal it away from Jezza's. Just a little bit too late. They knew there was over there, though. Rekkles himself, he's going to go back and buy. He's got himself the Yomu's Ghost Blade down, and that's putting himself in an important situation. And I think it may well trigger FNATIC to start pushing towers.
I don't think anybody can 1v1 him on the side of SK Gaming. There's nowhere near enough tankiness on Svenska. There's a Giant's Belt on Freddy, and it looks like Freddy's going to get caught out. He's coming in from behind. Cask and Flash is available. Can he pull off some fancy footwork?
Well, he was trying to back away. He has teleport available. Flay doesn't land. It doesn't matter. They don't need it. Explosive Cask, Flash, and away he goes.
Fancy footwork indeed. Very good play from Freddy. It actually shows he's got a fair few Gragas games under his belt. Very controlled. Didn't look like he panicked. The numbers advantage in the mid lane also means SK can secure themselves a almost turret.
Oh, good clearance from xPeke there.
Yeah, very good wave clear. So FNATIC hold on to the objectives. But they did burn Freddy's flash in the top lane. Cyanide was looking at coming in from the side lanes. I was saying there's not enough armor or hit points on SK's side to deal with Rekkles, who has a Ghost Blade and Blade of the King. So look at how far and how deep FNATIC's Rekkles is pushing. As long as there's sight of SK, he should feel safe and relatively confident in this lane.
Rekkles keeping on pushing, sOAZ pushing down the bottom lane. SK, they've desperately been grouping in towards this mid tower. They want to try and take away that vision that FNATIC have. Another pink ward cleared out. Cyanide will do the same with YellowStar, and SK are forced back again and cannot siege down this turret.
Look in the top lane.
Oh, Freddy in trouble. One more hit. Rekkles going to gamble in for it. Tumbles in and gets himself a kill. And that is the top laner duo.
Honestly, that was obvious. I mean, with the Ghost Blade and Blade of the Rune King, there's no ways Freddy was going to survive.
Didn't even use the blade.
He didn't have... Freddy didn't have his ultimate, nor did he have flash. He had just lost or been ganked in the top lane. He needed to have played safer. So Rekkles punishes, the rest of FNATIC group up, and they're getting a lot of damage on this inner turret.
Yeah, and that's going to be the wave pushed in. You can see FNATIC all moving into position. SK not responding to this one. They're still in the jungle. They're waiting for the push because they can see, they know that xPeke is in the mid lane. They know that sOAZ is down the bottom. They're thinking, oh, well, they can't surely be going for this tower. Well, yes, they are. Rekkles and Cyanide beat it down. That's half the hit points gone.
50% of that top inner turret down just from a single kill that Rekkles secured a few minutes ago. And the whole setup for that, Rekkles was alone in the top lane, sOAZ was alone in the bottom lane, and the three members of FNATIC with the peel and wave clear, with the peel from Thresh and the wave clear from Ziggs, they're able to defend against SK quite effective. They call Freddy.
Freddy caught once again. Death sentence this time around. xPeke go down. Rekkles is coming in. And it's Cyanide that will take the kill.
Cyanide just secures that one for sure. Svenskjern's moving in, but you feel for naught because tower is already gone and FNATIC take their third tower of the game. This map is completely theirs. SK needs more vision and they need to rely on Svenskjern's engages to actually get some points on the board. I don't think, other than one kill on sOAZ who was overextended, Sven has been very impactful on this Vi at all. And please keep in mind that Elise was open, Elise was available, and he picked Vi over Elise.
So AD carries both doing a fantastic job, but the featured was YellowStar and Unrated, and clearly right now it's YellowStar that's coming out way ahead. No longer 100% kill participation now because Rekkles decided to solo Freddy. It's a bit rude of him, didn't invite YellowStar up to that top lane. Wasn't really required. Dragon up in 2 seconds, and FNATIC in full position. Uh-oh, Death Sentence flung out there towards Svenskjern. Dodges out to the side of it, and Rated may well get caught out now. He's trying his best to stop FNATIC, but look at this. 5-man group, they're ready.
SK need a perfect team fight. If they want to close this 4,000-5,000 gold gap, they need to get multiple ultimates on multiple members of FNATIC. Because FNATIC can just play the map. They can play the side lane push, and SK has little to no answer other than wave clearing under a turret. But the moment they make one small misstep, they get caught out.
Look how confident YellowStar is. Hook straight in there, flays on towards it. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb catching on Jezz's. And immediately they force SK back. The confidence of YellowStar literally walking in the face of that top laner.
It was very brave as well because FNATIC were quite split. They didn't have the tightest of groupings and the recall was in fact cancelled there. So may have been a small play. No Mega Inferno.
Oh,
look
wow.
at the damage.
And Rated in all sorts of trouble. That's Blade of the Rune King doing its work there. The rest of their team, Freddy locked up. He goes down. Shockwave pulls in the AD carry, but he doesn't really care. A Vault Breaker and Assault Battery used on towards Rekkles, but he just turns that back around and gets himself a kill. Now when Rated's running for his life, and it was a 2-for-0 to FNATIC. They just move on down and take that dragon with ease.
Svenskjern took far too long to get involved. Jez has landed a good shockwave onto both xPeke and Rekkles, but Svenskjern wasn't committed to the fight. He felt probably that the fight was lost. FNATIC landed a good death sentence onto Freddy, and Rated was forced so low by that bite of sOAZ, and SK were in full retreat. So another dragon goes the way of FNATIC, another buff from SK goes the way of FNATIC. And this game is quickly becoming out of hand for SK. Nobody can contain Rekkles. I feel nobody can contain sOAZ. He's got 2,300 gold. xPeke was sitting on 3,000 gold himself, so a lot more items to be picked up, and this item or statistic advantage is going to grow even further.
And the thing is, for me, I feel that from the very beginning, they knew there was going to be a 2v1 situation, and then I guess SK were kind of happy with that, but I feel like they needed to put a bit more pressure onto Rekkles. They knew he had to be pushed in. He had to have that 2v1 situation. He couldn't go into 2v2. So could they have just lane swapped? Could we have the lane swap dancing that we've seen often before?
I feel that YellowStar was anticipating it because when he's not had lane swaps, he goes Ancient Coin. And when he is in a 2v2 setup, he goes Relic Shield with Thresh. And because YellowStar picked up the Relic Shield, he may have been anticipating a 2v2 battle. SK never went for it. And unfortunately, Svenskeren had no presence this game.
Nor is Freddy.
I don't feel that Svenskeren's Assault and Batteries have been impactful at all. And SK have not been able to really solo out targets or find Fnatic members to kill. Because they've also been defending the whole time. Fnatic invaded red buff multiple times in the first 15 minutes. They invaded SK's blue buff twice in the last 10 minutes. And it's just been all about Fnatic moving around the map and SK being forced to react and instead of being proactive.
See how they react to Fnatic right now as they start to slowly close out and suffocate SK Gaming's map. You can see the Vision Ward control. Mega Inferno Bomb thrown down towards the bottom wave. Still yet to take that outer turret, by the way. But Fnatic, they're moving in. sOAZ caught out, but the rest of Fnatic are reacting to this one. sOAZ might be able to get away with the Dragon Descent over towards the Tribush. He is clear. YellowStar throws out the hook, lands it on Svenskeren, follows it through, throws down. Quick Lantern comes out, and Rekkles joins the party. Vault Breaker and Assault Battery on towards him, but Svenskeren once again focuses Rekkles and pays the price with his life. Freddy goes down, double for Rekkles, triple for Rekkles, and he's just cleaning up SK Gaming right now.
sOAZ gets away with his life, and that was all started thanks to YellowStar. He lands a death sentence, he pulls the support of Rekkles over the wall, and Rekkles just melts through SK Gaming. Fnatic now look like they're setting up for Baron. With Blades of the Ruined King, you see sOAZ is healed, he's teleporting in. This is an uncontested 29-minute Baron after multiple kills. Fnatic in absolute flawless control. They're looking to make it 6-0.
Dominant performance. The win record could well be continuing here. Fnatic chase Alliance at the top of the table. Look at this, though.
So well played. Rekkles manages to come over the wall thanks to a very well-positioned Lantern from YellowStar. And because of the fact that he's actually out of range of Enrated Soul Shackles, he's just able to clean up. And sOAZ even manages to survive the Ignite thanks to another Lantern.
And if you noticed, actually, it was Rekkles over the wall that condemned him against the wall. Oh, Becky! Hey, up! There's a quick alley-up over the wall and catches him. Gets a little chuckle for that one. I think he enjoyed it. But back to Rekkles. He used that condemn, and that's actually what saved sOAZ. He knocked him away from sOAZ, and sOAZ is safe. So again, another fantastic performance. And Fnatic now starting to pull on a bit of a show, I feel.
You have to question, how is it Fnatic can pull these moments out with 3 weeks before playoffs, but not earlier in the split? What is it that is happening during Super Week and now in Week 8 that is bringing this level of coordination and this level of control? Because we're not seeing it. YellowStar has got the biggest grin on his face because
he's got the giggles.
You can't blame him. They're 13-3 up against SK Gaming, which is one of Fnatic's longest standing rivals in every esport for many, many years. And this has just been all about Fnatic. It's the Fnatic show, and there's little that SK can do to stop them.
Yeah, they are unable to react to this one. And honestly, what is it that pulls them out? I don't know. They were Season 1 World Champions. Of course, on that team was only 2 members back then. That was, of course, Cyanide and xPeke. But they are a team that does always deliver. There's a reason they've won 3 splits running. Could they make it 4? Who knows? They're starting to step up. That is not a bomb.
We didn't see it. We didn't see it.
Signify a 3-season winning mid laner, that's for sure.
Well, he's getting old. Maybe he needs glasses, you know, missing some skill shots.
The new haircut.
But it is the pressure. They're trying to just force SK back. And it's something that Fnatic, and I actually think Millennium do more than any other team when they run Ziggs. They're not afraid to waste, let me rephrase it, not waste to use their ultimates to simply get presence and pressure on the tower. So while Fnatic are pushing middle, Rekkles is pushing top. He's got an Infinity Edge to back up his Ghost Blade and Blade of the Ruined King. Nobody can deal with him at all. Candy Pan is going to be very careful if he tries to wave clear against Rekkles' Vayne.
Yeah, he's actually leaving that wave to just crash against the tower. It looks like he's going to let it go. Of course, they do have the Baron buff on them. It's just about to wear off, I feel. And see, no, it's got about a minute 30 still on it, actually. So YellowStar looking to try and land one of those killer death sentences he's been throwing out. And Anyone it lands on tends to go down. He's only down to a 90% participation rate because, unfortunately, he wasn't involved in the 2 kills, sorry, that Candy Panda has suffered.
Yeah, YellowStar, why are you so bad? But he's been in the right place at the right time. And honestly, we said this yesterday, and I'm going to say it again.
Oh, that was better.
His Thresh is absolutely incredible. He's still got the Talisman of Ascension. FNATIC finally land the damage they need to secure the inner turret, and sOAZ was actually pushing the wave up on the bottom lane. So if they wanted to peel bottom, they could. Instead, FNATIC stay grouped up, and sOAZ just takes 1 or 2 extra turret shots. I mean, there's very little that SK can do to stop them.
He's got the armor and regen to do it, and he's quite happy to just sustain his way through there. Death Sentence not quite catching on. That does mean, of course, the wave's going to come in. Rekkles gets himself a couple more free shots. They go for him. They knock him back. This is good control. He's ignited, but he gets a good heal straight off. Freddy now in trouble. He's going to get caught out. Cyanide comes around the side. Candy Panda did manage to get himself 1 kill onto sOAZ, but Svenskeren paid the price. He was the man that dived in amongst the team, and it was a 1-for-1 trade.
The fight is about 15 minutes too late for SK Gaming. You see how much damage was put down into Rekkles that quickly. The Shockwave, as well as the Assault and Battery, obliterated Rekkles' hit points. But because SK are so far behind, they couldn't stick around. They couldn't stay in the fight. They end up trading 1-for-1, which is actually good for SK because they're getting some more gold from killing sOAZ. But you have to feel it's just a little too late. Unfortunately for SK, they've been pushed all the way back to the inhibitor turrets in 2 lanes, and they're 14,000 gold down.
Where do they go from here? FNATIC getting back and by. Another bomb thrown out to the top. Wipes it out. Gets himself another stack of minions. 416 inside 34 minutes. Peke just been farming up a storm. Meanwhile, 605 for Rekkles is a killing machine. Anyone with fantasy points will be hoping this game goes on much longer, I think. Because, well, at least unless you've got FNATIC on your team. If you've got SK, it won't be so pretty for you, that's for sure.
Just happened to have Svenskeren and Jezzes on my fantasy team. So well played, Freak. Congratulations on your win. Not having a very good week, unfortunately.
That's okay, I'm going down to Jat this week. doesn't look good for either of us.
NAOP, it appears. Not quite sure what YellowStar was doing with that death sentence. But FNATIC, they've just got even more items. Banshee's welcome. I mean, Sven doesn't even throw Assault and Battery. Oh, it wasn't available, actually.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to catch him down. But yeah, Banshee's Veil completed now for Rekkles. So that very big engage we seen a few minutes ago under the turret will be much more difficult to pull off. The pressure is going to be on Candy Panda to pop the Banshee's Veil like he just did. One of those missiles and instantly down. But look at sOAZ, split pushing with teleport available. Again, it's so difficult. Very few people can deal with him or contain him. So keep playing the map, and FNATIC will create a window of opportunity where they will punish SK Gaming.
He's actually playing around Freddy as well. He's not getting involved with him. Now he may have to. Candy Panda's moving across here. He's going to try and cut him off. Pings in towards him. sOAZ going to get locked up. Explosive Cast goes down there. He's going to drag in Descent away. Kicks that burnout. Candy Panda tries to race in towards him, but not close enough.
Now, Dragon's Descent was always going to be powerful enough. With the burnout movement speed and the Blade of the Rune King and a Randion's Omen, SK Gaming did not have the hard CC for that gank to make any sense. They need Vi to get in there. They need Vi to lock him down, otherwise it's simply not going to work out.
Not going to lie, I thought sOAZ looked a little bored down the bottom. I was like, oh, they tried to kill me. I don't know what they were thinking.
He's playing a Bruiser. You know how sOAZ feels about playing Bruiser.
I know.
He's very very outspoken about that. But again, another invade from FNATIC. They may be waiting for the next Baron buff. It feels like FNATIC don't want to tower dive, and you have to think that Inhibitor turret fight was a rude awakening for FNATIC because of how close they were to actually losing Rekkles. So with that in mind, a little hint of caution can go a long way, and FNATIC will look to grab another Baron buff before potentially making another invade.
Jungler caught out, Svenskeren locked up, takes a lot of damage, forced away from that one, just at the point that the Baron is spawning. Remember, the 2 top laners, sOAZ and Freddy, have teleport available if they want to get into this one. There is Rekkles starting out, taking down that Baron there. Whoa! Mega Inferno Bomb, doing exactly what it describes. It does a mega amount of damage, and Svenskeren cannot take the bouncing bomb. Enrate is going to get locked up. Rekkles chases on towards him. He gets plonked off the map, and Rekkles gets himself another kill. Honestly, I'm not sure SK can stop anything now that FNATIC can throw at them.
No, they can't. They haven't been able to for a while, and that Mega Inferno Bomb from Peke did so so much damage. Not only are FNATIC going to get the Baron, they get the teleport out from Freddy. They're going to get Freddy as well.
Freddy, of course, has that explosive casket. Could be enough to maybe try and take it down, but he's having to use it in defense. Rekkles will get caught out. He's no longer the immortal. He will go down. Candyman, oh, where was that flash going? Don't know. Didn't work out for him. xPeke gets the kill and locks him down. They didn't get Baron, though. Oh, they did. They finished it off as well. Yeah, they got everything.
Baron secured. Inner turret on the bottom lane. Teleport taken from Freddy. Even though Rekkles goes down, because Candy Panda does have a lot of good items, Eye-Edge, Trinity Force, and Last Whisper, it just feels like too little, too late, I'm afraid. There's still 17,000 gold separating these two teams. And with Baron up and with the amount of damage you've seen xPeke putting down, you have to feel they're just going to siege. They can just sit in front of a tower, throw bombs out, and when a bomb lands, with Vayne and with Shyvana, they can melt through towers very, very quickly.
At times like this, you need your carriers to do something spectacular, pull out something incredible. Candy Panda has got 4 of the 5 kills for SK Gaming, whereas Jesus is on 0-0-1, 38 minutes into the game.
That is a massive problem when you have an Orianna. Command protect, command distance, you have a shield, you have a movement speed increase, you have a ball delivery system in Vi that is guaranteed to find its target. And as long as Jesus is pressing R at the right time, he's not going to be out of range for the shockwaves. The problem is, SK simply have not put themselves in positions where they could team fight. They got bullied and they got pushed behind and pushed back so far, I would dare say they've been running scared. I would dare say they have not looked to challenge, and once FNATIC got ahead, SK have made very little plays. They haven't really challenged around Dragon. They haven't really challenged around their blue buff. And when you've got a team that needs to team fight because you've got this very innate synergy between 4 of your 5 champions, and you've got the safety net in Gragas, when you bite off more you can chew, it's just unfortunate, you know? SK really, really on a downward spiral.
Yeah, this is another big loss for them, of course. That would make it 0-2 for this week, not what they wanted, but FNATIC, they can continue their winning ways here, it seems, unless something incredible is pulled out from SK Gaming. And it really will have to be an absolute immaculate play from SK at this situation, this point in time, because this man on your screen right now, Rekkles, is a killing machine on Vayne. It's been a long time since we saw a Vayne, honestly, but this is the man that absolutely can pull it off and is pulling it off to great effect.
Mechanically, one of the best AD carries in all of Europe. And if you just see how well he's positioned this game, you know,
where's sOAZ going?
Wherever he wants to.
Oh, he's diving in. That's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb. And Rated will go down. sOAZ on towards him. Cyanide gets locked up and takes down. In comes Rekkles, cleaning house. Gets 1, gets 2. sOAZ gets himself a 3rd. Freddy goes down to xPeke. And just like that, FNATIC turn it on and decide, you know what? Let's finish the damn game. They're going to go on another win streak. It's 6 for FNATIC as they take down SK Gaming.
And SK really having a torrid time of this one, completely shut out. We were talking about how SK couldn't make plays, but all props to FNATIC. They invaded, they conquered, they dictated the pace. And there was little chance for SK to actually counter because of how great FNATIC controlled that game.
Fantastic performance. 9-1-8 for Rekkles there. 0-1-19 for YellowStar, involved in just about everything that happened. 6-0-8 for xPeke, 4-0-11 for Cyanide, 3-4-8. sOAZ honestly the feeder of the team, but he was in his own little game, I think, in that one. Of all people on that team, he's probably going to be the least happy, that's for sure. Big smiles all around, though, for xPeke and Rekkles, of course. Another fantastic performance by FNATIC, and their fans out there will be very happy. You can see sOAZ, he's got a big cheer on his face as well. So they're going to be going home very happy and continuing their chase up the top of the table. And Alliance, they better be looking over their shoulders right now because FNATIC are coming for them.
There's a 2-game difference. Alliance is sitting at 14 wins and 6 losses, while FNATIC are 13 and 7. So if FNATIC pick up one more game against Alliance, they're going to be tied at the top of the table. On the same token, SK continue to fall down the rungs. They are now tied with the Super Hot crew at 11 and 9. And considering how strong SK were looking towards the end of the last split, and even some of the games at the beginning of this split, there's something going very, very wrong in that camp. I do want to say that in this game, I was looking at Svenska and Candy Panda as my players to watch, as the players that needed to carry. Candy stepped up. Sven had little to no impact. Whether that's the champion, whether that's his individual performance, you can argue. But he really had little impact in slowing or stopping FNATIC.
6 deaths in his match yesterday, 7 deaths today. That's not good reading for your jungler. And
no.
A bit of a problem.
Incredible problems. And this is one of the problems that I was saying in the pregame with regards to Candy Panda. He's had more deaths in the last 3 weeks than he did in the first 5. And you can argue that's bad positioning, or you can argue that's his team not being able to protect him. And when you've got your jungler that's giving up 13 deaths in 2 games, obviously there's a very big case to Candy Panda just doesn't have the front line that he needs.
Oh, big grins you can see there. Air also on the screen, of course. He is now the coach of FNATIC and may well like to claim a fair bit of the input to the 6 wins that FNATIC may well have picked up and surged. And we had him, I was talking to him yesterday actually as FNATIC were in the pick and ban phase. They'd got 3 of the 5 that they knew that would come in. It was the important ones more importantly as well that they got the bans and picks for. They knew what they were up against in those lane phases. And you know, it's a big part. If you know already in your head they're going to be picking this just by simply researching, it gives you a big advantage.
Of course it does, because it helps tailor your action plan. In this game, it was very clear. FNATIC wanted to dive the top lane. They wanted to keep Freddy out of it. They dove him twice, and yes, they lost 1 dragon, but they challenged for everything else, and then they counter-jungled enough to make up that early deficit. So a very good game plan and well executed.
Fantastic stuff so far. And FNATIC, they continue their charge at the top of the table. Let's go over and hear from them. Sjokz is standing by with xPeke and Cyanide after that win.
Thank you very much, Deman. Guys, 6-0 winning streak right now, resembling some of the things you've done a little earlier before it went a little bit downhill. It seems like you absolutely found your form, and I think that's also reflected in maybe one particular pick, the Vayne for Rekkles. When did you decide you wanted to go for that one?
It's just that they banned Lucian, so he wanted to play Vayne since the comp was good for it.
Well, go a little bit more in depth, because 280 carry ban is not something we see that often, and actually, it should have been a ban for a lot longer for teams to ban out that Lucian for Rekkles. So where did you go from there building your comp?
Well, there are a lot of AD carries that are really strong right now. Like you can see, Lucian is really strong when it comes to skills. Corki is pretty much the same. And then you have other kind of AD carries, Caitlyn, Kog'Maw, that has a lot of damage. The thing is that Rekkles plays Lucian so good that he always prefers to play it, but he can do as good on Vayne or on Corki or on Caitlyn or whatever. So I think other teams knew that it was no point to ban Lucian because he would play something else, and it's better to try to ban someone else. I don't know, they tried to ban me or Cyanide or SOAZ sometimes, but SK decided to try to ban Lucian, and they realized that it was not worth it anyways.
All right, Cyanide, tell me what you focused on going into the early game, because actually SK was not doing that bad in the early game, and you guys opted for the lane swap to make it safe for Rekkles.
So yeah, we had a Vayne lane, so you normally have to lane swap in that case to get a Vayne, a free lane. And well, I just tried to focus on not giving them the early dragons, and we managed to get some picks and let's just secure them all. So it went pretty well for us.
So Peke, you opted for that Ziggs. There were some minor changes to Ziggs in the recent patch. Not going for that Syndra, something you have been going for so many times before, so why is that?
I didn't know they changed anything on Thix, so I don't care. I don't care about Thix. I didn't even think I was gonna play him. We thought they were gonna ban him, and I was hoping that they ban him because I prefer to play other stuff, but they left it open, and I'm like, okay, let's go for Thix because Thix is a safe champion. You can play aggressive, you can play defensive, and let's say they had Thix this game, it would have taken 20 more minutes to finish, even if you have advantage. So we decided to go for it first, and then just pick the rest, because there was nothing there, no other position that we will get out of picks. We had 2 junglers, a lot of top laners, enough AD carries, enough supports.
One more thing about that Ziggs, because I was chatting to Aranea for a bit, and he was very angry with you because you already had the Rabadons and the Zhonya's, yet you still bought the needlessly large rod.
I had no money
and then
for
you
anything.
sold it, and he was actually very angry with you. So explain.
Because I had like 1600 gold exactly, so I cannot buy a Void Staff already, I cannot buy Lichbane, and I wanted a lot of AP. So I just bought the biggest item, and then I don't want to make a DFE because that's, I think, too troll. I would have made it, but I think it's too troll. So I just sold it to get the Lichbane so we could push faster.
But he was quite angry with you nonetheless, and I feel that that's a sign that he still cares very much. Even if it seems that you guys will be winning games, he's still writing down every mistake. And we've asked a couple of players in the team already, Cyanide, what the effect has been from Aranea on the team. What has it been for you?
Of course, he can help me a lot since he's a jungler himself, so he gives me some tips or whatever, or he knows every time I do something wrong, which is really annoying because he always points it out, but I try to correct my mistakes the best I can.
Well, actually, to be honest, I found that in the recent weeks, it seems that you're always a very steady jungler, but in the recent weeks, it seems that you have found that synergy with the different players a lot more than you have before. You've gone in for those smite steals again. So what is it that has enabled you to step up in these last few weeks?
I think we are just all playing better, and then you can make like a lot of plays. Like now that the support is roaming a lot, I have good synergy with YellowStar, and we can just coordinate all kinds of buff steals and stuff. So yeah, I think we just have a really good synergy from practicing a lot.
All right, taking a step back at the standings, Peke. In an interview in the beginning of the split, I believe you said, I think it's going to be Alliance, GAMBIT, and FNATIC that's going to be the top 3 going into playoffs. Would you like to revise that that statement? How do you think things are going to go now?
The same thing.
GAMBIT
for life. GAMBIT. No, it's a bit sad, but I thought they will get back, you know, like kind of like us. Like even if they didn't make it to the top, I thought they would get back on track and at least be a force to recon, but they didn't, and instead they changed players, and I think they are just going worse and worse, and I don't know. Yeah, I changed it for sure. I'll put SK or SUPA crew over GAMBIT for sure now.
Oh, very interesting. Cyanide, what do you think? I mentioned for SUPA hot crew here by Peke.
I think us and Alliance, and then the third one is gonna be difficult. Like
ROCCAT, yeah.
ROCCAT is playing really well, but yeah, it might be a bit hard for them to make it now. Well, in the playoffs, I think they have a chance to make it to the playoffs if they keep playing like this.
What's the chance that you guys will end up #1?
A lot of chance.
A lot of chance.
we are tied #1, no?
Not yet.
Or 1 win behind?
Yeah, 1 win behind
Alliance. It's too bad, I guess. They just have to keep losing.
All right, well.
If they keep losing, we can, for
Let's
sure.
stop it right here. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations on that 6-0 winning streak, and thank you very much. Let's flash back over to Deman and Quickshot for a look at the standings.
Thank you very much, Sjokz, Cyanide, and Peke. So here are where the teams currently sit. Peke, you may want to take note of these tables, by the way. It is one win away. Alliance, they do continue to hold first place, although that lead is indeed dwindling with 2 losses this week, and they're on a 4-game losing streak now. They're 14-6. Meanwhile, FNATIC, you're not top yet. They are extending their win streak to 6 wins in a row. But of course, they are second place now. 13 wins, 7 losses.
We do have a tie in 3rd place, where SK Gaming and the Super Hot crew are now 11-9. MILLENIUM has slipped into 5th in a tie with the rising ROCCAT, who are on a 5-game winning streak. They're both at 10 wins and 10 losses. And I do want to mention, GAMBIT is now 0-for-7 in the LCS, and they need to find some synergy quickly.
Yeah, those changes not working out just yet. And of course, those 8 matches this week, there are a number of players that we want to select for our OP team. In the top lane, well, we think none other than the man that's just played. sOAZ has played fantastic this week.
Yeah, his Shyvana was very good in split pushing, helped end the game, but it was his Gragas yesterday that really stood out for me. It was against Mima or Mundo, and he just smashed Mima in the laning phase.
Well, in the jungle, it's not his partner, it's the man from ROCCAT. It is Jankos. He's been involved in everything so far. 2 first bloods once again. ROCCAT getting the most first bloods actually this week as well, I believe. And they had 11 kills this week as well. Fantastic performance.
Very, very strong play. Jankos has always been a dominant jungler when on form, but he's a little bit inconsistent. So it's good to see an aggressive, in-your-face Jankos securing kills for his team.
Especially since he played Vi as well as we're working out well for him. Mid lane is another man, his main man in the mid lane. It is Overpower once again. Absolutely the best mid laner this week.
He had the highest KDA out of all of Europe at 8.33. He played Fizz for the first time against Syndra. He played Gragas in the mid lane for the first time in Europe up against Yasuo. Strong performances and strong positional play against both of his enemies.
Yeah, no, us against SK and Alliance's performances as well. Fantastic stuff. AD carry, well, it's the man from the Wolves. It's Woolite. He has been phenomenal this week, really turning things around, even wearing a fedora in an interview.
Yes, very, very strong. Is it a fedora or a bowler? We'll discuss that another time. Regardless, his level was great. Another strong showing, Corki into Lucian and Lucian versus Caitlyn. I do want to give special mention to a few other AD carries as well. Creatine on Ezreal, Rekkles on Vayne.
Yep.
But it was Woolite that shone in a team that is struggling when he needs to step up. He's delivering for the Wolves, helping them maybe get closer to 6th.
Well, with another
impressive victory for ROCCAT. Of course, we're looking towards Vander as the support. He had 31 assists this week. It's the most in week 8.
Yeah, and if memory serves, he went unkilled yesterday and gave up 2 deaths today. Again, very strong play. I'm sad that he's not playing Thresh because earlier this year, I felt he was one of the strongest Thresh players. But you know what? He's transitioned that skill into his Braum, into his Nami, and he's just delivering again and again against multiple opponents.
Yeah, we should have a couple of honorable mentions because there's been some great supports this week. Unlimited for the Wolves, of course, alongside Woolite. Picked up 21 assists himself. And YellowStar, who we just saw there, 24 assists overall. Some fantastic play from the supports this week.
I feel like a broken record because I praise YellowStar's Thresh on a weekly basis, but how can you not? He delivers every single time. His death sentences, his lanterns, and his positioning.
Well, of all those players, we have to pick an MVP, and this week we have selected a member of the Rising ROCCAT, and this time it's the man in the jungle. It is Jankos.
Yeah, so again, really just want to praise his impact to the team. Without Jankos creating the opportunities, ROCCAT are seldom going to be able to make aggressive plays, and I feel now that he's making the plays and he's got the support of his team around jungles, around the lanes, things are working out for ROCCAT. He definitely is a leading force when it comes to starting fights and starting engagements. This week, it worked out for ROCCAT.
Yeah, that being one of the first bloods in the top lane against Wickd. Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Week 8 of the League of Legends Championship Series will be continuing tomorrow in the North America, starting with Complexity versus Curse. A big one because those two teams went huge in the Super Weeks, of course, and then it's going to be followed by Evil Geniuses up against Cloud9.
That will be followed by Counterlogic Gaming as they take on Team Solo Mid. LMQ will then take on Team Dignitas, and after those matches, the North American Challenger Series takes over with a quarterfinal best of 3 between Team Coast and Denial Esports. Those matches start on Saturday at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 12 noon Pacific.
I'm excited to see how long the ties can continue in North America. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that one for sure. Next week, of course, the European LCS will continue right here in Cologne, Germany, as the Super Hot crew will be taking on ROCCAT. That's a game you will not want to miss, that's for sure. And then GAMBIT will be going up against Alliance.
That will be followed by FNATIC versus the Copenhagen Wolves and SK Gaming versus Millennium.
That will all be starting next Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'm pretty sure that's 6 p.m.
Should
actually.
be 6 p.m.
I'm pretty sure that should be 6 p.m., not 5 p.m. Right after the LCS preview show, we'll be kicking things off, of course. That's going to be half an hour before at 5:30. That does it for us, of course. Thank you very much for watching. Stay tuned, though, for the European Challenger Series quarterfinals that will be kicking off right now between Ninjas in Pajamas facing the Unicorns of Love.
I don't know about you, but me and Nyph got a good cheer.
Oh, I got no cheer.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, they're intimidated by my muscles.
Nearly both.
Can he finish up Vander? It's Tabzz against the kill, but Froggen will be hunted down. Wickd down as well. Sullivan down toward Tabzz. Gets that one. Wickid's going to go down as well. This is surely the game for Froggen.
No, anything but Yorick. I really don't want to play against it. Oh my god. Like,
okay, it's meant.
There's one thing I don't want to play against.
Can they actually get the kill? There's a lot of damage. Here comes the rest of the team. Nick's going to go down as well. And this is a problem for GAMBIT once again.
So low and Limited fancies it, and he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Belly slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Kottenx. He's going to take a lot of Cologne Airwaks this time around. Kerp is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Unlimited, takes him down! Oh, he's diving in. That's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb, and Rated will go down. sOAZ on towards him. Cyanide gets locked up and takes down. In comes Rekkles, cleaning house. Gets one, gets two. sOAZ gets himself a third. Freddy goes down to xPeke.